1973, late summer. In the vast northwest, Meanlian County, Keojiawa Brigade, in the cornfields east of the river. The sister-in-law knelt in front of me. "Chayoung, please, I beg you," she pleaded. "Move into my house. Live with me and your elder brother. In the future, I'll take care of you. Your elder brother agrees to it too. When we have kids, half will take your surname, Chow, and the other half will take your brother's, Su. Is that all right? Our household can't go on like this anymore. I beg you." I stared at her. That face of hers bore a striking resemblance to Gao Yuan's tear-filled eyes, her hands clutching my legs tightly, refusing to let go. My emotions were an overwhelming mix of sorrow and frustration. Because I knew my miserable life of being little more than an unpaid caretaker in my previous life had all started with this moment, this plea. My distorted feelings toward her also began at this exact instance. Who could have thought that I would be reborn? Back to this precise moment in time, given another chance to choose my path. Chayoung, she shook me, pleading. "Help your sister-in-law. Help this poor family of mine." The late summer breeze swept through, causing the corn tassels to sway. A single kernel's tassel floated down from above, landing directly inside her damp blouse. I watched in a daze, distracted by flashes of memories from my past life. In my previous life, I truly fell for my sister-in-law. Yet, with my elder brother in the picture, I had no choice but to swallow my feelings and live as the third wheel in their household. I toiled endlessly, exhausting myself to support Su De Lungzi's family. Yet, the life I lived was one no better than that of an unwelcome son-in-law. No one would expect that after 20 years, just after I helped his family get back on its feet, his paralyzed legs suddenly recovered. Once he was well, he immediately showed his true colors, throwing me out without hesitation. And the cruelest part? Even the child that I fathered with her, the son that bore the Chow name, he refused to return to me as promised. The latter half of my life was spent lonely and destitute, unable even to be acknowledged as my son's father. In the end, I could only take up work as a forest ranger, dying one day in the woods with no one to even recover my remains. Helping to raise other people's kids never leads to a good end. Helping to prop up someone else's household is even worse. I had learned that truth all too late in my past life. In this sweltering heat, I shuddered from the chill of recollection. I might have married a respectable young woman, lived an ordinary but fulfilling life of my own. Yet, driven by impulse, I wasted 20 good years. I don't blame anyone else. My misfortune was my own fault. My foolishness, my own doing. But the heavens above opened their eyes and granted me another chance at life. I swear, I will never again stoop to being someone else's pillar of support. I've been reborn. Why should I follow the same path again? Chayoung, please help your sister-in-law. I remained silent for a long while, simply staring at her. Her face turned red with embarrassment. But for the sake of her 3 daughters and her paralyzed husband, she forced herself to endure the shame, clinging ever more tightly to my legs. Chayoung, I truly have no other options. Your brother can't work or support this family. The labor points I earn alone aren't even enough to pay off the grain debts the team has advanced us. Tears streamed down her face as she wiped her eyes, now bloodshot. Yinfang has already married Zhang Baoqing. You should stop thinking about her. With your family's situation, it's impossible to find a wife. Just move into my house. I'll take care of you from now on. Yinfang. The mention of her name made me momentarily dazed. Jia Yinfang and I had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, just a step away from getting married. But her mother, who despised my family's poverty, had forced her to marry Zhang Baoqing, the son of the brigade leader, under the threat of death. In my previous life, choosing to take up responsibility for my sister-in-law's household had also been my way of venting my frustrations over Yinfang. Looking back on it now, it was such a foolish decision. I really was stupid. Why punish myself for someone else's mistakes? Chayoung, what are you muttering about? I returned to my senses and saw the expectant look on her face. I shook my head resolutely. Sister-in-law, say no more. Even if I remain a bachelor for life, I, Chayoung, refuse to be anyone's backup plan. Her face turned pale, and tears streamed down like a flood. She clung even tighter, crying, Chayoung, do you think I'm a loose woman? Do you think I'm not a good person? Sister-in-law, I respect you as a person. If anyone else wanted to move into my house, I'd rather starve than agree. You are the one I choose. Sister-in-law, stop. I know. My hand trembled slightly. Having lived with her for 20 years in my previous life, I knew her better than anyone. She was beautiful, kind to me, and truly a good woman. But she was not mine alone. I looked into her red, tear-filled eyes and asked, Sister-in-law, moving into your house would probably be easy. But if there comes a day when my elder brother's paralyzed legs unexpectedly recover, and you no longer need me, and he drives me away, what then? In that moment, would you leave with me? I chuckled bitterly at myself. In my previous life, As her subservient helper, I didn't even have an official status in her life. Why would she leave with me? Being someone else's crutch, that was what ruined me. She froze, growing even paler. Her lips quivered, unable to form words for a long time. Finally, she whispered softly, that won't happen. His legs have been paralyzed for years. If they could recover, they would have by now. They will, I declared firmly. Brother's legs will definitely recover. I knew too well. Lungzi's legs would absolutely heal, and precisely after I helped raise his children to adulthood and the household stopped being a burden. Fate's cruel twists. I looked at her, resolute. Sister-in-law, stop forcing me. In this life, I refuse to be someone's crutch. I just want to find a woman who belongs solely to me and live a good life of my own. I pried open her hands, hoisted my hoe onto my shoulder, and turned to leave. Chayoung, sister-in-law understands now. I'm just despicable. From now on, even if I starve, I won't force you anymore. She cried bitterly, kneeling on the edge of the field. The more she wiped her tears, the more they flowed. God above, do you truly wish to drive my family to ruin? She wailed, crying so hard that she ignored the dirt beneath her. Her cries echoed behind me, causing me to pause momentarily. But after a long hesitation, I did not look back and instead strode forward. In this reborn life, I must stay true to my heart. I cannot get lost in her tenderness. If someone wants to be a crutch for others, let them, not me. Me. Behind me, her cries of despair grew louder. A small river flowed gently eastward past Kyojiawa. For a place in the northwest, the environment here wasn't too bad. The river winding around the village irrigated the fields. But in this era, with no fertilizers or pesticides, farming barely eked out a living after paying the grain taxes. Families like my sister-in-law's, where only one woman worked for labor points and no men were left to earn, couldn't even scrape together enough rations. Every year, they had to borrow grain from the village team just to stay alive. The debt of grain kept piling up, so much so that even the borrowings were nearing their limits. Done. These days, people starving to death isn't uncommon. I shook my head, unwilling to think any further. Squatting by the river, I scooped up some water and washed my face. Looking at my reflection in the water, a square face, thick brows, big eyes, and a tall frame standing at 1.8 meters. Just turned 18, in my prime. With this physique, going to pull a cart? I felt pity for myself. I was so foolish in my last life. Even reincarnation hasn't rid me of this regret. I'd rather live my life single than pull a cart for others. Just as I was about to head home, I noticed a cluster of bubbles rising from a spot of mud in the river. Curious, I took off my shoes, rolled up my pants, and waded over. Bending down, I reached into the mud and pulled out a massive freshwater clam. Must weigh over a kilogram. What a big one. Its shell was a grayish black, and its weight took both hands to hold. I tossed it onto the shore and continued wading through the mud. Before long, I felt another with my feet, pulled it out, and threw it onto the bank as well. Soon, I had found 2 more. 3 large ones and a small one, 4 freshwater clams in total. I was delighted. Who needs the company of women when digging for clams is this much fun? Taking off my patched-up old shirt, I wrapped the clams inside and headed home with large strides. My home was at the easternmost end of the village, so poor it didn't even have a proper courtyard wall. Surrounding it was a fence of half-height tree branches. There wasn't a gate either, just 2 tree limbs thick as an arm placed barring the way. Forget stopping people. Even chickens with slightly longer wings could get through. Inside the fence were 2 dark and dilapidated mud brick houses, with a half-length, blackened chimney protruding from the roof. Standing at the entrance, I stared blankly at the familiar scene before me. I hadn't seen it in so many years. Oddly, there was no resentment, only a sense of endearing familiarity. Chayoung, why are you just standing there? Why don't you come in? From beyond the short wall next door, a head holding a bowl popped up. Sister-in-law, eating again? I greeted her with a wave, pushing aside the branches to enter the yard. This kid's been acting weird ever since Yunfang got married, mumbled Yang Yufeng from behind the wall before returning to her bowl of dark red sorghum rice. Pushing open the old wooden door, I stepped inside. In the southwest corner, there was a soil-built Kong bed connected to the stove, with firewood piled in front. The walls, having been smoked and charred for years, were stained with soot everywhere. Next to a small dirt window on the south side stood a small, handmade wooden table with bark still attached, holding several gray bowls full of patchwork repairs and a pair of chopsticks. That was all. There wasn't much else in the way of possessions. Very shabby, indeed. I sighed deeply. It's no wonder I acted so recklessly and chose to pull a card in my last life. With living conditions like this, who would agree to marry me? I need to make money to build a 3-room tiled house. Or never mind. Let's just buy some lime to paint the walls first. But in these times, even leaving your village needed an introduction letter. Making money wasn't easy at all. Going to the city for work? Forget about it. Young people in cities were all going to the countryside to join work teams instead. Earning work points in the countryside made it so hard just to get enough to eat. Selling things is labeled as speculation. I don't have any trade skills. The fish and shrimp in the river belong to the collective. Eating them is fine, but selling would be digging at the foundations of socialism. Plus, I've never gotten along with Zhang Baocheng. Seems like I'll have to find a way out west, to the grasslands. To the west of Minlian County lay the vast Chilean grasslands, snowy mountains, deserts, plateaus, and stretches of primitive forests. That side was sparsely populated, teeming with marmots, Tibetan foxes, wild asses, and white-lipped deer. Also lurking there were man-eating Tibetan bears and the so-called kings of the snow-capped peaks, the snow leopards. Wildlife protection laws weren't really a thing in these times. I could make a living hunting. In my last life, after being completely disheartened by my older brother's family driving me away, I became a forest ranger in a reserve. I lived alone in the forest for over a decade and honed my hunting skills, which would now come in handy. In the Chilean mountains, while the meat from the animals was valuable, the furs were even more so. The government-managed procurement stations in the county paid generously. If I could catch a snow leopard, my dreams of building a house would no longer be out of reach. I need to prepare and head out there soon. I rubbed my growling stomach and rummaged around the house. A bag of cornmeal, half a bag of shrunken red sorghum rice, a few yellow cornbread buns, and a thin layer of rapeseed oil coating the bottom of a bottle. That was it. Frowning, I lifted the dingy Kong bedding and found 10 yuan, 3 dimes, and 4 pennies. This was everything I had at 18 years old. With this little money, forget marrying a wife. I couldn't even afford a decent piece of furniture. But fortunately, I had the memories of my previous life. My spirit remained unshaken. I can't waste any time. I need to go to the grasslands as soon as possible. After safely stashing away the money, I washed the clams by the water. Breaking the shells apart with the back of a kitchen knife, I scooped out the clam meat one by one. The meat smelled incredibly fishy, so I rinsed and scrubbed it in water repeatedly. With no proper seasoning at hand, I turned to the chili peppers growing in the yard, picked extra, and made do by boiling a pot of clam soup. To be honest, it tasted terrible, both fishy and gamey. The peppers couldn't even mask the earthy stench. But there was no other choice. The house had nothing to eat, and clam meat was meat, after all. My thin body needed the protein. Enduring the smell, I wolfed down all the meat with half a cornbread bun. As for the leftover soup, I couldn't stomach it and was about to pour it out. Chaiyang, what are you pouring out? I had cooked some clam meat. The soup tastes awful. Next door, Yang Yufeng's eyes lit up. Standing on tiptoe, her chest peeked over the wall. Oh, don't pour it out. What a waste. If you won't drink it, give it to me. I can mix it with bran to feed the chickens. Startled, I carried the small aluminum pot to the wall and handed it over. Here, sister-in-law. Ah, thanks. She took it and poured it into the chicken feed pan. Cluck, 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 dinner time. From over the wall, I glanced into her yard. Compared to mine, it was much more organized. There were vegetable plots and several hens strolling around. I couldn't help but feel envious. Having a woman in the house sure makes a difference. Sister-in-law, when your hens hatch chicks, save me a few. I'll exchange them with you for double the amount in eggs. Oh, you silly boy, don't talk about exchanging. Of course, I'll save some for you. She handed the pot back. I smiled in return and went back into my house. Noticing the empty clam shells at the doorway, I picked them up and placed them on the windowsill. Those could come in handy. When I raised chickens and ducks in the future, I could crush the shells into powder and feed it to them. Nothing should go to waste. Back inside, I did some cleaning, sweeping the floor carefully. I couldn't spend another lifetime being a sorry, pitiful mess. Given the limited conditions, I couldn't add new things, but keeping the place clean was still manageable. Spotting the Kong bed looking filthy, I rolled up its bedding and carried it straight to the river. Time to give it a good scrub. The river flowed with a lively gurgle. Rolling up my pants, I stood in the river water, scrubbing the Kong bedding clean. The household was too poor to even afford soap for washing clothes, so I had to rinse everything with clear water. As I rubbed the fabric, I glanced up and saw Gao Yufin approaching with a wooden basin in her hands. Her eyes were swollen and red, and she had changed into a white shirt that exposed her pale arms. Our eyes met for a moment. Both of us froze, but said nothing. Holding her basin, she walked past and left. I was downstream, sitting on a large stone, my feet soaking in the river as I scrubbed clothes vigorously. I felt a bit embarrassed. Sister-in-law, I've muddied the river. You should go upstream to wash. No need, she replied while scrubbing diapers for her youngest daughter. I'm just washing cloth diapers. Wouldn't want to soil your clothes. Her face reddened as she spoke, and her eyes welled up. I opened my mouth but couldn't find the right words to comfort her, so I simply lowered my head and resumed scrubbing the mat. After a while, I carried the cleaned mat back home. The midday sun was scorching, so I hung the mat on the line in the courtyard to dry. Having just been reborn, my head still felt muddled. Sitting back inside the house, I drifted into sleep. By the time I woke, it was already dusk. The yellow cornbread in the bamboo basket was hard as a rock, and I didn't have any appetite for it. Instead, I went to the yard, picked a cucumber, wiped it clean, and took a crispy bite. Next door, I heard the third sister-in-law feeding her chickens. These days, aside from earning work points on the job, the only other way to supplement income was raising some poultry at home. Chewing on the cucumber, I stepped outside. The village was filled with mud brick homes. Poverty was the great equalizer here. By the time I finished the cucumber, I'd reached a house behind a broken wooden door. I pushed it open and walked in. Uncle Third, enjoying the cool air? The village accountant, old Chow, was seated on the doorstep, puffing at his pipe. When he saw me, he waved me over. Chaoyang, what were you up to this afternoon? You didn't show up for work. Captain Zhang wanted to dock your work points. Lucky I talked him out of it. I wasn't feeling well. Sorry for troubling you, Uncle Third. The captain of our team, Zhang Baocheng, was a thorn in my side. In my past life, both he and his father caused me countless trouble. But this time around, I wouldn't let them step on me again. I took a deep breath and said directly, Uncle Third, does the old musket my fifth grandpa left behind still exist? Could you lend it to me? The musket? What are you planning to do with it? Uncle Third's expression grew serious as he stood up. Don't overthink, Uncle Third. You know my family's circumstances. I was thinking of heading up to the western mountain to hunt for some game to help make ends meet. Relying solely on work points was hopeless. After a year of hard work, the most you'd earn was just over 100 yuan. However, if I could bag a marmot bear and sell its pelt and gallbladder, I'd make enough to replace years' worth of work points. The wild game up there is no joke, he warned. Don't worry, Uncle Third. I'll stick to snow pigs and rabbits, nothing more. Snow pigs, or marmots, were plentiful on the highland grasslands to the west. They were the easiest to catch. In autumn, with all their fat, you could render a couple of pounds of oil from one. Their meat and pelts were also valuable, a treasure in every way. As for the risk of disease, right now, survival outweighs the fear of illness. You're after snow pigs, huh? Uncle Third's eyes brightened. All right then, come inside, I'll get it for you. He headed into the innermost room and retrieved a long, dust-covered wooden box from the corner. Wiping off the grime, he opened the lid to reveal an old, lengthy musket. The barrel was rusted, with a ramrod still tied to it. The wooden stock, however, had a well-used, polished shine. The old master also left behind some gunpowder and lead bullets. Take those too. This musket packs a punch, but it doesn't shoot far, so stay calm if you come across anything. Excited, I took the musket in my hands, running a hand along the barrel until I rediscovered a familiar grip. In my past life, I had borrowed this musket to hunt and nourish Gao Yufan, who was pregnant with my child. Later, Uncle Third had directly given it to me. Many years later, after I was driven from my home and made a forest ranger, I had still kept it with me, my old reliable companion. Uncle Third, I'll head out now. If I manage to catch some snow pigs, I'll bring you one. With the gun slung over my back and the gunpowder and bullets safely stowed, I prepared to leave. Chaoyang, dinner is almost ready. Stay and eat with us. Aunt Third called from the outer room. No need, there's food waiting at home. I quickly made my way out of their home. During these times, every household was struggling. For every extra bite I took, Uncle Third and Aunt Third would have one less. I wasn't shameless enough to do that. The sky was darkening, and smoke was rising from every chimney. I sniffed the air, there wasn't a hint of meat. Not surprising though, in these days, you only smelled meat on festive occasions. Absent-mindedly, I found myself wandering to the southern edge of the village, to Gao Yufan's house. Low mud walls surrounded 3 yellow clay houses. Corn grew in the courtyard, and 2 old hens scratched for food in a corner. Her family wasn't much better off than mine. With the musket slung across my back, I turned to leave. Chaoyang? Chaoyang. Wait, cough, cough. I froze mid-step as a weak call reached me from behind. My left hand instinctively clasped the musket stock, gripping it tightly. That voice, I knew it all too well. At the entrance to the yard stood a frail man, propped up on crutches, wheezing as he struggled forward. His hair was greasy and disheveled, with a bald patch on his forehead. I turned back coldly, remaining motionless. Who would have thought? 20 years later, this crippled man would recover unexpectedly and have the audacity to drive me, the loyal workhorse, out of my home. Chaoyang, what is this? Staggering in front of me, Su Dalu looked puzzled, especially at my cold demeanor. But remembering what Yufan had said at noon, he seemed to piece together the situation. Panting, he forced a smile. Chaoyang, don't be angry about earlier. Just listen to your sister-in-law and move in with us. I understand your family's situation better than anyone. I'm not trying to harm you. I'm trying to help. From now on, we'll be one family. You'll help me raise this household, and I'll have the 3 little girls call you second dad. When the time comes, they'll take care of you in your old age. I almost laughed out loud. Those 3 little girls taking care of me in my old age? Bah. In my past life, they were the least grateful ones. I worked tirelessly to support their education and never let them lack for food or clothing. Yet, after I was kicked out of the house, they didn't even cast me a glance. Egged on by Su Dalu, they even accused me of mistreating Gao Yufan. Truly, they were Su Dalu's spawn through and through, heartless and ungrateful. Suppressing my fury, I stared at him for a long moment before suddenly asking, "Brother Su, you won't regret it in the future, right? You don't mind me being with sister-in-law?" "Chaoyang, look at me. Why would I care about that?" he said with a bitter laugh, looking down at his useless legs. "As long as you're willing to help with this household, I'll be nothing but thankful. Don't feel guilty about me. You're a grown man. You can't live without a woman." "Brother Su, it's not that I don't trust you. But what if, someday, you recover and then kick me out? I don't want to end up old and lonely." "Chaoyang, you don't trust me that much." His face turned red, and he grew agitated. "I, Su Yukai, swear that if I ever kick you out, may I be struck by lightning and die on the spot." I felt a smirk forming on my lips. I almost hoped that a lightning bolt would strike right now and obliterate this hypocritical man. Seeing that I still doubted him, he steeled himself. "Chaoyang, if you really don't trust me, then you and Yufan should live together, and I'll move out. As long as you're willing to take care of my kids, I don't mind. I'll do it." I couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. In my past life, I probably would have been moved by his words, obliging myself to help the Su family tirelessly. But, as if I didn't know, "Su Yukai, if you dare bring this up again, I'd rather die than agree." Her voice was icy, and the resolve in her eyes sent a chill down one's spine. Su Yukai fell silent the moment she glared at him. He lowered his head and sighed, his face a mask of helplessness and bitterness. "I just want this family to make it through," he muttered, his gaze drifting beyond the courtyard as if searching for a glimmer of hope. Gao Yufan said nothing in reply, simply lowering her head to continue chopping the wild greens. With every blow of the knife against the cutting board, it was as if she were venting the oppression in her heart. This crumbling family had long since become an endless source of exhaustion. But how many other women like her were there in this village, day after day? Under the great willow tree at the village entrance, villagers were still chatting idly, while children chased one another. By now, Chaoyang had already walked far away. The lights around him were dim, and the night breeze was slightly cool. With his rifle slung over his back, he strode forward with steady, purposeful steps. Was he heading for the path through the fields? Or to his own simple, tidy little courtyard? No one knew. That night, as the village gradually fell silent and the lights in each home went out, the matter came to a temporary close. Yet would the schemes and resentment brewing in their hearts dissipate with sleep? Or would they lie in wait, ready to strike again on some future night? You're still not clear about it? Don't you know? He's nothing but a loafer. Useless at everything. Can't do a lick of work. Eats with no sense of decency. And he's so skinny he's about to catch up to you. He can't even take care of himself. Did he come here to support this family, or for me to support him? Actually, there was more she had left unsaid. Over the years, no matter how difficult things were at home, Su Er, her brother-in-law, had never once lent a hand. She would rather bear everything alone than rely on someone like him. Her husband, she thought, seemed to be getting more and more muddled. Well, that's true. Suda, the fool, couldn't argue. He scratched his head and sighed again. After a long pause, he reluctantly said, "Then, should we think of someone else?" "Someone else?" Gao Yufan took a deep breath, resumed chopping the vegetables, and said, "In Kyojiu, who could even compare to Chaoyang? He's virtuous, earns the most work points, and his family doesn't have any elderly to support. No ordinary family would send their son to work for someone else. Stop thinking nonsense. From now on, I'll manage to hold this family together. There are 5 of us, 4 hungry mouths that don't contribute. How can you manage anything on your own? You can't even repay the team's debt with what we owe." Suda slapped his head, full of worry. "No way, it has to be Chaoyang. I'll find another way to convince him." As he picked up his cane and painstakingly got up, he prepared to head outside. Gao Yufan's face changed, and she quickly stood up. "Where are you going?" "I'm warning you, Suda. You're not allowed to go and pressure Chaoyang anymore." Suda remained silent, calculating in his head. If they couldn't force Chaoyang into their family, they were doomed to struggle forever, without a shred of hope. He couldn't accept that. "Did you hear me?" Gao Yufan angrily threw down the cleaver and moved to pull him back. "Wah!" A baby's sudden cry came from the house. Standing in the doorway, Diane cradled her younger sister and called out, "Mom, the baby is hungry." Gao Yufan stamped her foot, stepped aside to lift her sweat-soaked shirt, and went to nurse the frail baby. Once the baby latched on to feed, Gao Yufan raised her head. only to find that Su-da was already gone. How did he manage to leave so fast? Anxiety filled her. That cursed troublemaker better not go bothering Chuyang again. This isn't something that can be forced, and we can't afford to make enemies. Beside her, Diane lowered her head, fiddling with the patched-up edges of her clothes. After a while, she gathered the courage to raise her face and said, "Mom, I want to go to school." Gao Yufan felt a sharp pang in her chest. She wanted her daughter to attend school too, but there wasn't an extra penny to spare in their household. "Diane, your dad is sick, and we really can't come up with the money for tuition. When I'm free, I'll teach you a few characters myself. How about that? But school, not for now." Disappointed, Diane lowered her head and sat down at the doorstep, her small rough hands wringing the corner of her coat. She turned to glance at her mother, unable to hold it in any longer, and buried her face in her knees, sobbing softly. Gao Yufan let out a heavy sigh and sat down beside her, holding the baby closely. "Diane, I'm sorry. I promise, once life's better, I'll send you to school." She gently patted Diane's trembling back, her heart racked with guilt. She was just a little girl and yet took care of her two younger sisters, even gathering pigweed to earn work points in the team. Her maturity was downright heartbreaking. It was this family that had failed her. No, things couldn't continue like this. Relying on others was futile. She needed to find a way to support her family herself. Looking up at the moon, Gao Yufan's gaze gradually hardened. There had to be a way. She refused to believe she couldn't support a family. She, Gao Yufan, was no less capable than a man. Meanwhile, over at the big willow tree at the edge of the village, Su-da, cane in hand, was whispering something to a group of villagers taking a break. Really? Chaoyang actually agreed. He definitely will. Look at his penniless family. If he doesn't marry into Yufan's, no other woman's going to want him. Bah, Su-da, you really have no shame. Do you even hear yourself? Hey, what choice do I have? If I had even the slightest alternative, I wouldn't be trying to bring Chaoyang through the door. What am I supposed to do? Sit around and watch my family of 5 starve? Su-da's face was painted with sorrow, tears forced from his eyes as he used his patched-up sleeve to wipe the redness out of them. I really don't have a choice anymore. We still have to survive somehow. The bystanders, who had initially been amused, sobered up upon hearing this. Every family had its struggles, and no matter how messed up life got, it had to go on. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Su-da took hold of his cane and struggled to his feet, making his way eastward. "Su-da, where are you running off to in the dark? Don't end up falling again." "I'm fine. I'm going to the team leader's house to beg him to extend the loan a few more years. Things will get better once Chaoyang is with us." By the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, I was still groggily lying on the calm when I heard someone yelling loudly from the yard. "Big brother Chaoyang, something terrible's happened." I woke with a start. "Who is it?" Snatching my sweat-soaked shirt and slipping it on, I quickly climbed down from the calm. I glanced toward the south-facing wooden window, its paper plaster keeping me from seeing who was outside. Frustration bubbled up in me. Not having a proper courtyard wall was a real nuisance. Anyone could just barge in whenever they wanted, leaving no privacy. God forbid I wasn't home because of a hunting trip to the Western Highlands. Everything inside might get stolen. No, forget it. I needed to build a mud brick wall soon, at least as a barrier of some sort. I was deep in thought when a tall, slender girl in a pink floral blouse strode straight into the yard. "Brother Chaoyang, Zhang Baozong is about to bring people to tear down your house. You've got to do something." The girl looked about 16 or 17, tall and lanky with twin braids hanging over her shoulders. A youthful energy lit up her face as she wiped the sweat from her brow, visibly flustered. I blinked, recognizing her immediately. It was Jia Yunxiu, the younger sister of my childhood friend, Jia Yunfang. "Zhang Baozong wants to tear down my house." He wouldn't dare. Anger flared inside me. That little punk had been a thorn in my side in my past life. Seemed like it was time for me to settle the score. I grabbed the worn soil gun near the Kong and turned back, puzzled. "Yunxiu, who told you? Why would Zhang Baozong tear my house down out of nowhere?" I didn't remember anything like this happening in my past life. Had the kid gone mad? No. No one told me. Jia Yunxiu fidgeted with her braids and looked down, clearly guilty. I immediately figured it out. "Did your sister send you? What else did she hear?" Yunxiu didn't answer, but instead raised her head with disapproval etched on her face. "Brother Chaoyang, is it true you're marrying into the Su family? Are you really going to fall for Sister Yufan? Wouldn't that betray my sister?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I marry into their family? Who told you that?" Something wasn't adding up. Yesterday, my conversation with Gao Yufan took place in the cornfield. There had been no one else around. This afternoon, when I spoke to Su Dalong, the villagers kept their distance, so it shouldn't have spread. Unless Su's family deliberately spread the word. There's no need to guess their motive. They want to ruin my reputation and force me to join their alliance. I clenched the earth shotgun tightly in my hand, anger rising in my chest like a flame. That's Su Dalong. He's truly out of his mind. Chaoyang brother, are you really not involved? Jia Yunxiu walked around me, eyeing me suspiciously. Of course not. I'm a proper man. How could I get involved with something so shady? I've still got my dignity, you know? I denied it without batting an eye. As for the person I was in my past life, let's just treat that as a dream. This time around, I won't ever wrong myself. Seeing that I didn't seem to be lying, Jia Yunxiu scratched her head and muttered, maybe my sister misheard or misunderstood? Of course, your sister must have heard some stupid rumor. Your sister, that woman, believes everyone else's nonsense but never listens to me. Mentioning Jia Yunfang put a mix of emotions in my heart, complicated, with a hint of anger. If that woman had just held her ground back then, her mother wouldn't have forced her to marry Zhang Baoqing. Everyone knew how cunning old lady Jia was. She cherished her life too much to actually follow through on threats. Chaoyang brother, as long as it's not true, that's a relief. Jia Yunxiu brightened up with joy. I knew it. You earn more than 3,000 work points a year. Sooner or later, you'll save enough to marry a wife. Why would you even consider entering someone else's household? 3,000 work points don't mean much. By the end of the year, it all adds up to barely $100. I laughed bitterly at myself. With just me earning the work points, who knows if I'd manage to save up enough to marry before turning 30. As we were talking, commotion erupted outside. Hurry up, move it. Let's get going. I'll have my dad credit each of you 5 work points, so don't slack off. A man, wearing a blue work cap, a green army jacket, and standing not even 1.7 meters tall, barged into my yard with 3 or 4 others. Zhang Baoqing wore a smug expression. After scanning the area, he turned and shouted, clear out all the cucumber and chili seedlings in the yard. You too, take down the wall, flatten it all by this morning. Captain, can we really do this? Won't we get into trouble? What trouble? Zhang Baoqing sneered. That damn Chao Chaoyang, who doesn't even care about decency, wants to enter Su Daling's household. From now on, his surname won't even be Chao, it'll be Su. Since no one's living here anymore, of course we're flattening it to plant crops. I'm doing this for the team's greater good. Noticing someone inside, he deliberately raised his voice to shout, get on with it. If there's any issue, I'll bear the responsibility. Hearing the racket, Jia Yunxiu and I walked out. Zhang Baoqing froze for a moment when he saw his sister-in-law stepping out of my house. Yunxiu, what are you doing here? I'll be wherever I want. It's none of your business. Nonsense. I'm your brother-in-law and the village militia captain. Of course, it's my business. Zhang Baoqing, clearly agitated, stomped over and grabbed her arm. Hurry up and go home. And from now on, stop associating with Chao Chaoyang. A girl like you, coming to his house, you've got no shame? Let go of me. My business is none of your concern. I'll associate with whoever I want. Jia Yunxiu smacked his hand away. Meanwhile, I had already stepped in front of the 3 militia members. Chao Chaoyang, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Baoqing, humiliated and furious, strode toward me. I stood there holding my earth shotgun, and instead of intimidating him, it seemed to fuel his arrogance. Listen, once you enter the Su household, you'll be one of them. A family gets one house. This one's not yours anymore. What now? You think pointing that gun at us means you can defy the organization? He shoved his face closer to mine, full of provocation. Zhang Dainiu, Su heir, tear it down, tear it to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. With raised pickaxes, Zhang Dainiu and Su heir began hacking at the mud brick walls. The crowd of villagers watching from outside gasped in startlement. Chaoyang brother. Jia Yunxiu was flustered, unsure of what to do. It's fine. I reassured her with a wave of my hand, not the least bit anxious. Although my house looked shabby, dark, and on the verge of collapse, the walls were made of compacted yellow earth. They were sturdy as hell. Tearing them down wasn't going to be so easy. When the men could only knock off a few patches of mud after several swings, I spoke calmly at last. Zhang Baoqing, who said I planned to join Su Daling's household. What? Zhang Baoqing froze. Well, this was news Su Daling himself had delivered to Zhang the previous night. It couldn't possibly be false, right? Are you deaf? My Chaoyang brother said he never had any intention of joining that dolt Su Daling's household. Where did you pick up such nonsense? Jia Yunxiu stood firmly, arms akimbo, radiating defiance. Just then, a woman came rushing into the courtyard, shouting, Stop! Stop! You've got it all wrong. Don't tear anything down anymore. It was Gao Yufan, panting, drenched in sweat. Seeing the men still hammering at my walls, she grew even more anxious. Captain Zhang, really, this is all a misunderstanding. Chaoyang hasn't agreed to join our household. It's all just a big misunderstanding. Make them stop now. A misunderstanding? The onlooking crowd broke into murmurs. Most people had been skeptical, but now that Gao Yufan herself had shown up, they had no doubt. This whole thing was fake news. What Zhang Baoqing was doing, that was just plain bullying. A misunderstanding? Gao Yufan, don't you dare spout nonsense. Zhang Baoqing's face reddened as he listened to the villagers' debates, his anger spiking. Could it be that dimwit Su Dowling had tricked him? Captain Zhang, do you think I'd be unclear when it comes to my own matters? It's just not true. Gao Yufan had no regard for embarrassment as she vehemently denied it. You, Zhang Baoqing pointed at her, at a loss for words. But it was your husband who told me this himself. How could it be fake? My husband isn't all there in the head. He's always babbling nonsense. Why would you believe him? This household, I make the decisions. If I say it's not true, then it's not true. As soon as she finished speaking, Gao Yufan cast an apologetic glance at me. The chaos this morning was entirely her husband's doing. She had no idea how she'd ever face me again. In front of the mud brick house, Daniu and Su II hesitated with their pickaxes in midair, glancing first at Zhang Baoqing and then at Gao Yufan. Neither dared to proceed. Finally unable to contain himself, Zhang Baoqing turned back to me and asked sternly, Chao Chuyang, are you really not planning to join the Su family? I didn't answer Zhang Baoqing. Instead, I darkened my expression, fished out a tube of black gunpowder, and poured it deliberately down the barrel of the shotgun. In full view of everyone, I then shoved a small handful of lead pellets into the muzzle. Finally, I took down the thick iron rod tied to the gun and began tamping the gunpowder and pellets securely into place. Hiss! The villagers watching from the sides drew in their breaths and instinctively stepped back. Out in the countryside, earth shotguns could be scarier than rifles. At close range, a bullet from a rifle might leave just a hole, but an earth shotgun? That thing could blow someone to the death. Shut up. The scolding voice of the older woman faded as she dragged her daughter further from the courtyard. The yard had quieted again after their departure, but I couldn't help feeling a pang of bitterness. The words would have been my brother-in-law, stung more than the summer heat on my back. Still, I held it in. Hardship had taught me better than to wallow in things that were already out of reach. I turned back to the tasks at hand. The few remaining men, covered in mud and sweat, continued to mix the clay under my watchful eye. Looking at the yellowish piles forming in the center of the yard, I couldn't deny there was a small sense of satisfaction brewing. Life may still be rough, but for today, for this moment, I'd taken some control back. It wasn't a lot, just a few clumps of dirt, a battered house, a pen, and a half-hearted apology, but it was mine. And for now, that was enough. The sun hung high above us, relentless and unyielding. Come on, I called over to the men who were dragging their feet. You wanted lunch, didn't you? Finish mixing, and we'll eat. They grumbled, but kept at it, their mumbles underscoring the quiet resolve that had settled among us. Rebuilding your home wasn't just about the walls and roof overhead. It was about reclaiming your place, your footing, in a world that seemed far too keen to keep you down. Where's the debt? If you keep talking nonsense, ouch. Watching the mother and daughter walk away, a complex mix of emotions swirled in my heart. In the past, I treated Aunt Jia like my own mother. I kept only enough grain to survive, giving the rest to the Jia family. The wages I earned from labor were all spent on her medical treatment. But who would have thought she could do something like that? Now, I feel no closeness to her, only hatred. Brother Chuyang, regret it yet? I told you long ago that old Granny Jia looks down on the poor and fawns over the rich, but you wouldn't believe me. Su Luzi, the village gossip, started stirring up trouble again. I heard Zhang Baoqing gave her quite a dowry, enough to buy a radio that needs not just money but extra ration tickets. If I were her, I'd pick him too. Get back to work. I glared at him. This man was always quick to poke at someone else's scars. Tisk. Su Luzi picked up a handful of wheat straw and casually tossed it onto the mud pile. Could you spread it out evenly? Who works as sloppily as you? I used a shovel to scatter the straw around and mixed it all in thoroughly. Mud bricks strengthened by wheat straw would last longer. These were for our own use, so we couldn't afford to cut corners. Zhang Daniu didn't mind getting dirty. He scooped up a lump of yellow mud, slammed it into the wooden mold, pressed it down firmly, and scraped off the excess with a bamboo strip. Then, he lifted the mold and flipped it onto the open ground. A perfect mud brick, freshly made and neatly lined up. Sprinkling a bit of dry soil, he got ready to start again. Looking at the rows of mud bricks, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Once dried, they'd be sturdy enough to use as bricks in construction. Suair, look at how efficient Daniu is. Then look at yourself. You really live up to your nickname. I taunted. What's the use of being efficient? He still can't earn enough to get married. His parents are worrying themselves to death. Just the other day, they asked me to help introduce someone to him. If I managed to find myself a woman, I'd have married long ago. Su Luzi was the type who could turn one word into a full tirade. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he stopped messing with the straw, clapped the dirt off his hands, and sidled up to me. Brother Chuyang, are you really not planning to marry into my elder brother's family? Do you want a beating? I swung my mud-covered shovel at him. Oh, no, no. I was just asking. He dodged quickly. After a while, he snuck back, this time more cautiously. You know, since you're not joining my brother's family, could you at least put in a word for me? Let me take your place? After all, I am his real younger brother. Shouldn't the benefits stay within the family? He even dared to plaster a greasy grin across his face. I couldn't help but let out a laugh from sheer anger. Am I the one making that decision? Get lost. Sis-in-law's head drooped as he trudged away, dejected. Come back here. You're not done yet. Patch up the cracks in that wall before you leave. My sister-in-law never shows me a friendly face. For all she knows, we're family. Shouldn't she think of her husband's younger brother first when looking for someone to team up with? My brother, too, doesn't spare a thought for me. Grumbling, Sis-in-law picked up a small trowel, scooped some mud, and began patching the walls. Complaining was typical for him. He didn't care about partnerships or shared work. He just wanted to snag a woman, whatever it took. I'm 23 this year, 24 by reckoning, nearly 25, and practically 26. Soon I'll hit 27, and I still haven't even gotten a taste of what it's like to be with a woman. If I can't get into my brother's house, I'll end up single forever. The more he talked, the more pitiful he sounded. His hunched figure, combined with his skinny frame, made him look every bit the part of the village loafer. Su'er, knock it off already. I finally interrupted, unable to listen anymore. You don't understand. You might have dated Jia Yunfang before, but when it comes to knowing women, you've got nothing on me. A man without a woman might as well have wasted his life. The group of bachelors in the courtyard grew visibly dispirited at his words, their work slowing down. All right. Quit yapping and just mix the mud already. I seized his trowel and shoved him aside. Seeing the lack of motivation spreading among the others, I began giving encouragement. Don't be like Su'er, always talking about women but doing nothing. Laziness won't even keep a roof over your head. What woman would want to be with that? If you truly want to marry, earn more work points, and build a good household. Forget scheming for shortcuts. That's not what real men do. Those shortcuts come with their own set of troubles that you might not even be aware of. I sighed, sounding like some wise veteran. People looking in from the outside only saw the benefits of shortcuts, not the hardships that came with them. Easy for you to say. Who doesn't want to earn more work points? Sis-in-law puffed out his chest, began counting on his fingers, and spoke up loudly. Breaking your back as a laborer only gets you 10 points a day. By the end of the year, that's just a few measly pennies. What's the point? Better to take it easy like me. Eat less, loaf around, and live stress-free. He stretched lazily and scooped up some water from the pail for mud mixing. His voice had grown hoarse from his morning of chatter, and the hydration seemed to hit the spot. Then what? You don't care about women anymore? The way you are now, even the girls pulling millet wouldn't take a second look at you. Sis-in-law opened his mouth, but found no rebuttal. His head sank lower as he tossed aside the ladle and plopped himself onto the ground, thoroughly sulking. I sighed, helpless, and shook my head. In the last lifetime, Sis-in-law had lived just like this, staying a bachelor until the end. By his own admission, he truly believed his life had been wasted. But he was right about one thing. Farming didn't earn real money in these times. You could barely keep from starving. We've got to find some side jobs to make ends meet. I mused aloud, not really expecting an audience. I scooped some yellow mud and slapped it onto the wall. As I went to smooth it out, I looked up and realized Su'er and the rest of the workers in the courtyard were all staring at me, their curiosity plainly written on their faces. Brother Chaiyong, what kind of side business are you thinking about? If it pays, don't leave us out. As long as it's not illegal, we'll follow your lead. Su'er rubbed his hands together eagerly, his face lit up with hope. Even Zhang Daniyu, usually the quiet one, paused his work, wiped some sweat away, and looked at me expectantly. My heart skipped a beat. Nothing serious. I was just talking nonsense. I said hastily and retreated with my bucket of mud to the back of the house. Sis-in-law's mouth was a megaphone. The whole village knew he loved to spread gossip. If he learned I was planning to head west to the highlands to hunt, the entire village would know before the day was out. If things didn't go as planned, I didn't want the rumors to get ahead of me. Hey, Brother Chaiyong. Su'er tried to chase me down, but I didn't give away a single detail. With no other choice, he slunk back to the mud mix, moping. By noon, I'd finished patching the mud brick house. The fresh yellow mud streaked across it like scars, making the house look even more ragged. But to me, it was satisfactory. Meanwhile, the group in the courtyard had churned out a good number of bricks. The open space was now nearly filled. Feeling the time was right, I cooked up a pot of sorghum rice and prepared a side of cucumber. Seeing as everyone had worked hard, I borrowed 2 eggs from third sister-in-law next door to make scrambled eggs with chives, a rare treat for any meal. As soon as I brought the dishes to the table, the group dove in like a pack of hungry wolves. I shouldered a carrying pole, ready to head up to the plateau. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and there was a hint of chill in the air, The white breath I exhaled dissipated instantly in the morning light. Up early, Brother Chuyang? Where are you headed? Zhang Daniyu passed by from the field on the other side, yawning lazily. The plateau. I replied briefly, continuing on my way. He rubbed his eyes, paused for a moment, and only after a while did it sink in. You're really going? Do you really think you're some kind of seasoned hunter now? I ignored him and kept walking. After just a few steps, he muttered again. That place is so dangerous. If a bear swats you with one paw, you'll be flat on the ground in no time. Stop your nonsense. It's early in the morning, and your intentions aren't pure, I retorted coldly, though I wasn't the least bit swayed by his words. As far as I was concerned, if you have a goal, just go for it. No need to listen to others nagging. The path gradually became more difficult to traverse, and I could feel the carrying pole on my shoulders growing heavier. But my experiences over the past few years have taught me that if you want to live well, you have to work harder than others. Once I crossed this plateau, I know deep down that what's reserved for the brave is waiting for me. The sun rose, its rays bathing me in light. I adjusted the balance of the carrying pole on my shoulders, gazed at the undulating mountains ahead, and grinned. The road ahead is still long, but this leg of mine is as steady as ever. Carrying 2 empty buckets, I headed to the village well to fetch water, preparing to water the cucumber and pepper seedlings in my yard. Thankfully, I acted in time yesterday and stopped Su-er and his gang from uprooting the seedlings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any fresh vegetables to eat for the next 2 months. Chuyang-ji, I heard you're planning to go hunting in the Western Plateau. At the sound of that cheerful, crisp voice, I didn't even need to turn around to know it was Jia Yunxiu. Yeah, I want to catch some game and save up some money. Are you here to talk me out of it as well? I turned back and saw the little girl's face brimming with excitement, as if something highly amusing had just happened. She had no intentions of dissuading me whatsoever. All right, I overthought it. Chuyang-ji, how about taking me along? She fiddled with her braided pigtails as she leaned in closer. I'm going hunting, not playing house. That's the high-altitude grasslands we're talking about, with wolves, bears, and snow leopards. I'm not scared, and I know it's not just a game. She interrupted me, clenching her small fists and flexing her arm. A tiny bulge appeared on her fair-skinned arm, showing off the bit of muscle she had. Take me with you. I'm strong. I couldn't help but laugh. This girl spent her days doing farm work, so she was indeed strong. But heading to the plateau, no way. All right, stop fooling around. If I really took you with me, your mother would go mad with anger. She might even report me to the commune and have me arrested. Don't get me into trouble. Immediately, her face fell. She muttered something under her breath, and seeing that I kept quiet and focused on watering, she drooped her head and left unwillingly. Not long after, the village bell clanged. Time for work. I plucked a cucumber and, chewing on it, headed toward the brigade headquarters. The open space in front of the brigade office was already packed with people. On the platform stood Zhang Hushan, the brigade leader, puffing on his long pipe and assigning tasks. Though in his 50s, he was lean and efficient. Team 1, clear the wild grass to the east of the village. Don't leave any patches uncut along the field edges. Team 2, go to the western side to fetch water and irrigate the fields. It hasn't rained these past few days, and if the drought persists, it'll affect the yield. Our production team in Keojiawa village had over 100 people, divided into 3 smaller teams. Zhang Hushan personally led about 50 people in Team 1, while Teams 2 and 3 had more than 30 members each. I belong to Team 3. With autumn harvest season approaching, the old grass on the hillside has also matured. Team 3, forget other tasks for today. Go harvest the old grass. 20 pounds equals 1 work point. Zhang Hushan took another puff from his pipe before turning to Team 3's leader. Baoyang, make sure the work points are recorded accurately. No mistakes. Once the grass is brought back, organize people to decompose it in the pond. Cover it tightly with silt. No slacking. Zhang Baoyang nodded in agreement. By the way, Zhang Hushan suddenly said, his voice turning stern, I've heard someone from our team is planning to start a personal sideline business and go hunting in the Western Plateau. As soon as he finished speaking, all the villagers turned to look at me in unison. News about my plan to go hunting had spread throughout the entire team during the morning. In these times, with no television and barely even radios in the homes of a few cadre families, people entertained themselves by gossiping. This love for spreading rumors had persisted even to modern times. I wasn't surprised by their gazes. I had anticipated it. After I had taught Zhang Baoqing a lesson yesterday, it was no surprise his father, Zhang Hushan, would seize the chance to stir up trouble today. Such nonsense. Zhang Hushan raised his pipe skyward, his expression serious. Let me make this clear. Autumn harvest season is upon us. If anyone disrupts the work in the fields and jeopardizes the yield, I'll deduct their work points. He took another puff, his eyes narrowing as they landed on me. His tone became increasingly sarcastic. Our team's sideline ventures haven't even taken off yet, and now someone thinks they can manage it on their own? Do they really think running a sideline business is that simple? Ridiculous ignorance. Below the platform, I felt a surge of irritation. This old man sure had the gall to talk. Our Kyojiawa village had such a favorable environment, yet it remained poor. The village was full of unmarried bachelors who couldn't afford wives, and it was all because of Zhang Hushan. A few years ago, Lichkio commune sparked a sideline business boom, with production teams competing to venture into different trades: basket weaving, poultry farming, watermelon cultivation. The neighboring brigade even built a brick kiln to make bricks. Within a year, they prospered. Last year, each work point there was worth 80 cents. And what about Kyojiawa? 10 work points here were only worth 25 cents, 55 cents less than theirs. The same work points were more valuable elsewhere. Whose fault was that? Of course, it was the brigade leader's fault. Back then, when everyone else was bustling with excitement, Zhang Hushan scoffed and clung stubbornly to farming alone. When the others got rich, he panicked and led our team into trying sideline projects, only for everything to fall into chaos. Not only did the sideline business fail, but our crops suffered too. By the year end, our work points were worth even less. And now, he still had the audacity to stand up there and mock me. You youngsters these days have no sense of the bigger picture. If anyone truly thinks they are capable, they should step up and become the sideline team leader, instead of daydreaming about unrealistic ideas all day. Hearing this, I perked up. Sideline team leader. Now that was an opportunity. I had seen the future and knew the direction for development. If anyone could lead Kyojiawa in establishing successful sideline enterprises, it was me. No one else had as much confidence as I did. Besides, after enduring Zhang Hushan's ridicule for so long, my temper had flared up as well. Sooner or later, I'd have to settle scores with the Zhang family. Why not fight for it right now? If I could become the sideline team leader, my voice would carry weight in the village. It would mean everything. Then, even if I wanted to leave in the future, no one would dare hinder me. With that thought, I raised my hand instantly. Brigade leader, do you mean what you just said? What did I say? Zhang Hushan frowned, puzzled. That whoever has the ability can become the sideline team leader. Do your words hold true? I looked him straight in the eye, a naive smile plastered across my face. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. My declaration to run for sideline team leader was like throwing a stone into still waters, causing an immediate uproar. In the crowd, Gao Yufan stared at me intently, as if she no longer knew who I was. In the past, I had been honest and soft-natured. Now, I was exuding confidence and determination. Her cheeks turned pink, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look again. On stage, Zhang Baoqing immediately jumped out. Xiao Chaoyang, my father's words always count. But you? You think you can become the sideline team leader? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you deserve it? To him, anyone but me was acceptable for the role. I wasn't angered. Instead, I smiled and replied, Comrade Zhang Baoqing, if even you can serve as the militia team leader, I believe I'm more than qualified for the sideline team. I turned to Zhang Hushan, waiting for his response. You, Baoqing, enough? Zhang Hushan gestured for his son to stop and turned back to me. In front of the entire crowd of villagers, he let out a cold snort. Don't just talk big. Anyone can try, but being the sideline team leader is no simple matter. If you mess it up, there'll be political consequences to bear. I wasn't fazed. Fine, as long as your words hold true, that's enough for me. With that, I stepped aside and fell silent. Zhang Hushan gave me a long, hard look, but clearly had no mood to continue with the meeting. All right, go to work, all of you. Team 1, follow me. With a darkened expression, he led the group away. Zhang Baoqing, still unconvinced, shot me a glare before stalking off after him. His dad had passed away. Members of the second and third teams were still animatedly discussing the big event. It had been a long time since anything this significant happened in Kyojiawa. If a sideline production team was officially established, people would definitely have to be chosen from among the 3 teams. Most people didn't believe I had what it took. I was too young and had never accomplished anything noteworthy. Second team, grab your shoulder poles and buckets and follow me to Hushi. The second team leader said, shaking his head as he led his group away. Only the members of the third team were left in the open space. Chaoyang, do you really want to be the sideline team leader? This isn't a joke. If you don't do well, you'll be held accountable and your work points will be deducted. Yeah, think it through carefully. Though we were all from the same team, they all seemed to view me favorably. Gao Yufan also looked at me with a worried expression. I was just saying, the position of sideline team leader hasn't even been decided yet. Chaoyang, don't be modest. If you have an idea, go for it boldly. I support you. Zhang Baoyang, the third team leader, patted me on the shoulder. Although he was distantly related to Zhang Hushan, his fairness and impartiality made him well respected in our team. Accountant Chao also approached, asking seriously, Chaoyang, have you really made up your mind? Yes, I nodded firmly. Seeing the concern on my third uncle's face, I quickly reassured him. Don't worry, third uncle. I have a plan. I won't act recklessly. I believe in you, Chuyang. The work assigned to the third team today was cutting old grass, a hard and thankless task. The grass near the village had long been nibbled bare by cattle and sheep, with even the remaining bits cleared out. To earn enough work points, we'd have to venture farther, to the uncultivated hills. Equipped with sickles and ropes, the team members headed toward the southern ridge of the village. Gao Yufan glanced at me before walking over voluntarily. Chaoyang, I know of a place where the grass grows thick, though it's a bit far. Want to come with me? I hesitated for a moment. Thinking we could cut more grass and earn enough work points faster, I nodded and agreed. Sister-in-law Yufan, why don't we call a couple more people? It might be a bit inappropriate with just the two of us. I was worried about how it might look. There's enough grass on that slope for just the two of us. If you don't want to, forget it, Gao Yufan said angrily. She tightened her grip on her sickle and rope, shot me a glare, and stormed off. Hey, sister-in-law, Yufan. I hesitated for a moment before chasing after her. We walked for over 20 minutes to the southern ridge, left the main group behind, and continued east for another mile or so. Finally, we reached a sunny, steep slope. Just as she had said, the grass here was lush. Shrubs and thorns dotted the area, and at the top of the slope stood locust trees taller than a person. It was my first time coming here. Seeing so much grass, I immediately bent down and started cutting. Clearing an area revealed stones of all shapes and sizes. I felt a bit disappointed. There were too many stones and the soil layer was too shallow. Otherwise, this could have been a good piece of land for cultivation. The sun climbed higher in the sky. We were both drenched in sweat, our clothes soaked through, but neither of us stopped working. Collecting 20 pounds of grass earned just one work point, and we still had to carry the load 5 or 6 miles back to the production team. It wasn't easy, and there was no time to waste. After working for more than another hour, we cleared out a large section and uncovered some wild grapevines. Seeing the vines, Gao Yufan smiled. She stood up, wiped her sweat, and picked some ripe grapes, then walked toward me. Chaoyang, take a break. I picked some wild grapes for you to try. Wild grapes. Exhausted, I set down my sickle and turned to look. Today, she wore a lightweight, light green jacket over a pale white tank top. The weather was scorching, and she had already undone her top buttons. Her sweat-soaked undershirt clung tightly to her figure, outlining her curves. Chaoyang, try some, she said, tucking her hair behind her ear and flashing a radiant smile. Thank you, sister-in-law. I took a deep breath and turned my head away. For some reason, I found Yufan more beautiful now than I remembered her being in my past life. I dared not think further. Taking the grapes, I picked a fully ripened purple one and popped it into my mouth, biting down. The sour astringency instantly overwhelmed my taste buds. I quickly spat it out. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Ha ha ha. Gao Yufan laughed so hard she bent over, clutching her stomach. I looked at her, feeling exasperated. Sometimes, sister-in-law could be so childish. I cautiously tried another ripe one. Mentally prepared this time, I still found the sourness nearly unbearable. These grapes were clearly unsuitable for eating raw, but they could probably be used for winemaking. I silently noted this and decided to try it later. If successful, it could be a potential source of income for the sideline team. After laughing, her face turned serious, an expression of guilt spreading across her features. Chaoyang, I'm really sorry about the situation with Dumb Su. It ended up making you offend Zhang Baoqing and his son. I truly apologize. Sister-in-law Yufan, it's not your fault, I said, shaking my head. Su Darren was Su Darren, and she was herself. They were two separate matters. Chaoyang, Dumb didn't mean to do it. I interrupted her. Sister-in-law, let's get back to cutting grass. If we work a little more, we can head back before the grass wilts and loses weight in the sun. With that, I buried my head in my work again. My conflict with Su Darren wasn't something that could be resolved with a simple apology. Gao Yufan opened her mouth, her face full of helplessness. After sighing, she also returned to work. At 20 pounds per work point, she needed to harvest 200 pounds just to meet the 10 work point standard for strong laborers. She had 5 mouths to feed on her own and could only work herself to the bone. The two of us worked without rest until around 11 in the morning. We had cut all the grass on the slope and tied it into bundles. Seeing the time, I asked sister-in-law to move to the base of the slope while I stood at the top, pushing the bundles down one by one. What came next was the most exhausting part, carrying the grass back to the production team for weighing. The distance between here and the team's meeting point was 4 or 5 miles, all through rugged mountain terrain. Even walking empty-handed would take half an hour, let alone carrying such large bundles of grass. It wouldn't be easy. Sister-in-law Yufan, you shouldn't carry so much. Lighten your load a bit. I'm fine. I can manage. Chaoyang, pile it on. She bent forward, already bearing a large bundle on her back, but she insisted I add more. After putting in so much effort to cut this much, not carrying it back would be a complete waste. Sweat poured down her face like rain as she gritted her teeth and held on. Hurry up, Chuyang. I had no choice but to lift another large bundle and place it on her back. She was now like a walking mountain of grass, the weight nearly as much as her entire body. Clutching the ropes tightly, she trudged step by laborious step toward the team, every movement painstaking. Watching her, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Sister-in-law Yufin was truly a remarkable woman. What a pity, Sai. I secured my own bundle and followed her. One in front, one behind, we stopped to rest several times on the way. After nearly an hour, we finally reached the main road leading to the team's base. By then, both of us were completely drained. By the manure pit on the Hushi riverbank, many third team members had already returned and were busy weighing their grass. Chao Erman, 80 pounds. Lu Tsuehua, 65 pounds. Zhang Fuguei, 93 pounds. The third team leader was recording the weights in his notebook when he looked up and saw, in the distance, two large mounds of grass slowly approached, causing a stir among everyone watching. The workers nearby were equally astonished. Such massive piles of grass, someone exclaimed. This has to be the most anyone has gathered this morning. Looks like nearly 100 caddies. Amazing. Su'er, you've got sharp eyes. Take a closer look. Who is that? Who else could it be? Chao Chuyang and my sister-in-law. Seeing the two of us walk so closely together, Su'er clenched his fists tightly, itching to rush over and give me a beating. But when he remembered the harsh words his sister-in-law had told him last night, his anger was replaced by a deep sense of frustration. She would rather team up with an outsider than choose him. Oh no. Quick, someone help Yufin with her load. A few middle-aged women hurried over, helping her ease the bundle of grass off her back. Gao Yufin's face was pale as a sheet, and she had lost feeling in her lower back. As soon as the burden left her shoulders, she toppled over onto the grass pile, panting heavily as if she might collapse. I was slightly better off than her. After taking a deep breath, I bent my shoulders and let my own bundle of grass tumble to the ground. Wiping the sweat off my brow, I scanned the area and saw Su'er standing there with a water canteen slung around his neck. I walked over and grabbed it without a second thought. Hey, Chao Chuyang, give that back. It's mine, Su'er yelled. I couldn't be bothered to respond. I unscrewed the lid and handed the canteen to Gao Yufin. Sister-in-law Yufin, drink some water quickly. She had been drenched in sweat throughout the journey, and I was genuinely concerned that she might pass out if she didn't rehydrate soon. Teach, thank you, she stammered after catching her breath. Taking the canteen, she tilted her head back and drank deeply. After a long moment, she finally put the canteen down, wiped her mouth, and looked with satisfaction at the mountain of grass they'd just offloaded. She felt a deep sense of accomplishment. She handed the canteen back to me with a smile. Chuyang, this water tastes really sweet. Of course it's sweet. I added a pinch of sugar to it. Sister-in-law, that canteen's actually mine. If you're going to thank anyone, thank me, not some outsider. Su'er scowled and snatched the canteen out of my hand, shooting me a glare. Chao Chuyang, this time I'll let it slide because it was for my sister-in-law. But if you ever try to snatch my canteen again, I'll fight you to the death. I just laughed, unfazed by his empty threats. Seeing that Gao Yufin had recovered, I hoisted my bundle of grass and carried it over to the weighing area. Sangu, weigh this for me, I said. Chuyang, you've really harvested a lot this morning, Zhang Baoyang said, clicking his tongue in amazement. Harvesting so much grass in just one morning, then carrying it all back in one trip, was no small feat. He directed two other workers to bind the grass and lift it onto the scale. 122 caddies, he announced once the scale balanced. A collective gasp arose, followed by expressions of astonishment and envy from my fellow workers. Chuyang, you're something else. That's at least 6 work points for the morning alone. If you keep this up in the afternoon, you'll definitely earn more than 10 points today. Probably 12, at least. Where did you cut all that grass? Tell us. Nowhere special. Just over by the southern ridge, I said vaguely, playing dumb. In truth, the area wasn't hard to find. It was just far away. The real question was who had the willingness to make the journey. Captain, weigh mine next, Gao Yufin said eagerly, her anticipation written all over her face. I stepped forward to lend her a hand. Gao Yufin, 98 caddies, Zhang Baoyang declared. She frowned slightly, disappointed to have fallen just shy of the 100 mark. Sangu, take 2 caddies from my haul and add it to my sister-in-law's total, I said. Chuyang, that's really not necessary. She tried to protest, waving her hands hurriedly. Sister-in-law, you're the one who showed me the spot to cut grass. It's only fair, I said, nodding to Zhang Baoyang to record it before heading over to sit under a willow tree. The trek back from the southern ridge had left me thoroughly exhausted, and I needed to rest as soon as possible. Over by the compost pit, Zhang Baoyang and the others had finished weighing the grass and were busy creating fertilizer. They spread the grass evenly across the pit and covered it with a thick layer of silt. In the summer heat, it would turn into nutrient-rich compost in just over a month. Watching all this from beneath the tree, I couldn't help but think how tedious it was. In a few years, once chemical fertilizers became widespread, life would be much easier. Relying solely on organic fertilizer, no matter how hard we worked, there was never enough food to eat. This life was truly tough. Chaoyang, be honest. What's really going on between you and my sister-in-law? Do you have feelings for her? Su-er suddenly appeared behind me, his chatter relentless. By now it was high noon. The scorching sun hung directly overhead, and most of the workers had gone home for lunch after finishing their work in the fields. On the dirt trail leading to the small river, it was just the two of us. I let out a yawn, too tired to argue with him. Heaven knows what had gotten into this guy, but I wasn't in the mood to engage. We reached the river, and finding no one else around, I stripped off my clothes and dove in. The water was refreshingly clear, with small fish darting back and forth. It only came up to my chest. A few little minnows even swam up to nip at my backside. Laughing, I swatted them away, suddenly struck by a craving. I imagined frying them in a pan with oil. How delicious they'd be. Unfortunately, there was barely a layer of oil left in the bottle at home, not even enough to fry fish. I'd have to wait until I caught some marmots and rendered their fat before I could indulge. As I splashed around, rubbing myself clean, I glanced down at my reflection in the water and thought, not bad, it's a decent build. After a while, I called out to Su-er on the bank, hey, toss me my clothes. I need to wash them real quick. Chaoyang, answer me. What's the deal with you and my sister-in-law? If you don't tell me, I'll take your clothes and leave, he threatened, clutching my clothes as tears welled up in his eyes. Ever since he found out that his sister-in-law was looking for a partner to share the burden of work, Su-er's heart had burned with hope. But her cold, indifferent attitude had poured a basin of ice water over his dreams. Su-er, are you done? I already swore. I want nothing to do with this partnering up business for the rest of my life. And let's be honest, with how scrawny you are, you can't even earn as many work points as sister-in-law Yufan. Why would she let you into her home? What I said was the truth. Just earlier, she had managed to carry close to 100 caddies of grass, shouldering her load for miles. With that kind of resilience, someone weaker than her didn't stand a chance. I glanced at Su-er once more, his lanky frame resembling a skinny bamboo stalk, and shook my head. It's none of your business, he shouted, throwing my clothes down angrily before storming off. That guy was a piece of work, turning his frustration at being rejected by her onto me. I chuckled to myself, picked up my clothes, scrubbed them clean, wrung them out, and headed home. After a quick nap in the afternoon, I returned to the southern ridge at the Chaoyang slope. Gao Yufan had arrived before me, with 2 large bundles of grass already resting by her side. Seeing me approach, she stood upright, wiped the sweat from her brow, and smiled. Chaoyang, this bundle is for you, to repay the 2 caddies of grass you gave me at noon. Then, without waiting for my response, she bent down and got back to work. I didn't argue and picked up my sickle to get started. By then, a breeze had picked up, making the afternoon more bearable. After a few hours of hard labor, I'd gathered enough grass to meet my quota, and I paused to take a break. Apart from wild grass, this slope also had stalks of a plant called mountain canes, tough shoots that stood around 70 or 80 centimeters tall. These were valuable. Their roots were medicinal, and the dried stalks could be woven into weatherproof mats. Just as it happened, my family was planning to build an earthen wall, so I figured I'd harvest more of these to use as a makeshift rain cover. Earthen walls were particularly vulnerable to erosion from rainwater. Chaoyang, why are you cutting these mountain canes? Gao Yufan asked. I'm planning to dry them out and use them to cover the courtyard wall, I replied. Upon hearing this, she immediately came over to lend a hand. Sister-in-law, it's fine. You should rest. I can handle this by myself. It's no trouble. Don't be so formal with your sister-in-law, she said cheerfully. I watched her busily at work and sighed quietly to myself. If only my brother-in-law's wife were single, without that extra baggage. Such a woman really made people envious. The two of us spent over half an hour cutting grass, spreading it out to dry on the slope. The day was getting late, so we hoisted the grass onto our backs and headed home. On the road, we came across 3 other groups of members from the commune. Each of them carried grass on their backs, but none as much as the 2 of us. By the compost pit, Captain Zhang Baoyang of the 3rd team was meticulously calculating the labor points. Lu Tsuehua, 142 pounds, record 7 labor points. Chao Erman, 165 pounds, 8 labor points. The commune members sitting around listened intently. When their names were called, they did a quick mental calculation and smiled if the numbers lined up. Those who had cut less mumbled about bad luck, refusing to admit to slacking off. Unmarried young men and women, in particular, were terrified of being labeled lazy. If word spread, getting married would become difficult. Take Su Erlazi. Even his sister-in-law, who had helped him out of pity, wouldn't consider him. Gao Yufeng, 100 pounds in the afternoon, plus another 100 pounds at noon, record 10 labor points. Under the willow tree, Gao Yufeng beamed with joy amidst the group of women. This was the first time in her life she earned 10 labor points, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. Everyone around looked at her with admiration. 10 labor points were typically only achievable for the strongest laborers. In her effort to support her family, she had truly worked herself to the bone. Chao Chiang, 125 pounds, plus 120 pounds at noon, record 12 labor points. Chao Chiang has turned in the most grass today from our third team. Everyone should learn from comrade Chao Chiang. As soon as the words were spoken, applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. I watched, feeling a bit dazed. A few years from now, when the fields were divided among families, this kind of atmosphere would disappear. After calculating the labor points, Zhang Baoliang took out the little red book and began giving a political lesson to the members. Midway through, Zhang Hushan arrived. He requested the work log and deliberately glanced at my name. Seeing 12 labor points written alongside it, he left without saying a word. I watched him silently, a sense of unease creeping into my heart. Being under the watchful eye of the brigade leader was not a good thing. It seemed I needed to put more effort into my sideline occupation and aim for the position of secondary team leader. Only by becoming a cadre in the team could I avoid being easily bullied. At the Su family's doorway, Chaiyang, I really owe you one today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have managed to stack the grass pile. Sister-in-law, no need to be so polite. I should thank you for helping me cut the mountain stalks. No, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have earned 10 labor points today. Come on, let's not be so formal with each other. I'd best be off. Gao Yufeng brushed her hair off her forehead and watched me walk away with a smile on her face. It seemed she hadn't misjudged. Chao Chiang truly was a good person. What a pity he didn't wish to step through her door. Nearby, Su Erlazi watched the scene play out, his whole demeanor deflated. Seeing his sister-in-law about to head inside, he quickly followed. Su Er, what do you want? Gao Yufeng turned back, displeased, barring the doorway. Sister-in-law, can I visit my big brother's home for no reason? Pushing past her, Su Er barged in and headed straight for his brother. Brother, my sister-in-law is getting too close to that Chao Chuyang. Today, the two of them went off to cut grass alone, not even joining anyone else. Su Daluozi, sitting by the stove tending the fire, was sweating profusely. He wiped his bald head with a rag, but stayed silent. Brother, on the way back, the two of them were chatting and laughing. I saw how happy my sister-in-law looked. Who knows, maybe she's taken a liking to him. Su Daluozi frowned, but remained silent. Inside the room, Gao Yufeng was nursing the baby. Hearing this, she nearly exploded with anger. Handing the baby to their eldest daughter, she stormed out. Su Er, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? I earned 10 labor points today, all thanks to Chao Chiang's help. And he's an outsider. You, as my brother-in-law, are of no help whatsoever, and now you're making accusations? I spit on you. Get out of my house, right now. Su Er immediately ducked behind his brother. Look, brother, see how she's reacting? She's mad because I hit the mark. You, Su Daluozi panted heavily, waving his hand dismissively at his wife. Yufeng, let it go. The younger brother has no filter. It's not worth arguing. Spit. You keep defending him. He's the way he is because you spoil him. Hands on her hips, Gao Yufeng jabbed a finger at Su Er. And since your brother's here, let me be clear. Give up on the idea of marrying me. I earned 10 labor points today. How many did you earn? Let me make it plain. I don't have my eyes on you. From now on, I'll support this family myself, no matter how hard or tiring it is. But don't you dare dream of marrying into this household. Having said her piece, she turned and went back inside. Su Er stood rooted behind his brother, dumbfounded. After a long moment, he wailed out loud. Su Daluozi sighed but offered no comfort. Instead, he urged, Younger brother, you've upset your sister-in-law. Go home now. And don't ever mention wanting to marry in again. If you bring it up, I'll be mad too. Brother, could I at least have dinner before I leave? The potatoes in the pot are almost done, Su Er said, rubbing his eyes and sneaking a glance into the pot. His home was cold and empty, with not a bite to eat. If he could mooch a meal here, he would. Younger brother, we didn't account for you when making dinner. There's just enough for the kids and your sister-in-law. Brother, that's fine. I can make do with a little, Su Er said, crouching by the pot, refusing to leave. Su Erlazi, you wretched thing. My family can barely put food on the table. My 3 girls don't even have enough to eat, and you dare to come here for free meals? Get out. Gao Yufeng stormed to the door, baby in her arms, and began berating him. The sight of him made her even angrier. And you think you can hold a candle to Chao Chaoyang? He earns 12 labor points a day. You can't even compare. Just look at yourself. Completely useless. Chao Chaoyang this. Chao Chaoyang that. That's all you ever talk about. Wah. Su-er grew more irritated the more he thought about it. Compared to Chao Chaoyang, well, he was a far cry indeed. You just like him because he's good looking. But he doesn't even like you. So stop dreaming, sister-in-law. Gao Yufeng grabbed a kitchen knife and chased after Su-er. Startled, he bolted out the door. After running a few steps, he begrudgingly returned to lift the pot lid, grabbing 2 piping hot potatoes despite the heat. Hey, younger brother, put those back. Su Daozi grabbed his crutch, ready to give chase. Curse you, you troublemaker. Gao Yufeng, baby in one arm, could only chase him a few steps before resorting to throwing the knife at him in frustration. The knife flew past Su-er and sank deeply into the ground. Su-er froze in shock, half a potato in his mouth. Swallowing it quickly, he turned and cried, "Sister-in-law, you're too cruel. From now on, you're no longer welcome in my home," she shouted at his retreating figure as he ran. Gao Yufeng chased after him all the way to the courtyard gate. "Su-er, if you ever step into my house again, I'll chop you up." She bent down to grab the kitchen knife and stormed back into the courtyard. "Yukai, just look at what your brother has done. Is this something a decent human being would do?" Sigh. Su Delingzi let out a long sigh and sat down helplessly. But remembering the words his brother had just said, he couldn't shake off the discomfort in his heart. Chao Chaoyang refused to enter their house, yet he stayed so close to his wife. A strong sense of crisis arose inside him. He feared that his wife would become emotionally attached to Chao Chaoyang and, in the end, abandon him. After dinner, the two of them lay on the heated brick bed. Su Delingzi couldn't sleep no matter how hard he tried. He glanced at his wife under the moonlight, then reached out to wake her up. "Yufeng, you should keep some distance from Chao Chaoyang from now on. Otherwise, it won't look good." "Ah." Gao Yufeng was stunned. "Yukai Su, what are you even saying? What do you mean it won't look good? Back then, weren't you the one begging me to find him? And now you're blaming me." "Yufeng, it's just that Chao Chaoyang stubbornly refuses to step into the house. You'd better stay away from him." Gao Yufeng didn't reply. She turned over, her back to him, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. What does her husband truly think of her, anyway? I cut the old grass for 4 days straight. On the second day, sister-in-law Yufeng stopped working with me. I was a little surprised, but didn't think much of it. Without her around, I worked faster, earning 11 or 12 work points each day. The brushwood I'd cut on the slopes had dried out as well. I took some time to bundle it up and carry it home, planning to weave it into straw mats. When I woke up on Monday, the sky was overcast, as if rain was imminent. There were still dried adobe bricks lying inside and outside the courtyard, and anxiety immediately gripped me. Rolling up my sleeves, I quickly went over to stack the bricks together, looking for something to cover them with to keep out the rain. After 4 or 5 days of drying, the adobe bricks were completely hardened and extremely heavy. While I was busy working, my neighbor Zhang Baoyang also woke up. Seeing what I was doing, he came out to help. "Third brother, in the next day or two, I plan to head to the western area to take care of something. Just letting you know in advance," I mentioned as I moved the bricks. With our food supplies dwindling by the day, I couldn't afford to delay anymore. I had prepared the homemade gun, black powder, and lead bullets. For safety reasons, I even sharpened a machete. My recent efforts at hunting had become the talk of the town thanks to Zhang Baoqing's big mouth, and I had faced quite a bit of ridicule. I didn't want to wait any longer. "You have my approval, but you need to be careful. The highlands are nothing like here. Take care of yourself," Zhang Baoyang cautioned. "Don't worry, third brother. I know what I'm doing." I picked up another adobe brick and asked him to look after the courtyard while I was away. As I planned to leave, I also set aside the family's 10 or so coins for the trip. With nothing else of major value, I wasn't too worried about theft during my absence. As we continued working and chatting, we saw Su Erliu running toward us from the Western Street corner. His steps were hurried, and he was shouting, "The ox is dead! The ox is dead!" He couldn't even hide the smile on his face as he rushed up and blurted out, "Captain, the ox is dead. You'd better head to the brigade office. I think they're going to divide up the meat." "What do you mean, the ox is dead?" Zhang Baoyang asked, putting down the adobe brick with a puzzled look on his face. I was curious too and glanced toward Su Erliu. "The old yellow ox from the brigade has died," Su-er said, panting as he relayed the news he'd overheard. "It's all the fault of those people from Team 1. Yesterday, they went to the commune's manure station to haul fertilizer, but they didn't keep an eye on the old yellow ox. It ended up head-butting with the bull from the Luozhang brigade and got injured. They managed to drag it back, but it didn't make it through the night. It just died this morning." "What?" Zhang Baoyang's expression darkened. I was equally shocked. In these difficult times, oxen were invaluable as production resources. Spring planting and autumn harvests both depended on them. Losing an ox was an enormous blow. And to die from head-butting another ox, what a pointless waste. Chaiyong, I'll head to the brigade office to investigate. Go ahead, third brother. Seeing that Su Erliu was also about to leave, I grabbed him. The clouds looked heavier than ever, and the rain was about to pour. I needed to finish stacking the adobe bricks first. Chao Chaiyong, what do you think you're doing? Su-er asked. Su-er, the ox has just died. Why the rush? Even if you go now, there won't be any meat for you yet. Help me finish stacking these adobe bricks first. I'll treat you to a meal with the meat we get. Knowing Su-er's personality well, I immediately tempted him with the promise of beef that wasn't even ours yet. Who do you take me for? I'm not doing it, Su-er muttered reluctantly, still holding a grudge from when my sister-in-law offended him a few days ago, choosing to praise me over him. But it's beef we're talking about. He hesitated, unable to resist the thought of a free meal. The last time he tasted meat was during the new year when pork rations were distributed, just half a pound, eaten in one sitting. That was over half a year ago. Unable to let go of the idea, he finally rolled up his sleeves and joined in. The two of us worked hard and just managed to get the adobe bricks stored away before the rain started. Then, I grabbed some of the dried brushwood lying in the courtyard to cover the bricks and found more materials inside the house to shield everything from the rain. No sooner had I finished than light rain began to fall. Chao Chaiyong, don't forget, you owe me a meal of beef. Su-er shouted as he shielded his head with his hands, dashing toward the brigade office. Hey, wait for me. What's the rush? I quickly donned a straw hat and hurried after him. With the rain making it impossible to work today, I thought I might as well head over as well, to witness the commotion and take a proper rest. Carrying grass back from miles away every day had taken a toll on me. Especially in times of hunger, I was nearly at my limit. As the rain continued to drizzle, Su Erliu and I arrived at the brigade office, only to find it already surrounded by villagers. No one seemed to mind the drizzle. People stood in groups of 3 or 4, animatedly discussing the death of the old yellow ox. Little kids with exposed bottoms, as if sensing the excitement about getting meat, ran around gleefully, only to be scolded harshly by their parents. The death of the old yellow ox was indeed a big deal. One glance at brigade leader Zhang Hushan's grim face was enough to see that no one dared to crack a smile. A group of young men from Team 1 began shouting, "Captain, our ox was killed by Luo Zhang Brigade's ox. We can't just let this slide. They have to compensate us." Exactly. They have a brick kiln and plenty of money. They must compensate us with an ox. Meanwhile, the people from Teams 2 and 3 were far less agitated, treating the situation as mere entertainment. Usually, the larger Team 1, led by the brigade captain himself, looked down on the others. Their exclusive use of the ox further reduced the urgency for anyone else. Most were simply waiting eagerly for a share of the meat. I craned my neck to get a better look and noticed Zhang Baoqing standing listlessly behind Captain Zhang Hushan, looking completely dejected. I gave Su Erliu a nudge and motioned toward the scene with my chin. He understood my signal and muttered in a low voice, "Word is, Zhang Baoqing led the team yesterday. He's responsible for the ox's death." I got the picture. No wonder both father and son looked so downcast. I glanced over at Su Erliu and marveled at how useful his nosiness could be. If I ever needed to know anything about the surrounding villages, I could always count on him. "Father, let me lead a team over to Luozhang Brigade to demand an explanation," Zhang Baoqing declared. "Lean beef that doesn't fill you up is more beneficial." Unable to bear the responsibility for the cow's death and unable to hold back his anger, he shouted to the members, "All militia members of Keojiawa, follow me. We'll make them pay." Amidst the crowd, Su Erliu shrunk his neck and hid behind me. "Su-er, aren't you also a militia member?" I looked at him, amused. Don't talk." He hastily tugged at my sleeve. With the meat about to be distributed, there was no way he was going anywhere. The rest of the militia were nothing like him, quickly stepping forward. "That's right. We need an explanation. Don't think we at Keojiawa are pushovers." A noisy group marched off toward the Luo Zhang Brigade. Zhang Hushan stood on the platform, watching without stopping them, letting them go on their way. As soon as people left, the members began urging, "Captain, slaughter the cow already. It's too hot. We can't store it." "Yeah, it'll spoil if we wait any longer." Accountant Chow, holding a small notebook, was already contemplating how to distribute the meat. In previous years, meat distribution at the end of the year was calculated based on work points. It was fair, but incredibly troublesome. A single cow wasn't worth the extensive accounting efforts. He decided it would be better to divide it evenly by head count. The cadres of several production teams all looked toward Zhang Hushan. The headquarters fell silent, all awaiting his decision. "The cow's death comes at a bad time. So much so, we can't even meet the commune's meat quota," Zhang Hushan said grimly. "Slaughter it. Baoyang, take some people to handle it. Old Chow, tally up the population. Everyone's worked hard for half the year. Let's have a good meal tonight." The members all burst into smiles, and the children ran around yelling, "Meat! We're having meat!" The headquarters instantly became bustling. Zhang Baoyang called out, "Ma Laosan, you're an old butcher. Come and slaughter the cow. Chao Chiuyang, Su Er, Fu Gui, you guys lend a hand." The old yellow cow lay quietly under the straw shed, surrounded by spectators eager to watch the proceedings. I grabbed the cow's leg, watching Ma Laosan skillfully use his sharp knife to open the belly. "Third brother, this cow is pretty skinny, probably only weighs about 400 pounds, I guessed." During these times, even people couldn't eat enough, let alone fatten livestock. From what I estimated, there wouldn't be much fat on this cow, and not much oil could be rendered. If it had been a dead pig instead, it would have been better. Lean cow meat was no match for fatty pork to satisfy cravings. More like 450 or 60. For a cow, it's on the larger side, Ma Laosan replied, his hands swift and practiced. As I helped, I also observed. Hunting in the future would involve slaughtering wild animals, so learning now wouldn't hurt. Beside me, Su Erlu held a basin to collect the entrails, drooling all the while. I couldn't take my eyes off the pointed knife in Ma Laosan's hand. It was clearly an old tool, with its outer edge gleaming coldly. Slicing meat was effortless, marking it as a real treasure. If I took it to the Western Highlands, it might prove incredibly useful. "Kid, got your eyes on my knife? Want it?" Ma Laosan teased, smiling at me. "Would you really give it to me?" I asked, delighted. "You wish." This knife was earned back when I was an apprentice in Lanzhou. My master set out a challenge. Whoever could deb one an entire cow fastest would win the knife. I beat 3 senior apprentices to claim it. "It's my treasure, something I'll pass on to a student someday," he bragged while continuing to work, recounting his earlier days in the provincial city. The other helpers looked on with envy. The farthest they'd been was the county seat. None had seen as much of the world as Ma Laosan. After more than half an hour, the cow had been mostly processed. Ma Laosan carefully deboned the cow's skeleton himself. I watched from the side, deep in thought. This craft was no joke. The skeleton was stripped clean, not a scrap of meat left. Even a dog wouldn't find anything to gnaw on. The members all crowded into the shed, eagerly awaiting their portions of meat. Just as the deboning was finished, Zhang Baocheng returned with a few militia members, their heads hanging low. Everyone rushed over to question them. "Baocheng, why are you back so soon? What did the Luo Zhang brigade say? Will they compensate us?" "They better not get off easy. That was a perfectly good cow of ours." Judging by their expressions, I didn't hold out much hope. The Luo Zhang brigade consisted of over 1,000 people. Their sidelines flourished, making it the wealthiest brigade in the commune, with lofty heirs to match. Trying to extract compensation from them was a long shot. Sure enough, Zhang Baocheng recounted what had happened with a dark expression. When they brought up the demand for compensation, the officers in the other brigade didn't even bother to respond. In the end, the other side claimed their own cow had been injured as well and turned around to demand compensation from them. "So, does that mean we're just letting this go?" Su Erlu muttered. "What else can we do? Do you think you can extract compensation from them?" Zhang Baocheng snapped, glaring at him. "Don't joke, Captain. If you can't manage it, how could I?" Su Erlu laughed nervously, shrinking back further. Zhang Hushan strode over, his face clouded with disappointment. "All right, we'll leave the issue with the cow for now. I'll talk to their captain in person next time to settle this. For now, it's time to distribute the meat." Whoosh! The crowd erupted. At last, it was time to distribute the meat. Accountant Chow approached the neatly prepared cow meat. "After discussing with old Zhang, we've decided to distribute based on head count this time. 1.5 pounds per adult, a pound per child, and 2 pounds of offal will count as a single pound." "Wow. Oh my family of 5 will get 6 pounds. My family has 3 adults and 2 kids, 6.5 pounds. We can finally satisfy our cravings." Larger families rejoiced, while smaller families drooped, feeling as if they'd suffered a loss. I tugged Su Erlu's arm and pulled him aside where no one was around, whispering my plan. I had seen all the beef deboned by Ma Laosan, pure lean meat with hardly any fat. With just me and my family, 1.5 pounds wasn't nearly enough to satisfy my cravings. I planned to team up with Su Erlu, combining our shares to exchange for the large set of cleaned cow bones instead. "What?" Su Erlu looked at me as if I had lost my mind. "Chao Chiuyang, are you crazy? Those bones are stripped clean, not a bit of meat left. What do you want them for? Are you part dog? No way, not a chance, I'm not doing it. If you want them, you take them yourself." He shook his head vehemently. The slippery clean bones had no meat for even a dog to gnaw on. He wasn't having any of it. "Bones. Who wants the bones?" "Chao Chiuyang and Su Er want them. Bones stripped so clean, what's the point?" "Who knows?" Hearing Su Er's exclamation, other members curiously looked over. Su Erlu hurriedly waved his hands. "Not me, not me. It's all Chao Chiuyang's idea." At the meat stall, Zhang Baoqing turned to us upon hearing the commotion. Chao Chaoyang, you too want that set of bare bones? Willing to trade your portions of meat for it? Yes, I was just about to ask the brigade leader. If he agrees, then we'll trade. 3 pounds of beef for the entire skeleton. I nodded earnestly. To others, these meat-stripped bones were nothing but scraps. But to me, they were valuable, a resource much more practical than 3 gene of meat feels solid. I agreed on behalf of my dad. Zhang Baoqing had no idea what I was planning at all. He simply believed that bones were inferior to meat, so without thinking twice, he agreed on behalf of his father. Hey, no, I didn't agree. Su Erliu panicked, hurriedly coming forward to clarify. Trading a half-pound of shredded meat for half a cow skeleton? He wouldn't be so foolish. But Zhang Baoqing pushed him aside without even looking at him. It's settled. Chao Chaoyang, those bones are yours. No going back on it now, and I'd like to see how you plan to gnaw on them. His face was brimming with mockery, and he turned toward the bystanders, shouting, Nobody has any objections, right? No one's fighting with him over it. The villagers exchanged glances, then all nodded in agreement. Beef for bones, it was a done deal. Nearby, Old Man Ma smoked his dry tobacco pipe, watching on with a pleased grin. Chao Chaoyang, I haven't tasted meat in over half a year, and now you're taking mine. I'll fight you for it. Su Erliu stared at the clean bones, his eyes almost tearing up as he rushed at me. Before he could reach me, I grabbed hold of him, pulled him close to me, and whispered in his ear. Really? He asked, half in doubt. Of course. I wouldn't joke about my meat. I nodded firmly. I'll believe you this once. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and headed toward the meat stand, hoping to scrounge up some scraps to satisfy his cravings a bit. Word spread quickly, and soon everyone in the village had come by. Under the thatched shed, the commune members were rolling up their sleeves, eager for the meat distribution. Among the crowd, 2 concerned eyes were watching me. One belonged to a young girl with delicate features. Playing with her pigtail, she walked up to me. Brother Chaoyang, I don't understand. What do you need those bones for? Meat tastes so much better. How about I go talk to Zhang Baoqing and ask him not to give you the bones? You think Zhang Baoqing will listen to you? I said, smiling at her. This girl was different from her snooty, wealth-obsessed mother. She was kind-hearted but a bit scatterbrained. Jia Yunxiu hesitated for a moment, losing her confidence. Then what should we do? If I get my share of meat, I'll sneak some to you. As long as my mom doesn't catch me, or else she'll start a fuss. Her offer touched me. All the effort I had put in hadn't been for nothing. At least there was one Jia family member with a good heart. No need. I have a purpose for the bones, so don't worry about me getting the worse end of the deal. I chuckled and gave her head a soft little rub. I glanced around and noticed that most of the villagers were here, but there was no sign of Jia Yunfang. Brother Chaoyang, stop messing with my hair. I'm already a grown-up. Jia Yunxiu's face turned red as she slapped my hand away and hopped off back to the crowd. Over at the meat stand, Zhang Baoqing was watching the scene with a face full of jealousy. He wondered if Yunfang might be like her sister and still have feelings for me. The thought made him feel even worse. Chao Ermin's family, for Jean. Coming. Chao Ermin trotted cheerfully to the stand. Old Man Ma took a drag from his tobacco pipe, then skillfully wielded his butcher knife. He cut off a piece of meat, checked it against the steelyard balance, and tied it up with straw rope before handing it over. Uncle Ma, your knife skills are something else. Chao Ermin gave him a thumbs up. Accountant Chao made a mark in his ledger and called out the next name. Gao Yufan, 5 members, 6 Jean. Gao Yufan stepped forward eagerly, swallowing her spit. Accountant Chao, could I exchange 2 Jean of meat for the same weight in offal? My family is struggling, and offal can last longer. 1 Jean of meat for 2 Jean of offal was a good deal, and many wanted to make a similar request. As soon as she asked, there was a wave of others hoping to exchange as well. Accountant Chao decided to let those interested draw lots. A commotion broke out in the shed as those who won cheered while the losers sighed. Outside, the rain continued to drizzle lightly. Having seen enough of the buzz, I picked up the massive skeleton with Su Erliu and prepared to head home. The villagers watched with curiosity, unable to guess my intentions. What an idiot. That thing's so tough even a dog can't chew through it. Just wait. He'll regret it soon enough. Zhang Baoqing sneered coldly. You're the idiot. Jia Yunxiu fired back. My brother Chaoyang said the bones are useful, so they must be better than just choosing meat. What use could they possibly have? Do you think they can taste better than meat? Jia Yunxiu was struck speechless for a moment, then retorted angrily. They're useful. I trust brother Chaoyang. Zhang Baoqing shot her a fierce glare but decided against arguing with this ungrateful brat of a sister-in-law. On the way home, Su Erliu grumbled incessantly, worried he'd been tricked. Chao Chaoyang, if these bones don't end up doing what you promised, I'll make you pay. All right. I guarantee you won't lose out. Once at home, he dumped the skeleton on the ground and prepared to leave. I quickly blocked the door, smirking as I looked at Su Erliu. Chow Choyong, move aside. I need to get home. This whole cow skeleton is with me. How can I trust you if you leave? These bones are picked cleaner than if a dog gnawed at them. What are you worried about? Su-air's eyes rolled in annoyance. He took 2 steps to the left, trying to bypass me, but I shifted left to block him again. Chow Choyong, what's your deal? You won't even let me leave. Su-air, you can leave, but hand over the stuff in your pouch first and give me half. I stared pointedly at the bulge in his lower pocket, amused. What a guy. Did he think I was stupid? You? Seeing that he couldn't fool me, he reluctantly pulled out half a cow tail from his pouch. Old Ma gave this to me personally. Huh. This is what the team shares with the butchers. Don't think you can hog all of it. I shot him a glare, snatched the tail for a look, and nodded in satisfaction. Old Ma was a good man. This was the front half of the tail with plenty of meat, probably weighing close to a gene. Chow Choyong, you're really no fun. I was just joking. Su-air didn't show an ounce of embarrassment after getting caught. He simply pulled up a stool and sat down to watch me prepare the cow bones. Don't just sit there. There are too many bones. Go borrow some enamel basins from the third sister-in-law next door to hold them. Hurry up. You're full of trouble, he grumbled, dragging his feet as he left. The drizzle outside hadn't stopped. With so many bones to deal with, I need plenty of firewood to boil them down later. I grabbed a bundle of dry wood and set it by the stove, then picked up a cleaver to chop the bones apart. Thunk, thunk, thunk. After swinging the cleaver a few times, I realized it wasn't working. These cow spine bones were enormous and hard, completely uncuttable unless they were smaller pieces. Just as I finished with the smaller bones, Su-air returned carrying 2 enamel basins. I didn't hesitate to give him another order. Su-air, head to the team office and borrow their big iron hammer. Su-air, these bones need to be crushed to make something good. Otherwise, they'll just go to waste. With no other choice, he sighed helplessly. The laziest guy I knew was being made to run errands all day. I suppose he had resigned himself to it. By the time he came back, I had already finished preparing the smaller bones. What was left was a long spine. I grabbed the hammer and slammed it down hard on the bluestones in the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. The sturdy vertebrae cracked and splintered under the force. Beside me, Su-air held a basin, carefully picking up the smashed bones. These were exchanged for beef. Not a shred could be wasted. Occasionally, when he stumbled across small bits of meat, he wouldn't care if they were dirty, putting them straight into his mouth to savor slowly. Su-air, can you have some decency? Stop eating it raw. No one is going to snatch it from you once it's cooked. I haven't had meat in half a year. You, if want to be noble, don't eat it. But I don't have any nobility left. This is what I want. I couldn't be bothered with him. After working for half an hour, the bones were finally all smashed. I was drenched in sweat and simply took off my shirt to stand in the courtyard and let the rain pour over me. Su-air finished collecting the bones and got excited seeing the marrow ooze out from the cracks. Chaoyong, do you have a big pot at home? There's so much bone, it won't all fit in a small one. No, you'd better take a trip. Doesn't Sister Yufin's house have a big iron pot? Borrow it from her. What? Su-air immediately hesitated. A few days ago, he was chased around with a knife by that sister-in-law, and now he wouldn't dare to go near her house again. What do you mean, what? That's your dear sister-in-law. Hurry up and ask. No, no, no. Not happening this time. I'm not going. He quickly waved me off. Chaoyong, I'm tired, you go borrow it. And with that, he carried the basin of smashed bones back inside at a brisk pace. I was puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. Putting back on my damp shirt, I turned and headed towards Sister Yufin's house. The rain grew heavier. I wrung the water out of my shirt and quickened my pace. Sister Yufin? Sister Yufin, may I borrow your big iron pot for a bit? Inside, Gao Yufin was cleaning beef offal, with a basin of beef sitting beside her. Daya and Arya, her 2 daughters, sat on either side, sucking their fingers as they stared at the meat in the basin, their mouths practically watering. Even the youngest, Sanya, still nursing, lay in Daya's arms with her wide, unblinking eyes fixed on the basin. To the side, Su De Lungzi, her perpetually miserable-faced husband, actually managed a rare smile. Seeing me arrive, he frowned and, leaning on his crutches, struggled to stand up. Oh, it's Chaoyong. You're here. Brother Su-air, and I got the cow's skeleton from the brigade. I'd like to borrow your big iron pot to cook it. I forced a polite smile. Since that last incident, this was the first time I'd seen him. Ahem, yeah, I'd heard about that. The big pot's just sitting in the inner room. I can't move much, so you'll have to get it yourself, he said, pointing toward the room, a bit awkward. Realizing I didn't bring up the rumors he spread about me the last time, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. All right, I'll grab it. I lifted the tattered cloth curtain and stepped inside. The Su family's house was more refined than mine. The earthy yellow walls were covered with old, yellowed newspapers, and there were 2 New Year paintings in the center. Looking at the 2 Kangs in the room to the north and south, I felt a moment of disorientation. In my past life, every time I stayed at the Su's, I would sleep on the northern Kong, while Su De Lungzi and the kids slept on the southern one. Sister Yufan, out of consideration for Su Da's feelings, never used the northern Kong in front of him and mostly slept on the southern Kong. Their whole family squeezed on one side, while I had the northern Kong to myself. Thinking back now, I have no idea how my naive self managed to endure such loneliness. Now it just seemed ridiculous. I picked up the big black pot from the corner and quickly left that suffocatingly sentimental room. Chaoyang, take a look at this basin of beef. It's over 4 caddies. And there's another 4 caddies of liver and lungs. This will last us several days. Su De Lungzi stood by the basin, proudly showing it off. Turning toward me, he lifted his crutch and slammed it down heavily, exclaiming in frustration, "Chong, seriously, why did you settle for that useless cow skeleton? What a waste. I heard it's got no meat on it. Why even bother? Why can't you just let go of your grudge with Captain Zhang? You're too young and full of pride. Then what's the point of youth if not for a little fiery pride?" I replied with a smile, showing no sign of irritation. The fact that he said all this right in front of Gao Yufan showed his anxiety. Though I wasn't sure what put him in such a rush, I understood Su De Lungzi well enough. After spending over 2 decades around him in my last life and suffering more than a few of his schemes, I knew how he worked. Too much fiery pride. But then again, that's what being young means. Su De Lungzi was stunned where he stood, muttering the phrase repeatedly, his expression shifting dramatically. Nearby, Gao Yufan couldn't help but steal a glance at me, seemingly touched by something. Her husband's demeanor was entirely the opposite of mine, brash toward his family, yet all smiles with outsiders. "Brother Su, I'm just kidding, don't take it to heart. I'll head back now. Sister-in-law, with big brother here, I'll take my leave." Holding the iron pot, I turned and walked out. "Wait, Chuyang, don't go yet. I need to talk to you." Gao Yufan put her things down and chased after me. With the heavy rain outside, I raised the iron pot to shield myself. Seeing her rush out, I let her step closer to huddle under the pot with me. "Listen, Chuyang," she began, lowering her voice. "You know the state of our family. We've got so much beef here, and we can't finish it all. With this heat, keeping it around would just go to waste. I was thinking, maybe trade some of it for a little cash to help with household expenses." Of course, I understood what she was getting at. But this sort of thing couldn't be openly directed. It would only invite trouble. In times like these, smuggling and illegal trading came with serious risks. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Sister-in-law, not far from our village is the educated youth settlement, where young folks from the provincial capital and the city have been sent down. They're struggling right now and are definitely craving for some meat." "Chaoyang, are you sure about this?" Gao Yufan felt uncertain. She had heard of that settlement, but never had any dealings with them, let alone knew how to sell the meat to them. "Sister-in-law, you don't have to say it outright. Just let them see the meat. They'll come to you. Their families back in the city are workers or officials, so they've got money. Set a high price. Don't let them take advantage of you. After all, if they were to buy meat in the county, they'd need meat coupons. Oh, and make sure they keep quiet about it." I stopped speaking, turning to glance back at the house. As expected, Su De Lungzi was leaning on his crutch, looking our way. "Sister-in-law, don't repeat what I said to anyone else. I'll forget I ever mentioned it as soon as I walk out your gate." Gao Yufan nodded quickly. "Chaoyang, don't worry, I understand." Smiling faintly toward the distant Su De Lungzi, I carried the iron pot away. I was a little excited, imagining how much this petty Su De Lungzi would stew in his grievances. Back inside, Gao Yufan resumed cutting up the liver and lungs, my words lingering in her thoughts. After a while, she made up her mind. She'd head to the settlement later with some beef to see if she could make a trade to supplement the family income. Beside her, Su De Lungzi, unable to hold back any longer, finally spoke up. "Yufan, just now you. What did you talk to Chao Chuyang about? Tell me right now." He leaned in closer, scratching his head and looking anxious to know. That smile of mine from earlier was still stuck deep in his chest. "Nothing important, Yukai. Don't overthink it. Just exchanged a few words." Gao Yufan, remembering her promise, shook her head and refused to answer. Illegally selling beef was a serious crime. If anything happened, she would take the fall alone and wouldn't drag anyone else down with her. "Just a few words? Then why didn't you two talk inside? Why step out?" Su Dalu couldn't believe it. He stared straight at his wife, feeling like he couldn't even breathe properly. "If you don't believe me, so be it." Gao Yufan got annoyed, stood up, and glared at him. "Didn't you try to bring Chao Chuyang into our home before? Now I talked to him for a moment, and suddenly it's not okay? Why were you fine with it back then? Is it the same thing? Chao Chuyang didn't move in, and he didn't do. Su Dalu tugged at his sideburns, struggling to finish his sentence. "Didn't do what? What nonsense are you imagining at home every day? I'm not that kind of person, Su Dalu. Stay home, watch the kids, and boil the ox liver and lungs." I'll be back later. She couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Slinging the basket of beef over her shoulder, she donned a rain cloak and bamboo hat and stepped out into the rain. Hey, where are you taking the beef? Are you going to the Chow family's house? Gao Yufan, come back. Su Dalu shouted a few times, but the figure outside walked on as if they hadn't heard him, striding away. He slumped back into the chair. It's over, it's all over. At the Chow household, dragging the large iron pot into place, Su Er and I got to work. The two of us washed the bones clean and carefully placed them into the pot. A whole ox skeleton filled the pot completely. It was quite the sight. Su Er then used a gourd ladle to fill the pot to the brim with clear water. I sat by the stove and lit the fire. Chaiyong, how long do you think this will take to cook? Su Er swallowed his saliva, barely able to hold back his craving. It's going to take a while, at least overnight. It'll be ready when the sun comes up tomorrow. What? Why so long? Su Er was desperate. His meat craving had reached the point of madness. By tomorrow, he'd surely starve to death. What's the rush? This massive pot of bones. If you cook it too quickly, how will the fat come out? I rolled my eyes. That's right. After spending most of the day smashing and chopping those bones, my goal was to extract ox tallow. To others, an ox skeleton might seem worthless, barely any meat left on it, but the marrow inside those bones? That was gold. While others might dismiss ox skeletons, to me, they were treasures. To render every drop of oil from the marrow and tissues, it needed to simmer for at least an afternoon and an entire night. We'd also need plenty of firewood to keep the fire going. Ayo, not until tomorrow morning. I can't take this anymore. Su Er collapsed onto a chair, looking like he had no will left to live. I shook my head and ignored him. Grabbing some dry firewood, I fed it into the stove. At the start, the fire needed to be strong. Before long, the pot hadn't even reached a boil yet, and already a rich, enticing aroma of beef began to waft through the air. Su Er immediately perked up. He stood, sniffing the air, and moved closer to the pot, shaking his head. No, it's not that. He followed the scent to the doorway and stared toward Zhang Baoyang's home to the west. I tossed another piece of firewood into the stove and followed him out. It wasn't just the Zhang family's house. The entire village was filled with the smell of meat, as if it were the New Year celebration. After all, in these times, eating meat was synonymous with the New Year. I took a deep breath and muttered. I never thought that scoundrel Zhang Baoyang would actually end up doing something good. Wah, Chao Chuyang, you owe me beef. You owe me beef. I can't take this anymore. Su Er had finally reached his breaking point. Sniffing the pervasive fragrance of meat throughout the village, he was on the verge of tears. Looking at him like that, I almost felt bad. Ahem. Su Er, what's your hurry? Isn't there still half the oxtail soaking? It's been in water for 2 hours now. Why don't you go clean it up and use the small pot to stew it? That's right. The oxtail. How could I forget? Su Er hurried into the house, practically leaping for joy. From the water basin, he fished out the oxtail. Chop it into smaller pieces. Rain continued to pour outside. I went out, grabbed several bricks, and set up a makeshift earthen stove at the door. Su Er had also finished the preparations. After adding water to the pot, he set it on the new stove and lit a fire. The two of us worked together, one attending the large stove inside, the other watching over the smaller stove outside. The place was beginning to feel like a furnace, but with the downpour outside, we had nowhere else to go. As time passed, both pots began to boil, and the irresistible aroma of beef filled the entire house. Su Er, no longer able to resist, grabbed a piece of oxtail bone from the pot and bit into it. His face contorted as he ate. It had been so long since he last tasted meat that his whole body seemed to tremble with excitement. Su Er, it's not done yet. Why are you so impatient? I added some sliced potatoes to the small pot, counted the remaining pieces of bone, and warned him. There are 5 pieces in total. Consider one as my treat for your help this morning with the bricks. The other 4, 2 for each of us. Don't finish them all. Got it, got it. I'm not that kind of person, Su Er said between bites, his mouth shiny with grease. After a while, he cleared the bone clean, but he couldn't resist fishing out another piece. Chaiyong, this oxtail is amazing, absolutely delicious. He gnawed on another and polished it off as well. I turned around and shot him a sharp glare. Feeling guilty, he resolved not to take any more and left the last piece in the pot to be cooked with the potatoes. But the lingering taste on his tongue kept tormenting him. After a while, he couldn't resist anymore and fished out the last piece, biting into it. When he finished, he cast a nervous glance at me, only to find his hand unconsciously reaching for the pot lid again. Su Er, the rest in the pot isn't yours. If you touch it again, I'll chop your paw off. I shot him a fierce glare. This fool thought he could devour everything in front of me, leaving me salivating in hunger. My stomach growled, but I suppressed it, for now. The oxtail needed a bit more time to tenderize. It would taste even better then. Brother Chuyang? Brother Chuyang. A woman's voice called out from outside the door. I turned to look. It was Jia Yunxiu, running and wearing a bamboo hat. Brother Chaoyang, I cooked some beef and snuck out a piece for you. She glanced back quickly, making sure her mother wasn't following, then pulled a paper-wrapped bundle from her chest. Inside was a piece of beautifully braised beef, glistening with a rich sauce. I sniffed the air. It smelled incredible. Yunxiu, this is... I couldn't possibly. Take it, Brother Chaoyang. She pressed the meat into my hands, curious, and wandered over to the stove to inspect the pot of bones. Brother Chaoyang, how are you even going to eat these bones? Seeing no added seasonings in the pot, she was puzzled. I'm not eating them. They're for rendering beef tallow. Rendering beef tallow? Bones can produce fat. Jia Yunxiu tilted her head in confusion. She had chewed on beef, pork, and lamb bones before, but had never heard of extracting oil from them. Of course, bones are filled with marrow and covered in connective tissue. I'm guessing this batch will give me a pound or two of tallow. The tantalizing aroma of the braised beef in my hand lingered as, little girl, you've made my eyes a bit sore. Thinking about it feels a little strange. In my past life, this girl wasn't so kind to me. After she married into the Su family, I was constantly on the receiving end of her cold words and sarcasm. Sigh, but thinking back on how useless I was back then, I can't blame others. Brother Chaoyang, I knew you'd have your reasons for picking those ox bones. That Zhang Baoqing called you foolish, but really, I think he's the foolish one. Jia Yunxiu leaned close to the stove, trying to see how the beef tallow was being rendered. However, with two pots heating up inside, the room was too hot to stay in for long. Brother Chaoyang, when will the bones be ready? Probably by tomorrow morning. All right, I'll come back by then. She waved her hand, bouncing her way out the door. Yunxiu, thank you. It's nothing, Brother Chaoyang. You should eat while it's hot. I watched the little girl walk off into the distance before I began to slice the beef, ready to enjoy a good meal. Meanwhile, the oxtail stew in the pot was also ready. I served the remaining 2 pieces of oxtail and fished out half a bottle of my treasured sweet potato wine. Nearby, Suer was losing his mind with jealousy, his eyes practically spitting fire. I can't live like this anymore. Why? Just why? I'm already 23 in real age, turning 24 this lunar year. It won't be long before I hit 30. Why does no woman ever bring me meat like this? I've wasted my life. Suner's face was streaked with tears and snot, sinking deeper into the woe of his miserable existence. Suer, if you're going to die, take it outside. Stop being pathetic in here, I said, rubbing my arms as my skin crawled with goosebumps. This guy was clearly going stir-crazy wanting a woman. Chaoyang, teach me how to get a girlfriend, how to make a woman bring me meat. From now on, I'll call you my master. Suer latched onto my arm like a sloth, clinging onto me for dear life. Get off. Don't talk nonsense. I wouldn't even know how to go about that. I pushed him off with force and shoved him aside. It was the truth. If I knew, I wouldn't have ended up the way I did in my past life. And another thing, Suer, I added as a warning. Keep your mouth shut about this. She's still young. If you dare spread rumors, I won't let you off easy. After cautioning him, I sat down at the rough wood table. Eating meat in times like these had to feel ceremonial. I dipped my chopsticks in the wine, tapped 3 times on the table, and took a sip. The sweet potato wine was fiery and harsh. I quickly picked up a slice of beef, chewing it slowly. It wasn't until a long moment later that I reluctantly swallowed it. People need to eat meat to feel alive. I took another sip of the wine, followed by another bite of meat, savoring it slowly. Suer sat across from me, drooling with envy, almost tearing up. He quickly grabbed a pair of chopsticks, ready to take a piece from the dish. I stopped him in his tracks. Suer, this meat is not for you. You. Brother Chaoyang, just let me try a bite, just one bite. I don't even want the leftover bones from the big pot. Will that do? Fine, you can have one bite. Remembering his promise, I finally let him take a piece. The meat Yunxiu brought over was only about 3 or 4 liang, a few ounces, so it was gone in no time. Luckily, there were potatoes in the pot. The 2 of us drank some extra soup, making it a satisfying meal. By then, the large iron pot on the stove was bubbling away, emitting a delicious aroma of simmering bones. I added more firewood and settled at the door. Outside, the rain was still falling as the sky darkened. To properly render this batch of beef tallow, Suer and I made a pact. One of us would watch over the pot during the first half of the night and the other during the second half. Falling asleep was absolutely not an option. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the people of Keojiawa woke up to an irresistible aroma wafting through the air. It was a peculiar scent, unlike regular beef, but even more tantalizing. Everyone came outside, their noses sniffing curiously. Where's that smell coming from? Seems like it's drifting over from the east. Huh? Could it be Chao Chuyang's house? Yesterday afternoon, I heard Aunt Jia's daughter say that Chaoyang was going to render beef tallow from bones. Rendering beef tallow? Hey, Now that you mention it, it does smell a lot like that. Should we go take a look? That morning, as I woke up rubbing my eyes and yawning, I gave the lazy sewer sprawled at the edge of the Kong, heated brick bed, a firm kick. Sewer, when did you fall asleep during the second watch? How's the big pot doing? Should be done by now, right? He rubbed his red eyes and followed me to the stove. The fire had gone out. I lifted the pot's lid and looked inside. On the surface of the broth was a solid white layer of fatty goodness. Sewer stood in shock. He lunged forward, pinching a bit to taste. Instantly, he was dumbstruck. The flavor was incredible, absolutely extraordinary. It was beef tallow, real beef tallow. We had rendered an entire pot of tallow from that sack of bare bones. Chaiyang, we did it. With all this beef tallow, we hit the jackpot, big time. His face flushed with excitement, his hands trembling. You might not understand how desperate people were for edible oils in this era. Let me put it this way. Oil was more precious than both meat and grain combined. You think it was worth it? I asked with a smile. Worth it. Completely worth it. Chaiyang, you're the best. He gave me a big thumbs up, his admiration overflowing. Then, rubbing his hands together, he suddenly suggested, hey, how about we join forces and become partners in life? We're both bachelors anyway. I shuddered. Don't even joke about that. Who's teaming up with you? I'm going to find myself a wife. Ignoring him, I fended him off and inserted my chopsticks into the solidified tallow. It was only about a finger width thick, nothing more. The ox was too lean, didn't have much fat on it. It's more than enough. This will last the two of us until the end of the year. Using an enamel basin, I carefully scraped off the tallow one ladleful at a time while Sewer held his breath beside me, not daring to blink. Brother Chaiyang, is the beef tallow done yet? A familiar voice called from the courtyard, soon accompanied by a youthful and lively figure rushing in. It was Jia Yunxiu. She shoved Sewer aside and ran to the pot. Oh my goodness, so much beef tallow. Brother Chaiyang, I knew you could do it. Now let's see who's really the fool. Her eyes sparkled with joy, genuinely happy for me. How does it smell? I asked. Open your mouth, I said, picking off a small piece and feeding it to her. She blinked her big eyes, dimples appearing as she smiled brightly. It smells amazing. It's the tastiest thing ever. Silly girl, I said with a chuckle. Don't leave later. Stay and try the beef bones I simmered all night. Quite a few pounds, huh? Trading just 6 pounds of beef for this much beef fat. Some people call Chaiyang foolish, but I think they're the real fools. Chaiyang, you're a genius. The group crowded around the pot, their eyes glistening with envy. In these times, who didn't struggle with a lack of cooking oil? The commune members usually ate boiled vegetables, and when they craved something oily, they'd dip their chopsticks into the oil jar and flick a few drops. Seeing a whole pot of yellowish beef fat was nothing short of a miracle. It was impossible not to be envious. Some pushed forward, itching to take a taste. Su Erliuzi puffed out his chest, feeling smug as he shoved someone back. What are you doing? This was painstakingly made by Chaiyang and me. It's none of your business. Just as he finished speaking, a few more people walked in from outside. Leading them was Zhang Baocheng, followed by several militiamen, his face gleaming with condescension as he prepared to gloat. Some people have nothing better to do than daydream in broad daylight, using those bones that even dogs wouldn't gnaw on and thinking they could render beef fat out of them. He sneered, turning to the militiamen with a smirk. Listen, if he can't do it, let me teach him. It needs to be done with real fatty meat. Just yesterday, my wife Yunfeng managed to render only half a pound of fat. If he actually manages to churn out beef fat from bones, then I'll. But the moment Zhang stepped into the room and saw the half pot of light yellow, glossy beef tallow, he froze in place, his mouth agape, unable to finish his sentence. Is this real? They really did it? Next to him, Yunxiu stood tall with pride. What is it? Zhang Baocheng, weren't you the one calling my brother Chaiyang foolish? Tell me now, who's the fool here? Zhang Baocheng ignored his brash sister-in-law's taunt. Instead, he pinched his own arm mercilessly until the sharp pain made him grimace, just to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He hesitated but eventually stepped forward, swiping a small amount of the fat onto his finger and popping it into his mouth. The rich, creamy flavor instantly filled his palate. His complexion turned green in an instant. Damn it, they actually rendered it. No, this beef fat belongs to the collective. Zhang Baocheng, his face flush with a mixture of humiliation and frustration, yelled in fury. Chao Chaiyang, what you've done is essentially stealing from socialism, profiteering from the collective wealth. As the deputy acting for the brigade leader, I'll confiscate this fat on behalf of the brigade. Those discarded bones had now transformed into something so coveted that no one could resist drooling over it. Zhang Baocheng's jealousy lit a fire inside him. He couldn't let it go. Spit. Su Erliuzi was quick to jump in, ready to fight. This fat was his lifeline. Anyone who dared try to take it away would face him first. You think because your last name is Zhang you can claim everything you see? You're not even the damn brigade leader yet. This fat here? Choyang, and I rendered it. Let me see who dares to touch it. Exactly. Yunxiu couldn't contain her anger anymore. Zhang Baoqing, do your words mean anything? Yesterday, didn't you personally agree to give the beef bones to my brother Choyang? Now you're going back on your word? Are you even a man? The other commune members in the room exchanged awkward glances but remained silent. No one wanted to involve themselves. They simply treated it as a spectacle to watch. After all, who wouldn't envy such a large pot of fat? Su-air, you'd really dare to go against me? Zhang Baoqing shoved him back roughly, then turned to glare at Yunxiu. Yesterday I said the bones could be shared, but not the beef fat. This fat must be confiscated. You're shameless. Yunxiu pointed a trembling finger at him. I'm your brother-in-law. Zhang Baoqing barked. Spit. Yunxiu spat back, her chest heaving with anger. You forced my sister to marry you. I will never acknowledge you as part of our family. Yunxiu struggled to calm her fiery breaths. Brother-in-law? She had only one brother-in-law in her heart, and that was Chuyang. Don't let outsiders rile you up, I said gently, patting her shoulder before stepping in front of her protectively. I looked straight at Zhang Baoqing and shook my head with a bemused smile. The way Zhang Baoqing was acting now, he looked just like a foolish heir to some old feudal landlord. What era was this? We lived in a new society, a time where the poor were celebrated and respected. His outdated arrogance would sooner or later destroy any dignity his father had left. Zhang Baoqing, you're not taking this fat, I declared firmly. Let's see if I can't, he snarled, motioning for the militiamen to surround me. Why the rush? Can't you hear me out first? I wasn't scared in the least. In fact, I found it amusing. You're just the militia captain. You don't have the authority to represent the brigade. If your father, Zhang Hushan, personally comes to demand this fat back, I'll surrender it immediately, no arguments. The weight of my words grounded the air with conviction. The other commune members in the room began to murmur quietly among themselves. They were tempted too, but they hadn't had the foresight to take the beef bones earlier. Now that the fat had been rendered, trying to claim it after the fact? It was shameless behavior, plain and simple. Zhang Baoqing's expression flickered between gloom and regret. He knew he had acted impulsively, but the words had been said, and there was no way to take them back now. After a pause, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Zhang Dainyu, go to my house and tell my father to come here. Let's see if this brat dares to defy him. Zhang Dainyu darted out in a hurry. I wasn't worried. Leisurely, I began skimming the rendered fat from the surface of the pot, pouring it into jars. It filled precisely one jar, which I carefully sealed away. Then, I sat back down and stoked the fire, ignoring the chaotic scene. The bone broth in the pot began to boil, thick and aromatic, though there was still no sign of Zhang Hushan. I sprinkled some salt into the bubbling broth and tossed in a handful of fresh cilantro. The fragrance of the beef bones intensified instantly, and everyone nearby couldn't help but swallow hard, their mouths watering audibly. Yunxiu, grab a bowl. She hurried over with a bowl, glaring viciously at Zhang Baoqing as she passed. I ladled a generous portion of the rich, steaming broth into her bowl. Choyang brother, this smells amazing. Yunxiu sipped a small mouthful, her eyes glowing with satisfaction. I want some too. Su Erliuzi rushed over with his bowl in hand. I filled his bowl to the brim, then scooped one for myself. The broth was so rich it clung to the lips, and the leftover ligaments in the soup added a satisfying chewiness. It was a shame there weren't more spices available, but even so, the flavor was exquisite. The three of us huddled over our bowls, sipping carefully. The aroma filled the cramped room, driving the remaining people inside to near madness as they swallowed their saliva over and over. Who on earth would have thought such undesirable bones could transform into something this delicious after a day of simmering? All right, in no time, many villagers went back home to grab their bowls and headed straight to my house. I was baffled. Why are so many people coming over? I didn't dare dawdle. I quickly instructed Su-air to bring over the small pot and scooped out some bone broth with tendons to keep for our own lunch. This broth had been laboriously boiled by Su-air and me, and we couldn't shortchange ourselves. Chaiyong, I heard you also managed to simmer a whole jar of beef tallow. Let me see. Yeah, show us. We're curious. The villagers lined up, all staring at the jar behind me. I didn't hide it. I simply opened the lid of the jar and gave everyone a peek. Wow, it really is beef tallow. Smells so good. Chaiyong, yesterday someone said you were foolish, but look at you. You're clever. Even beef bones can be boiled into oil. While ladling out servings of the beef bone soup for them, I simultaneously shook my head and chuckled. Bah, even if it boils down to oil, what's the use? Captain Zhang's son has refused to accept it and said he wants to take back the beef tallow Su-air and I boiled. Sigh, Su-air and I shouldn't have gone for those beef bones. We should have let them rot and stink until no one wanted them. Stop it, Chao Chuyang. Enough. At the doorway, Zhang Baoqing couldn't stand my sarcastic remarks any longer, especially in front of so many people. He felt utterly humiliated. Seeing that his father still hadn't come out to respond, Zhang Baoqing couldn't hold back anymore. He shoved through the queue, stormed inside, and bent down to pick up the jar of tallow. Zhang Baoqing, don't you dare! You shameless scoundrel! Su Er and Jia Yunxiu were furious and immediately stepped forward to block him. Let it go. It's fine. Let him take it. After all, he's the son of the captain. We're just poor peasants with no power to fight back. I tugged at the two of them, my face full of helplessness. But Su Er's eyes were red with tears on the verge of falling. For someone like him, who had never owned anything valuable his whole life, that jar of beef tallow was his most treasured possession, and now it was about to be snatched away. Su Er, let it be. I'll make it up to you later. Once I return from the Western Plains, I'll hunt a marmot for you and extract oil from it myself. At least that way, no one can take it away. I patted his shoulder, trying to console him. Sacrificing a jar of beef tallow to undermine the prestige of the captain, it was worth it. These times weren't like the future. Once a captain lost the villagers' respect, he couldn't hold onto his position. Zhang Baoqing, you're being too much of a bully. Don't think you can just take whatever you want because you're the captain's son. How can redistributed items be taken back? That's never happened here in Keojiawa before. Put it down. Don't bring shame to your father. Hearing my words and seeing Zhang Baoqing's behavior, the villagers inside couldn't stay silent anymore. They all began to speak out for justice. After all, they had sipped even a bit of my soup and owed me a favor. They couldn't just stand by and do nothing. You all shut up. This jar of tallow isn't my personal property. I'm taking it on behalf of the production team. Zhang Baoqing panicked and, embracing the jar tightly, pushed past everyone in an attempt to flee. You little bastard, put that down. You're the bastard. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Baoqing realized something wasn't right. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? He lifted his head. There, right in front of him, was a grim-looking face. Dad, what did you just call me? Zhang Hushan's face was dark, his jaw clenching tight. He had rushed over after hearing about the incident while inspecting the crops in the fields. The last thing he expected was walking into a scene where his own son called him a bastard in front of a crowd. I didn't say anything. Dad, you must have misheard. Zhang Baoqing was so frightened, he kept shaking his head. Zhang Hushan took a deep breath, swept his gaze over the crowd silently staring at them, and roared, You unfilial brat, put it down. But Dad, there's beef tallow in here. Chao Chaoyang tricked the team, boiling down bones to make oil, a whole jar of it. He's exploiting the team's resources, leeching off us. Zhang Baoqing continued clinging to the jar, refusing to let go. With all these people watching, if he could not deal with someone like me, how could he maintain his reputation as the militia leader? That jar of tallow was his dignity. It couldn't be let go. I stepped forward and shook my head. Captain Zhang, if you want to take back the tallow, fine. Just don't let your son slap a label on me, claiming I'm exploiting resources or being underhanded. The beef bones weren't stolen by me, and the old ox didn't die because of me. Who's responsible for this? Everyone knows. It's low to put such labels on me. Low. Zhang Baoqing was fuming. The old ox was gored to death by the ox from the neighboring Zhang production team. Since when are humans involved? You. Before he could finish, Zhang Hushan raised his arm. Smack. Brat. Put it down. The clear sound of the slap startled Zhang Baoqing. His grip loosened, and the jar was released. Chaoyang, this was all Baoqing's mistake. I'll take him back and discipline him properly. He will publicly apologize to everyone. Zhang Hushan forced a strained smile, his face stiff with embarrassment. Grabbing his son by the arm, he turned and hurried away. Zhang Baoqing stumbled on his way out, the father and son duo fleeing the scene like beaten dogs. The villagers inside the house clicked their tongues in astonishment. It had been over a decade since anyone had seen Captain Zhang this humiliated. Standing at the doorway, I smiled as I watched the pair retreat into the distance, making no move to stop them. After the father and son left, I expressed my gratitude to the villagers and resumed ladling out the beef bone soup. More villagers were arriving outside, and I wasn't stingy, however much was in the pot. I distributed it all, knowing it would go to waste if left for myself. Before long, the large pot was empty, revealing the snow-white beef bones at the bottom. The long simmering had softened them to the point where some parts were nearly dissolving. I picked out a few tender bones and handed them to Jia Yunxiu and Su Er to gnaw on. Once the pot was cleaned out, the villagers started to gradually disperse. I carried the jar of tallow over and scooped out half, placing it in a basin. Then, I handed it to Su Er. Su Er, go back to the team and spread word about what happened this morning. Let all of Keojiawa know about it. But don't be too obvious. You know how to say it, don't you? Su Er was startled for a moment, then quickly nodded with excitement. Gossiping. He was a master at it. Cradling the basin of oil, he glanced at it and sincerely said, "Chaiyang, thanks a lot. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word." I smiled and nodded. After this ordeal, he was firmly on my side. I'd definitely have use for him later. "Chuyangji, I feel like I did something wrong. I shouldn't have talked about you making oil. Otherwise, all this wouldn't have happened. Now you probably won't get any more bones assigned to you." Jia Yunxiu lowered her head, guiltily fidgeting with her fingers. "Silly girl, don't blame yourself. This wasn't your fault. In fact, I should be thanking you." "Really?" She looked up, wide-eyed. "Of course. Zhang Baoqing losing face today was all thanks to you. Even if you hadn't brought up the oil making, Su Air's loose tongue would have let it slip sooner or later. Who knows when the team will ever distribute beef again. Honestly, I never counted on such luck repeating itself. As long as you're not mad at me, Chuyangji." She scratched her head and gave a silly smile. I chuckled softly and rubbed her head. Before she could get upset, I quickly walked over to the stove, grabbed a knife, and started trimming the connective tissue off the beef bones, leftovers that Ma Laosan couldn't clean properly, and handed over to me. "Brother Chuyang, I'll head back now." "All right. If you're craving something, come by. I'll fry something with beef tallow for you." I watched the little girl leave and shook my head. I couldn't understand how Madame Jia, such a stingy person, raised someone like Jia Yunxiu and Jia Yunfang. But deep down, I was still stewing, a mix of frustration and defiance. I was willing to prepare good food for Jia Yunxiu, but I didn't want the slightest benefit to fall into Madame Jia's hands. After cleaning up the connective tissue, I left the beef bones in the courtyard to dry in the sun. They could later be ground into bone meal, making excellent livestock feed. Once I had tidied up, I scrubbed the big pot and prepared to return it to Gao Yufan's home. It had rained all day yesterday, and the dirt roads were now a sea of mud. Holding the big pot, I walked along and soon ran into a few other commune members. They were gossiping with nosy grins and blocked my path. "Chaiyang, we heard from Su Air that you made a pot of tallow from beef bones, and Zhang Baoqing got so jealous he tried to snatch it, only for the brigade leader to slap him?" "Well, something like that." I dodged the question with a vague reply. Who could have guessed how quickly Su Air, that gossipy loudmouth, would spread the word? Truly, the #1 busybody in Kyojiawa, a role he seemed born for. Zhang Baoqing's really gotten out of hand, just relying on his dad being brigade leader. Exactly. He even managed to snatch a piece of fatty beef yesterday. Shameless. Don't forget, that old ox died because of him. When the folks from that other brigade tried to get answers, they got yelled at instead. All he does is show off in his own village. Not to mention he just slacks off as the militia squad leader, skipping work all the time. I heard he only likes going to the commune to watch movies. Their complaints went on endlessly. Zhang Baoqing really had nothing going for him except a privileged father. If not for that, he'd have been stripped of his title for all he'd done. Listening with great interest, I didn't even feel rushed to return the pot. But after ranting for a while, they turned their attention to me. "Chaiyang, do you still have any beef bones at your place?" I shook my head and lifted the pot slightly. "Nope. I cleaned out even this big pot and am on my way to return it to Yufan's house." "Then you'd better get going." They looked disappointed, their gossiping mood suddenly dampened. I smiled, nodded, and carried on with the pot. I soon arrived at the Su family's courtyard, where Gao Yufan was chopping wild vegetables. When she saw me, her face lit up with joy, and she rushed over to greet me. "Chaiyang, it's sold. It's sold. All thanks to you." She glanced around, then lowered her voice. "Those educated youths are like starving wolves. They snatched up all the beef I brought over. Finally, our family can manage better for a while. Sister-in-law, how much did you sell it for?" "1 yuan per pound." They didn't even haggle, just bought it straight away. Her excitement was palpable. I had predicted this. Educated youths had money, and the way they bought meat as if they were striking gold proved as much. 4 pounds of beef for 4 yuan. What a solution to their financial troubles. 1 yuan. I nodded. The price was reasonable. In these times, beef and mutton were cheaper than pork, around 60 cents per pound at the county market, but you'd need ration tickets to buy any. These educated youths didn't have ration tickets, so buying beef for 1 yuan a pound was a steal for them. An idea began to form in my head. These educated youths came from working-class families, where their parents had monthly salaries of at least 20 or 30 yuan, double that for dual-income households, making them far wealthier than the locals. And it wasn't just about the money. They likely had access to all sorts of ration tickets, perhaps even the rarest ones like bicycle tickets or watch tickets. Once I returned from hunting, I could try to trade with them, but I need to ensure everything was done safely. As we were speaking in hushed tones, a head peeked from the northern room's doorway. Su Dowling stepped out, his expression sour. Leaning on his cane, he hurried over, coughing. "Chaiyang's here," he rasped. "Brother Su, I'm just here to return the pot." I responded with my usual smile, in stark contrast to his sour demeanor. Sister-in-law, I'll head back if there's nothing else, I said, nodding to Gao Yufan and turning to leave. Behind me, Gao Yufan was still beaming over the meat sale. But Su Dalong, wheezing heavily, shuffled closer to her. Once I was out of earshot, he asked, Yufan, what were you chatting with Chaiyang about? Why are you so happy? He mopped his sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. It's nothing. Yukai, stop overthinking. We were just chatting casually. Gao Yufan's smile faded as she carried the pot back inside. Hey, Yufan, Yufan. He hurried after her, blocking the entrance to the inner room. Yufan, I know I've been dragging this family down. If letting Chaiyang join our family will make things better, I won't stand in the way. But you can't keep things unclear like this. It'll lead to gossip, and it won't be good for Chaiyang. You have to think of him too. So Yukai, there's nothing inappropriate between Chaiyang and me. Wasn't it you spreading those rumors before? Did you think about him then? And now you're blaming me. Anger filled Gao Yufan's voice. She had taken risks, engaging in bold trading, all for this family. And yet here he was, letting his mind run wild. Brushing past him, she said, I'm heading to the fields for work. Take care of the kids and stop overthinking. Hey, Yufan, Gao Yufan. After a whole day's work, I returned home in the afternoon to prepare for the trip to the Western Highlands. The lead bullets and gunpowder from Third Uncle's place would suffice for this hunt. I just needed to prepare food, clothing, and hunting tools. Fortunately, I still had half a jar of beef tallow at home. For once, I decided to be indulgent and mixed the tallow with cornmeal to fry some flatbreads for the journey. As I was busily cooking, Su the loafer waltzed into my yard. Chaiyang, stop what you're doing. Come quick. Zhang Baoqing's about to give a public self-criticism at the brigade office. Let's go watch the show, he said gleefully, clearly relishing the drama. I shook my head. Not going. What's so interesting about a self-criticism? It's not like he's getting stripped of his militia squad leader title. Picking up another flatbread and placing it on a woven lid to cool, I added, Su Air, try to keep a low profile while I'm away these few days. Don't give Zhang Baoqing a reason to trouble you. He's still holding a grudge against us. Don't you worry. I may be a loafer, but I'm no easy target. Anyone looking to bully me will have to think twice. I raised an eyebrow and gave him another look. Fair enough. Su the loafer did have a knack for being hard to push around. So, Chaiyang, you're really not going? Nope. Su wrinkled his nose, then reached straight for a flatbread off the lid. Golden and fragrant, they practically screamed deliciousness. Chaiyang, these smell amazing. Mind if I take one for Yunxiu to try? He grabbed two and made a run for it before I could stop him. Hey, Su the loafer, you shameless rascal. I chased him to the door, yelling after him. That loafer was incorrigible. Show him the slightest kindness, and he'd take it too far. Staring at the remaining flatbreads, I sighed heavily. While I had solved the oil shortage, grain was still an issue, especially fine grains, which we lacked severely. Thinking about the Western Highlands, I began plotting. Many parts there were still uninhabited wilderness, untouched by human footsteps. Rarely visited places. If one could find a concealed spot to clear the wilderness and plant grain, it might help subsidize the household. Sigh, living is tough, I muttered, exhaling a deep breath as I returned to flipping flatbreads. Night gradually fell. I grabbed the old kerosene lamp by the side of the heated brick bed, struck a match to light the cotton wick, then adjusted it with a wooden stick. The flame flared up too much, but with the light, I climbed to the foot of the bed and fished out my winter sheepskin coat. Nights on the plateau were cold. Thick clothing was essential. By midnight, everything was packed neatly. Only then did I blow out the lamp and lie down to sleep. The next morning, I got up at the crack of dawn. With the self-sewn rucksack on my back, a small black pot dangling from its top, a homemade hunting rifle slung on my arm, and a battered canteen filled with cold boiled water strapped to my waist, I was ready to go. Taking one last look at the earthen house, I hesitated for a moment before deciding to pick up the half jar of beef tallow and carefully tucked it into the dark hole of the brick stove. It was the most valuable thing in the house, so better to hide some of it for safekeeping. Brushing the dust off my hands, I stood up with no other concerns holding me back. I turned and stepped out. After tightly closing the wooden door, I found a tree branch and wedged it into the latch. Honestly, it's embarrassing to admit we didn't even have a lock in the house. But looking at the poverty-stricken state of my home, there was nothing worth stealing anyway, making a lock redundant. I scanned the courtyard and covered the pile of earthen bricks. Then, with large strides, I set off. Upon my return from this hunting trip, I'd finished building the courtyard wall. Morning light barely peeked through the horizon. Most villagers were still asleep, and the village lay in a deep silence. With my rucksack in place, I walked towards the western side of the village. Under the large willow tree at the edge of the village, a figure stood faintly, smiling in my direction. Is that Yunfang? I paused in surprise, and memories rushed back all at once. Jia Yunfang and I grew up together, practically childhood companions. When my parents passed away one after another, I considered her my sole family. But who could have guessed that she'd end up marrying Zhang Baoqing? Feeling a mix of emotions, I strode towards her. Yet, when I stood beneath the tree, face to face with her, I found myself at a loss for words. Jia Yunfang had her hair styled short and wore a floral dress. Her fashionable urban attire seemed utterly out of place in this remote Keojiawa village. Compared to her outspoken and carefree younger sister, she possessed a gentler and more delicate demeanor. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and looked at me anxiously. Chaiyang, I heard you're planning to go hunting in the Western Plateau. Is it true? That place is uninhabited. Do you really have to go? The plateau was fraught with dangers. She had heard her father-in-law mention it before. Only those desperate to survive ventured westward to carve out a life. Besides, I had never hunted before. Chaiyang, can you not go? I shook my head, silent. She sighed softly. The past is the past. We've all moved on. You don't have to compete with Baoqing anymore, do you? Don't go, okay? Compete. Her words made me laugh bitterly in disbelief. I scrutinized her closely, and suddenly, she seemed unfamiliar to me. What am I competing with him for? Competing for you? Jia Yunfang, you're overthinking it. I'm going hunting so I can live a better life, not to compete with Zhang Baoqing over anything. Chaiyang, that's not what I meant. She waved her hand hurriedly, lowering her voice hesitantly. Last night, Baoqing made a public apology in front of the entire village. When he came back, he was furious, and he mentioned you. Don't antagonize him. It won't do you any good. Let's just live peacefully, okay? I felt utterly disheartened. The Jia Yunfang standing before me was no longer the one I used to know. Without uttering another word, I gave her one last look and turned away. Perhaps, the moment she married Zhang Baoqing, the Jia Yunfang I recognized had ceased to exist. In my past life, I foolishly rallied for her sake. What a fool I had been. Chaiyang, don't go. I'm saying this for your own good. She chased after me for a few steps, and when I didn't respond, she sighed helplessly and called out. Why can't you just live a stable life? Why must you insist on vying for the position of team vice captain? You've never hunted before. There's no guarantee you'll catch anything. Hunting isn't as easy as relying on wits. And not everyone is cut out to be the vice captain. I paused in my tracks, turned my head to look at her, and said with sheer disappointment, Jia Yunfang, you don't understand me. And I've realized I no longer understand you either. I'm going hunting, and I'm going to fight for that team vice captain position, not to compete with anyone, but for myself, so I can live a better life. In that moment, it even crossed my mind, when she married Zhang Baoqing, perhaps it wasn't entirely forced. Maybe it was a choice she willingly made. With a corner of my mouth twitching in a faint sneer, I gave her one last glance and strode ahead resolutely. Chaiyang, I'm seriously looking out for you. She stood beneath the willow tree, worry etched all over her face. Reborn into this life, I was completely done with her. The good thing is, I'm no longer the naive person I was in my past life. I wasn't heartbroken anymore, just irritated, mostly at the foolish version of myself from then. Regaining my composure, I pressed on. Exiting the village, the dirt road stretched south to north, leading straight to the commune. My plan was to first stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase coarse salt crystals, then hop onto a coal train headed westward, straight to the plateau. If luck sided with me, I might sleep under the vast grasslands tonight. The thought was exhilarating. This could even count as a sort of hiking adventure. Just as I was picking up my pace, someone suddenly called me from the roadside. Chaiyang, brother Chaiyang. From behind the poplar tree emerged a youthful figure, Jia Yunxiu, running over with a grin. Yunxiu, what are you doing here? I asked, astonished. Brother Chaiyang, I came to see you off. My sister's at the village entrance. I didn't want her to see me and start nagging, she said as she fumbled to pull out 2 warm eggs from her pocket. She hurried forward to stuff them into mine, then immediately took a step back, as if afraid I'd refuse her gesture. Chaiyang, I boiled 2 eggs for you. Eat them on the way. Don't worry about your house. I'll keep an eye on it for you, and I promise, nothing will go missing. Feeling the warm eggs in my pocket, my heart grew warm to match. Who would have thought this little girl could be so thoughtful? Yunxiu, what is it, brother Chaiyang? You're better than your sister. Huh? What about my sister? She froze, utterly perplexed. You're stronger than her. You have more conscience. Walking up to her, I patted her head, and without another word, resumed my journey toward the commune. Huh? She was left baffled, taking a few tentative steps forward, then cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Brother Chaiyang, be careful. Next time take me with you. Stay home and behave yourself. I'll bring something delicious for you when I get back. I yelled back with a laugh, waving my hand without turning around. Leaving behind the borders of Keojiawa, I traversed another 5 or 6 miles to reach the Luozhang Brigade. This place was visibly wealthier than Keojiawa. The road was flanked by brick houses, and the earthen paths were smoother. On the northern side of the village, a towering chimney stood on the yellow soil, billowing smoke into the sky. A few donkey carts were parked along the dirt road, people busily loading bricks onto them. Watching the bustling brick kiln in action, I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The brigadier here was a world apart from Zhang Hushan, who only knew how to stubbornly farm the fields. Here, they had a thriving sideline business running strong. Remembering the mud brick house back home, I stepped forward and asked, "Sir, how much are your bricks?" 3 cents each. If you need many, we can even deliver them from our team in the commune. Young man, how many do you want? The older man was so enthusiastic he even stopped moving bricks. I'm just asking for now. Got no money on me. That's all right. You look like a capable person. Come back after you've saved enough. He waved his hand and went back to work. I calculated silently. To build a 3-room brick house would need about 10,000 bricks. Just buying the bricks would cost 300 yuan. Add in wood, cement, and lime. The whole thing would cost at least 500 or 600 yuan. With a clearer figure in mind, I felt energized. I glanced back at the bricks and then walked off with large strides. After passing through Luozhang village and walking another 2 or 3 miles, I reached Liqiao commune. In those days, a commune was just one street. The liveliest spot on that street was the supply and marketing cooperative, the only place in the entire commune where you could buy goods. I wandered around inside. The supplies weren't abundant, and there wasn't much to buy. Gritting my teeth, I spent 45 cents on 3 pounds of salt. There was also sugar on display at the counter, which I was quite tempted by. Having sugar in the wild could quickly replenish energy. But unfortunately, I had no sugar coupons and could only look on in frustration. "Comrade, do you buy hides here?" I asked. "We do," answered a woman clerk in her 30s or 40s, giving me a quick glance from behind the counter. "Rabbit hides are 4 to 5 cents depending on their quality. Sheep hides, dried hides, 5 to 6 yuan. We also take pig bristles." I quickly calculated and figured the prices were decent. In those days, livestock farming was scarce, so the purchase price of hides was much higher than in later years. "Do you also buy marmot or Tibetan fox hides? What about wolf hides or bear hides? And oh, do you deal in bear gallbladders?" "Huh." She frowned, stood up abruptly, and pointed northward. "Comrade, do you think it's funny to joke with people? Take a good look at the wall to see what's written." I turned my head and saw 8 large characters on the wall. "Do not beat customers without cause." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The clerks of these times were truly something not to be provoked. I quickly waved my hands. "Comrade, why would I joke around? Look at the way I'm dressed. Do I look like someone trying to play games?" She sized me up, saw that I was carrying a hunting rifle, and looked like a hunter, and her expression softened. "We're a small place and don't buy those kinds of hides. As for bear gallbladders, we couldn't afford them even if we wanted to. If you want to sell them, try the large supply and marketing cooperative in the county town." "All right, thank you." I thanked her and walked out with the things on my back. Rabbit hides were 4 or 5 cents each, so marmot hides must be worth more. After all, marmot fur was considered a substitute for sable fur and was popular both domestically and internationally, even earning foreign exchange. By my guess, 1 marmot hide could fetch the price of a sheep hide. So, if I catch over 100 marmots, I could afford to build a 3-room brick house. My eyes lit up, and it wasn't just marmots. I could also hunt other animals if I came across them, saving money even faster. Excitement filled me as my walking pace quickened. Not far west of Liqiao commune was a long railway. In these days, there were no fences around the tracks. After walking along the railway for a few minutes, I found a small hill and crouched down to wait. Once every 3 days, a coal train would travel from the city to Haibei, passing through the Chilean grasslands. I had already figured out the schedule, and today was the day. While waiting for the train, I pulled out an egg, peeled it, and took a bite. I needed the energy for when I would jump onto the train. I thought of Jia Yunxiu and shook my head with a smile. That little girl really had a thoughtful heart. On this trip to the grasslands, I could catch a cute little critter to take back for her. After finishing the egg, I lay down on the shaded side of the hill and closed my eyes to rest. Half an hour later, the sound of a train whistle echoed in the distance. I climbed up the hill and looked out. Sure enough, a coal-black train was slowly approaching, billowing black smoke. Clank, clank, clank. The train was moving slowly, so I didn't rush. I hid behind the hill, waiting patiently. When the train engine rumbled past, I sprinted out and began running after it. Reaching the tracks, I ran alongside the train, timing it just right before grabbing onto the side of a carriage, my body half hanging off it. The wind roared in my face as I clung tightly with both hands and gradually pulled myself upward. When my hand touched the edge of the carriage roof, I gave a strong heave and flipped myself into the car. There were coal cinders inside, but I didn't mind. Panting heavily, I sat down with a thud. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I took out a sheepskin coat to spread on the floor, lay back on it, and closed my eyes again. Clank, clank, clank. The train chugged forward at its steady pace. I dozed off, and when I woke up, it was already afternoon. Stretching my arms, taking a sip of water, I stood up and leaned against the edge of the carriage to look out. In the distance, mountain ranges stretched endlessly. The sky was vividly blue, with wisps of clouds resting on the peaks. The tallest mountains were capped with snow, looking mysterious. Below them, greenery spread wide as far as the eye could see. The vast grasslands were speckled with patches of yellow flowers, a sea of blooming rapeseed from tilled fields. I was mesmerized. This was the place I had longed to come to, the Chilean grasslands. I stared at the scenery for a while, then propped my head on my hand and gazed toward the snowy mountains. I wonder if there are snow leopards up there. The snow leopard was known as the king of the snow mountains. Its fur was incomparable to marmot fur, with a single pelt worth at least 1,000 yuan. Transported elsewhere, and it would fetch even more. But hunting one in the snow mountains? Easier said than done. I looked at my crude hunting rifle and shook my head. Forget it. With this equipment, I wouldn't stand a chance against a snow leopard. Even hunting a wolf would be a stretch. Better stick to marmots for now. Clank, clank, clank. The train moved forward steadily. I scanned my surroundings from the carriage, but didn't hurry to jump off. We had just entered the grasslands. The fields of rapeseed flowers showed that there were many settlers nearby. Where there were people, there were fewer wild animals. I needed to travel further in. Eek, eek, eek. On the grassy plains flanking the railway, groups of round-eared little mice were poking their heads out, curiously watching the train pass by. I found them amusing. These were pika, little creatures that looked like smaller rabbits but had the mannerisms of mice. They were the most common animals on the grasslands. Many carnivores depended on them for food, making them the small staple delicacy of the highlands. Back in a previous life, riding my motorcycle through a nature reserve, I'd accidentally run over quite a few of them. Seeing them now brought back a bit of nostalgia. Too bad we don't keep much livestock at home. Otherwise, hunting a few to take back and feed the animals would be nice, I muttered. When I return from this trip, I should probably get a hunting dog. It'd make hunting easier and feeding it simpler too. Feeding it pikas would do just fine. The first breed that came to mind was a Tibetan Mastiff, but those were huge and not easy to raise. Besides the Tibetan Mastiff, I also considered a sighthound, a master of chasing down rabbits, and catching pikas would be a breeze. As I watched the pikas on the grass, a smile gradually spread across my face. Eek, eek, eek. You need to be more careful. Don't go getting close to humans so easily. Otherwise, if you run into someone else, they won't be as soft-hearted as I am. The pikas curiously stared at me. Little did they know, this human had already set sights on their pelts. The train continued westward. The farther it went, the fewer rapeseed fields there were on either side. After another hour or so, the rapeseed fields were completely gone, along with any signs of villages. I looked around. To the north, a towering snow-capped mountain loomed, its base strewn with scattered rocks and patches of tall grass. Not far from the railway, there appeared to be a dirt road. It was getting late. I gathered my belongings, carefully slid off the train, and stepped outside. Moreover, gripping the side of the train with both hands, the wind swept through my hair like a wild brush. Taking a deep breath, I aimed for the thickest patch of pasture I could spot and jumped down forcefully. Thud. Rolling for a moment on the grassy ground, I finally got up. The train kept heading southwestward. I watched as it rattled off in the distance, patted the dust off my clothes, and began walking north. Across the vast grasslands stretched a north-south grass road, deeply imprinted by the wheels of carts, an obvious sign of frequent use. I glanced around and saw no one nearby. Bending down, I plucked a piece of grass and bit it between my teeth as I made my way toward the snowy mountain to the north, following the grass road. Along the way, I kept scanning my surroundings, hoping to spot some marmots. In my past life, on the Chilean grasslands, marmots had become a rampant problem. Marmot burrows were everywhere, and avoiding them was nearly impossible. But in this era, with likely no one protecting them, I hadn't seen a single marmot all day, only those ubiquitous pikas. Hiya, hiya. Startled, I turned around to look. In the distance, a cart pulled by a horse raced toward me. Seated on the cart was an elderly man in his 50s, dressed in an oil-stained fur coat. He held a whip in his hand, and a pipe hung from his waist. Whoa! The old man spotted me and pulled the reins, stopping the cart beside me. He gave me a once-over and asked, "Comrade, where are you coming from?" "Uncle, I'm from Meanlian County in the east. I'm here to gather some supplies to make ends meet." "Meanlian County? That's pretty far." The old man nodded, studying me again. Many people came here seeking a livelihood, but most were from nearby reclamation teams. Someone from Meanlian County was quite rare. "Uncle, would you know if there are any marmot burrows around here?" I seized the chance to ask while I could. "Keep heading north. There's a marmot burrow at the base of that snowy mountain. The ones by the roadside here have already been hunted clean. But up there, you'll find wolves and bears. It's quite dangerous. Be careful out there on your own, warned the old man. Waving his hand, he offered, hop in. I'm heading back to Team 6, and I can give you a ride. I didn't hesitate, slinging my homemade gun on my back as I climbed onto the cart. Hiya! The whip cracked, and the horse surged forward. The setting sun bathed the landscape in a mesmerizing glow, but I had no time to admire the view, busy instead asking about the area. The old man's surname was Gua, a herdsman from Team 6 in the vicinity. Other than Team 6, there were no other large settlements nearby, only a few scattered herders passing through. The nearest commune was dozens of kilometers away. The snowy mountain to the north was called Gongba. Spanning several dozen kilometers, it was part of a continuous mountain range. Majestic spruce trees covered the slopes, untouched by human feet, making the terrain perilous. Beneath the snowy mountain lay a massive lake fed by glacial meltwater, rumored to contain fish. Pulling out a notebook, I jotted everything down with a pen. I'd be visiting this area often and needed to familiarize myself with the terrain. Uncle Gua, are there any snow leopards on that snowy mountain? I inquired. Snow leopards. Uncle Gua puffed on his pipe with a grin. When Team 6 was first established years ago, snow leopards would descend the mountain to steal sheep. Haven't seen much of them in recent years, though. He glanced back at me and cautioned. Comrade Chow, snow leopards are no joke. Up there in the mountains, they're the undisputed kings. Even seasoned hunters wouldn't dare provoke one. You shouldn't either. Uncle Gua, I was just asking. Even if you told me to, I wouldn't dare, I replied earnestly. I knew my limits. In those snowy mountains, where snow leopards reigned as kings, I had no intention of flirting with death. The cart traveled north for over 10 minutes when the grass road veered eastward. Uncle Gua pulled the cart to a stop. I expressed my gratitude and hopped off. Before leaving, he turned and said, Comrade Chow, our Team 6 is eastward from here. If you follow the dirt road for 7 or 8 kilometers, you'll find it. It's not easy being out here. If you're ever in a tough spot, come find me at the team. Thank you, Uncle Gua. I expressed my thanks repeatedly. As the cart went on its way, I turned northward, resuming my trek across the grassland. I've scoured the entire grassland, but there's nothing as fragrant as this. Don't cry when it's all gone later, I teased. Breaking off a burnt corner, I placed it in front of the chubby pika. With a plop, it plunked itself down, held the piece between its tiny front paws, and began munching voraciously, its hind legs stretched out behind it. Within moments, it had devoured everything, and its belly visibly puffed out. Squeak, squeak. It chirped, unsatisfied, and stood up to squeal at me again. Hey, you're starting to take advantage of me now, I said, curling my fingers into a bow shape and flicking it. Thwop. The chubby pika somersaulted a few times, then got up and gave me an innocent glance before letting out a pitiful squeal and darting back into its burrow. I laughed, quite unkindly. I wonder if a pika is even edible? The locals say roasted. They're crispy like crackers, taste like rabbit, and smell wonderful. From the burrow entrance, the chubby pika peeked out half its head, shivering, then scrambled back down in a flash. Forget it. Not much meat on them anyway. Better not take unnecessary risks. Pika, though it has rat in its name, it isn't a real rabbit. Thinking about eating it left a bad taste in my mind. Besides, that little bit of meat wouldn't fill me up. After finishing the flatbread, I stood up and looked around. The night grassland was pitch black, save for the faint firelight where I sat. Lifting my gaze, the sky was a sea of stars. In this era free from light pollution, the heavens were so pristine you could see the Milky Way. Lying back in the grass, hands behind my head, I hummed a tune while watching the night spectacle, momentarily forgetting the troubles of Kyojiawa. A slight breeze whispered across the plains, but fortunately, I was lying in a low grassy ditch, shielded from the wind. After a while, drowsiness crept on. Without a watch, I couldn't tell the time, but I'd grown accustomed to rising with the sun and sleeping with its setting. Life here was mundane, but at least there were gorgeous sceneries to admire. I reached for my homemade gun, quietly loaded it with gunpowder and lead pellets, and set it by my side. With a yawn, I tightened my coat, stole a glance at the pika's burrow, and chuckled before closing my eyes. At the crack of dawn, I stirred awake, huddled in my sheepskin coat. Something made my ears twitch, a rustling sound, like something gnawing nearby. Grabbing my gun instinctively, I slowly opened one eye. A quick scan revealed no immediate danger. I yawned, rubbed my drowsy eyes, and sat up groggily. The night hadn't been peaceful. Predators' calls echoed faintly from the north, putting me on edge in a half-asleep, half-alert state. If only I had a dog, I muttered under my breath. A watchdog would have alleviated my unease, serving as both a companion and an alert system. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. Not far off, the chubby pika from last night was busily transporting a clump of fresh grass back to its burrow. Hard-working little fatty, aren't you? I chuckled. It was August, and the alpine grassland was nearing autumn. The diligent little creature was clearly stocking up for the colder months ahead. Stretching to shake off the stiffness, I reached into my bag for a corn flatbread to serve as breakfast. From my pocket, I retrieved an egg, peeling it and savoring it in small bites. The chubby pika sniffed the air from the burrow's entrance and immediately perked up, its nose twitching with excitement. After placing its mouth full of wildflowers inside, it scurried back toward me. Squeak, squeak. It sniffed the discarded eggshells but quickly lost interest, focusing instead on the buttered flatbread in my hand. No wonder you're chubby with such a greedy appetite, I said, tearing off a piece and tossing it its way. The pika cradled the bread and nibbled away rapidly. Don't just eat my food. If you know where any treasures are around here, tell me. I'll make sure to reward you handsomely. I tapped its head playfully. It let out a disgruntled noise, apparently unimpressed with my teasing. The little thing continued munching. As I half-heartedly chatted with the tiny fur ball, another pika emerged cautiously from the west side of the grassland. Watching the burrow warily, likely assessing for any threats, it darted inside the moment it deemed the coast clear. I scratched my head, puzzled. Wasn't that the chubby pika's home? Could it be its partner? But with that sneaky behavior, it doesn't seem likely. Before I could ponder further, the lean pika re-emerged, mouthing a bundle of grass stalks. Without missing a beat, it darted off again, seemingly satisfied with its loot. Huh? Is this little guy a thief? It finally dawned on me. That wily, skinny pika had been stealing the chubby one's carefully gathered stash. No wonder it looked so suspicious. Glancing down, I noticed the chubby pika still contentedly nibbling on the bread, blissfully unaware that its hoard had been pilfered. Hey, little fatty, your house is being robbed, I said nonchalantly. Without even looking up, it let out an impatient squeak and continued to feast, entirely unconcerned. You gluttonous fool. You're going to be cleaned out before you know it. Just as I finished speaking, the scrawny pika made another daring raid. Hey fatty, your stash is almost gone, I said, flicking my finger forward to get its attention. Startled, the chubby pika flipped over, then got back up, about to glare at me. That's when it noticed the intruder poking its furry head out of its home, mouth full of stolen goods. Squeak, squeak. Enraged, it bolted toward the thief and swung its tiny front paws ferociously. What ensued was nothing short of a comedic brawl between the rotund pika and its nimble opponent. The chubby one had the size advantage but proved surprisingly agile, dodging several swipes from its adversary. I was nearly doubled over with laughter. Their fighting techniques were laughably crude, reminiscent of humans bumbling through shabby, drunken fistfights. It was adorable and utterly ridiculous. Eventually, my flatbread dwindled down to crumbs. Reserving the last piece for the ground, I shoved the rest into my mouth, packed my things, slung my rucksack over my shoulder, and resolved to continue my trek northward in search of marmots. Supplies were running low, and I couldn't linger any longer. Before leaving, I cast a look back at the wrestling pikas. Judging by the chubby one's strength, I was confident it would come out victorious. Smiling at the amusing spectacle, I strode away with long, steady steps. Behind me, the pudgy pika executed a flying kick, sending the scrawny thief tumbling with a sharp squeal before it turned tail and fled. Triumphant, the chubby pika strutted back to its burrow. At the entrance, it stood upright and scanned its surroundings. Not spotting me anywhere, it grew anxious, scampering in circles before lowering its head in dismay and retreating inside. Once back, it sniffed around before stumbling upon the small morsel of leftover flatbread I had placed earlier. Dropping onto its rump, it gleefully munched down until not a crumb remained. After licking its lips, it scanned the area one last time. Not seeing me, it let out a couple of half-hearted squeaks before retreating into its burrow, seemingly too disheartened to continue stockpiling for winter. The skies are vast, the plains boundless. Wind brushes the grass. Cows and sheep should appear. But where are the cows? Where are the sheep? And why are there no darn marmots around? As I trudged toward the snowy mountains, my gaze swept over the vibrant grasslands. The fields were lush with wildflowers swaying in the breeze, yet apart from the pikas, there seemed to be absolutely no other wildlife, an utter waste of such fertile land. If only we could harvest some of this for hay, I murmured regretfully. Uncapping my water flask, I took a gulp and pressed on, striding determinately as I scanned for any sign of prey. In my past life, marmots were an uncontrollable nuisance, their burrows dotting every corner of the prairie and driving herders to their wits' end. Now, where could they have gone? It's strange, I muttered to myself. Walking on without knowing how much time had passed, I estimated it was nearing noon. The snow mountain was still nowhere in sight, but suddenly, I discovered something. A gentle stream appeared up ahead. My spirits lifted, and I quickly ran forward. The small creek flowed down from the foot of the snowy mountain, took a turn here, and continued heading west. I crouched down and scooped water with my hands to wash my face. So cold, I exclaimed. Of course, it was the melted water straight from the snowy mountain. Glancing into the stream, I noticed there were no fish. This reminded me of the large lake that Grandpa Gua had mentioned yesterday. It must be further upstream from this creek. Filling my canteen, I decided simply to follow the stream northward. After walking for most of the afternoon, the creek grew wider and wider, and in the distance, I could faintly see the lake at the source. Around the lake, tall birch trees stood in clusters. Raising my eyes, I could now clearly see the lower half of the snowy mountain. The snow-covered peak was dazzlingly white, while the midsection of the mountain was covered with towering spruce trees, vibrant with life. What's that? As I stared in awe, I suddenly noticed 4 or 5 creatures emerging on the grasslands by the lakeshore. They had white underbellies and brown backs. Not wild horses, wild donkeys. Tibetan wild donkeys. Excitement surged through me. These creatures are notoriously stubborn. In the modern era, I've often seen them racing cars. If you don't slow down and admit defeat, they'll run themselves to death rather than stop. One donkey could be worth a fortune, right? I thought to myself. I had once heard people say that donkey hides could be used to make a traditional medicinal gelatin, a jiao, and might sell for 20 or 30 yuan. Don't scoff at that. Back in these times, city workers only earned 20 or 30 yuan a month as their salary. Without hesitation, I dropped to the ground and retrieved the homemade musket slung on my back. Fearing the gunpowder I had loaded last night wouldn't ignite after sitting for so long, I reloaded it with fresh powder. Raising the musket, I aimed at the wild donkey drinking by the creek. But soon, I abandoned the thought. At this distance, the crude musket in my hands could never hit the target. I had no choice but to bend forward, crouching, and inch my way closer. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters. The closer I got, the more my heart pounded in my throat. Almost there, almost, just a bit more. Just then, the largest wild donkey twitched its short ears, like it heard something. It turned its head and let out a loud cry toward the herd. Aru! In an instant, the wild donkey spun around and bolted toward the birch forest to the north, disappearing from sight. I clenched my jaw and refrained from cursing out loud. Glancing down at the shabby musket in my hands, I sighed deeply. If only I had a proper rifle, I wouldn't have to just watch them run away like this. The village's brigade office had a locked-up Type 56 rifle, but with the kind of relationship I had with Zhang Baocheng and his son Zhang Hushan, there was no way I could borrow it. Heading further north, I began brainstorming ways to catch a wild donkey, while the frustration in my heart gradually subsided. Their presence here meant this was their gathering ground, so there'd always be another opportunity in the future. I could dig a trap to catch one alive, I thought suddenly. But there wasn't enough daylight today. This plan would have to wait for another time. Hearing an urgent cry, a look of delight spread across my face. That sound. I'm all too familiar with it. Marmots. Glancing around, sure enough, I spotted a dirt yellow figure on the northeastern slope of the grassy hill. All right, gotcha this time. Raising the musket, I charged up the slope. The marmot tilted its head upward, letting out a shrill warning cry directed at me. The other marmots nearby, alerted by the warning, instantly darted back into their burrows. Yet the lookout marmot remained unshaken, not diving into its hole until I was almost within reach. I didn't shoot. Marmot fur is only valuable if it's intact. A damaged pelt would be worthless. Circling the slope twice, I saw that this area was riddled with burrows, at least 10 of them, widely spread out. This was clearly a large family of marmots. Beneath the ground, their tunnels must have already interconnected to form their dens. As I paced back and forth, heads periodically popped out of nearby holes, watching me cautiously. The moment I got close, they darted back in. No rush. I picked the largest burrow. Opening my knapsack, I pulled out a piece of hemp rope, tied it into a noose, and delicately placed it at the mouth of the hole. Gripping the other end of the rope, I retreated to the farthest western side, laid down in the grass, camouflaged myself with the blades, and locked my gaze onto the burrow, waiting in silence. The hillside fell into a quiet calm. After a while, cries echoed from a few burrows, but none dared to come out. I lay there, patient as ever. Time ticked by. Finally, one marmot, unable to bear the weight any longer, emerged. It stood upright, cautiously scanning its surroundings. Holding my breath, I tucked my face further into the grass. Not detecting any danger, it cried twice more and waddled over to a patch of fertile grass, lowering its head to graze. It was August, and the steppes' pastures were at their lushest. The marmots were desperate to eat as much as possible, fattening up for the winter. Without putting on sufficient weight now, they wouldn't survive the long, bitterly cold winters of the plateau. As the first marmot grazed, a few others gradually emerged too, each one so plump that their flesh seemed to jiggle with every step they took. I kept my focus on the largest burrow. Sure enough, there was movement soon. A big, rotund marmot carefully poked its head out. Not yet. Not just yet. I looped the rope's end around my hand twice and gripped it tightly. That critter was exceedingly cautious, sticking only its head out and letting out a couple of cries, which the others answered. Deeming it safe, it finally poked half its body out. Now's the time. With a swift tug, I pulled the rope. The noose instantly tightened around the marmot's neck. It sensed the danger too late. Letting out terrified screams, it tried to retreat into its burrow, but the noose held firm, dragging its struggling body out instead. It wailed toward its companions for help, but none of the others dared to stay. Each one dived into their respective holes as though fleeing for their lives. With no alternative, the marmot turned its gaze on me, baring its teeth and clawing menacingly. An adult marmot could weigh 10 gene, around 5 kilograms, but this one was fatter, at least 15 or 16 gene. Getting scratched by one of its claws would hurt, and if its claws carried any muck or infection, things could get serious. But I had been prepared for this. Unstrapping the large cast iron pot from my backpack, I gripped the handle and swung it down hard. Clang! The heavy blow landed squarely on the marmot's skull with a thud. It let out a blood-curdling scream and lunged toward me, as if trying to fight to the death. Clang! 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 Without a trace of emotion, I swung 3 more times in rapid succession. That pot, cast from solid iron, was heavy. If a person took a hit from it, they wouldn't fare well, let alone this marmot. The fatty creature wobbled, collapsing onto the grass with a thud, motionless. Still wary, I gave it a couple more taps for good measure. Satisfied that it really had stopped breathing, I finally stopped. Phew. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I crouched down and loosened the noose around its neck. Was already simmering with a rich aroma wafting through the air. I sat down beside the makeshift fire, stirring the pot with a wooden ladle, my stomach growling in anticipation. It's been 2 days on nothing but dry corn cakes, and the promise of meat finally felt like a luxury. The broth began to bubble, and the pieces of marmot meat floated up as their fragrance deepened. The snowy wilderness around me was silent except for the occasional crackling of the fire. I grabbed a small wooden bowl, scooped some of the soup, and blew on it to cool it down. Taking a tentative sip, the warmth soaked into my body, driving away the chill of the evening air. The flavor wasn't bad. Marmot meat had a richness of its own, earthy and gamey but satisfying after days of rough rationing. I chewed on a tender piece of meat, savoring the taste. Darkness fully enveloped the forest. The only source of light was the flickering fire and a faint glow from the snow-covered peaks in the distance. I peered into the darkness, always alert for movement. Wild animals were one thing I couldn't afford to forget. The thought of a snow leopard, or even wolves drawing near, made me shiver slightly. I tightened my grip on my firearm, ready for anything. But for now, I enjoyed my meal. The marmot stew was hearty and filling. After finishing most of it, I wrapped the remaining portion in a piece of cloth to keep for later. Tomorrow I could heat it on the fire again and continue eating. I leaned back against the makeshift wooden shelter I had built, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite the weariness tugging at my bones. Today had been a productive day. I caught food, processed a fine animal pelt, and even started on plans for a cabin, a future I could build step by step. The fire crackled low. I added another piece of wood to keep it alive through the night. Despite the stillness, my mind whirled with thoughts of survival, of the freedom nestled in the vastness of this wilderness, of the dreams of a quiet and self-sufficient life far removed from the complications of others. Taking a deep breath, I gazed at the starry expanse overhead. It was breathtaking, a sky so clear and infinite that it made you feel insignificant. The silence here was profound yet comforting, broken only by nature's subtle whispers. Out here, away from the chaos of society, where every meal was earned and each day's survival a triumph, I found a kind of peace I hadn't known before. I closed my eyes, resting my head back as the embers of the fire flickered. In this vast, snowy wilderness, it was just me, the stars, and the dream of a life carved out of the raw, untamed beauty of nature. Mature beyond my years, I chopped 2 birch branches and crafted a pair of chopsticks. Sitting before the warm stone stove, I impatiently stirred the pot with the chopsticks and fished out a large piece of meat. Apart from salt, I hadn't added anything else. Bringing it to my nose, I sniffed. No strange odor. Only then did I take a large bite with reassurance. As soon as it entered my mouth, the aroma hit me, layered with a distinct freshness. A gentle bite. It was tender, unlike any meat I'd eaten before. It might have been the glacier water washing away its blood, giving it a clean, non-gamey taste. Quite delightful. But the pot held only meat, no vegetables mixed in. The flavor, while satisfying, was a little monotonous. Still, in these times and under such circumstances, having meat to eat was like living the life of a god. Not bad, not bad. Marmot meat is truly delicious, much better than those flatbreads. I set my worries aside, hurriedly picked up another piece, blew on it, and began to gnaw. From the nearby tree hung a kettle, now half filled with birch sap. Taking it down, I alternated between bites of meat and swigs of sap, feeling as if I were living a celestial existence. The sky turned completely dark. On the steppe, the wind picked up, and the temperature dropped below 10 degrees, bitterly cold. Yet, by the warm stone stove, eating heartily, I couldn't have been more content or satisfied. Almost a month since my rebirth, this was the first time I'd feasted on meat, recklessly indulging as though I wanted to finish the entire pot in one sitting. Soon, my belly was round and full, and I set the chopsticks down, satisfied. Wiping the grease from my lips, I left the remaining marmot in the pot and hung it back up in the tree. From my military bag, I retrieved an old ink bottle, lit a fire, and entered my makeshift shelter by its faint light. Having trekked for most of the day and worked tirelessly all afternoon, I was thoroughly exhausted. Cocooned within the shelter, surrounded by sturdy birch logs, I felt a rare sense of security. Setting my flintlock gun nearby and covering myself with a sheepskin coat, I fell into a deep sleep. Howl, meow, chirp. In the middle of the night, the forest came alive with an array of animal calls. One of them sounded disturbingly close. I woke with a start, gripping the flintlock, and cautiously crept to the entrance of the shelter, peering out. After a while, nothing, no sign of animals, no more noises. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I lay back down. This wooden house, I have to build it, or else I'll never sleep soundly again. Swallowing hard, I steadied my nerves. The latter half of the night, I hovered between sleep and wakefulness. Only when a faint glimmer of dawn appeared outside did I finally catch a short, restful nap. Today, I had to trap more marmots. Time couldn't be wasted. Rising to wash my face in the stream, I prepared to reheat the leftover meat from last night. Standing before the tree where I'd hung the pot, my expression darkened. Crouching down, I examined the claw marks on the birch and felt a wave of unease. Something definitely came by last night. The meat in the pot was untouched, but the claw marks on the tree suggested that whatever had come wasn't very large. Standing, I scanned the area and hurried to the spot where I'd discarded the marmot's innards. Sure enough, they were gone. Was it a wolf? Doesn't seem like it. Wolves usually come in packs. A lone wolf? Or perhaps a wild dog? My thoughts were racing. Coyotes, wolves, panthers, leopards, bears. This region of the Chilean mountains had 4 out of 5. Only tigers were missing. Oh right, while real tigers didn't exist in Chilean, there was something akin to a mini tiger, the lynx, no less ferocious than a snow leopard. Chilean was a wildlife haven, but for anyone stepping foot here, danger lurked everywhere. No matter. I can't let myself get scared off without even seeing what it was. Gripping my flintlock tightly, I exhaled deeply to calm myself. Taking down the hanging pot, I reheated its contents on the stone stove. With a predator having visited last night, I was extra cautious. Even the gnawed bones were buried deeply into the earth. The broth left in the pot? I brought it to the stream and poured it into the flowing water, letting the current carry it away. The salted meat left in my bag. I tied it securely and hoisted it high up onto the birch tree. After filling my stomach, I grabbed my tools and returned to the marmot traps I set yesterday. Crouching low, I scanned the surroundings. No movement near the burrow entrance yet. I wasn't impatient. Gripping the rope, I lay flat on the grassy ground and waited. Soon, the sun began to rise from the east. Under its rays, dew sparkled on the wild grass, prime grazing for marmots, who loved chewing on dewy blades. Not long after, there was finally movement from a nearby burrow. A marmot cautiously poked its head out and crawled forward. Coincidentally, it emerged from the exact burrow where I'd set a trap. My eyes lit up, and I tightened the rope. Allah! Thunk! One swipe of the pan, and the marmot wobbled, its eyes rolling back. Expressionless, I gave it a few more hard whacks. Seeing it motionless, I quickly dragged it aside, removed the trap, and placed it at another burrow's entrance. Returning to the ground, I lay down again to wait. Taking advantage of the lull, I gave the marmot a once-over. It was noticeably smaller than yesterday's, but still a good 10 pounds or so. From my bag, I pulled out an old patched sack, stuffed the marmot inside, and tied the sack's mouth shut. The alpine meadow was cold, slowing meat spoilage. I planned to stash it somewhere cool in the forest, bringing it back to Keojiawa later. But for now, it was too inconvenient to butcher here, as the meat wouldn't transport well. Half an hour passed, and another marmot popped its head out of a different burrow. Unfortunately, it wasn't the one tied to my trap. When I sell the pelts, I'll need to buy extra ropes next time. It hadn't occurred to me just how many burrows dotted this area, and now I realized my earlier miscalculation. I glanced up to see the marmot nibbling on some grass sprouts. Resuming my patient vigil, I kept my focus. Now was the time they were frantically fattening themselves up, gorging on grass. I refused to believe none of them would step into my traps. Allah! Sure enough, activity stirred near several burrows. Having endured the night, the marmots couldn't resist emerging to graze. I gripped the rope tighter, my eyes unblinking. Soon enough, at the burrow with my trap, a furry little head poked out. Snap! The rope tightened instantly. Gripping the iron pan, I rushed forward and gave it a heavy whack. Thunk! 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 It toppled over before it could even cry out, lying lifeless on the ground. I wasted no time, casting a glance at the fattest marmot, which had escaped east into another burrow. Quickly, I raced over, resetting my trap. The one I'd just killed went into the sack, and I resumed my position, lying flat on the grass again. This family of marmots, I estimated, numbered over 20, enough to keep me hunting for a while. As time passed by, I stayed firmly stationed, skipping even lunch. Night gradually fell, and my sack swelled heavier and heavier. Beaming with satisfaction, I glanced back at the grass-covered slope, hoisted the bag onto my back, and returned to the birch forest. Tipping everything out onto the ground, I counted 8 marmots in total, lined up stiffly on the ground. It was quite the sight. I've snared half the marmots on this slope. Their family took a massive hit. I muttered, wiping the sweat off my brow, grinning smugly to myself. In the future, I plan to build a wooden cabin here, but there are too many marmots on this grassy slope, ruining the pasture. If their numbers were halved, that'd be just right. The meat I had hung in the tree was still there. I washed some pieces and cooked them. After eating and drinking enough, I hoisted the burlap sack containing the marmots high up into a tree so it wouldn't attract wild animals. Once I finished tidying up, I grabbed my old flintlock gun and crawled back into the hut. Late into the night, the calls of beasts echoed from the birch forest again. Awoo! I was sleeping lightly tonight and woke up instantly, startled by the sound. Grabbing the flintlock, I crept toward the entrance of the hut to take a look outside. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound of claws on a tree reached my ears. I immediately understood. Something had set its eyes on the marmots I hunted. Taking a deep breath, I held onto the flintlock and decided to go out and investigate. The birch forest at night was shrouded in a heavy darkness. I strapped a hatchet to my waist, cradled the flintlock in both hands, crouched low, and moved cautiously toward the source of the sound. In the faint moonlight, I could just barely make out a shadow near the tree where the meat was hanging. It wasn't big, somewhat resembling a dog, but it had very short legs. I sighed with relief. At least it wasn't some large, dangerous predator. I could handle this. The creature under the tree kept leaping toward the hanging meat, but its short legs caused it to fall flat each time. Suddenly, its ears perked up, as if hearing me approach. It quickly whipped its head around to stare in my direction. Bang! Seeing its eyes gleaming green in the darkness, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. In a flash of light, and with a loud shot, the lead bullet whizzed toward it. Whoa! It seemed the creature wasn't hit. Startled by the sound of the gun, it turned and bolted. Whoosh! Its speed was startling, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. This old flintlock sure is something, I muttered, looking down at the gun in my hands, a bit exasperated. The distance had been too great, and with that creature noticing me first, all I could do was fire. Oh well, I thought. If I'd shot it and the skin got damaged, it wouldn't fetch much anyway. Consider it a lucky escape for it. I looked around. The gunshot had silenced everything nearby, the eerie quiet making me uneasy. Rubbing my arms to ward off the chill, I quickly ducked back into the hut. The rest of the night passed without further interruptions, and the forest remained peaceful. The next day, before the first light of dawn, I got up early. I untied the burlap sack from the tree, packed my things, and prepared to head back. I had hunted 8 marmots yesterday, averaging about 10 pounds each. That made over 80 pounds in total. Combined with the one from the day before, I had more than enough. It was getting too heavy to carry anymore. Today was also the day the train made its round trip. If I missed it, I'd have to wait 3 days, which I couldn't afford. Before leaving, I carried my gear and went back to check the spot where I had caught the marmots, just in case any had come back out. A couple more wouldn't hurt, but the sight ahead left me disappointed. The grassy slope was deathly silent. Not a sound could be heard. It was as if the area had never been home to any marmots at all. They must have been truly frightened, deep underground now. Regretfully, I slung the burlap sack over my back and headed south. Not long after I left, from one of the tunnels on the slope, a small marmot cautiously poked its head out. It surveyed its surroundings for a long while before tentatively stepping out. Staring into the distance where my figure was gradually fading away, the little marmot tilted its head back and let out sharp cries. In nearby tunnels, marmots began emerging one by one, standing upright and joining in the chorus, their cries echoing in unison. Whoosh! Suddenly, a yellow blur flashed by. Ah! The little marmot still crying out felt a sharp tightness around its neck as it was yanked into the air. The surrounding marmots were terrified, scattering and fleeing back into their tunnels. A woo, a woo. In the distance, I thought I heard something faint, narrowing my eyes and glancing back toward the grassy slope in confusion. The light of dawn had barely broken, making it hard to see clearly. After a moment, seeing nothing, I shook my head and continued dragging the heavy burlap sack south. With the grass cushioning the ground, dragging it wasn't too hard. Luckily, it was still summer and the fields were lush with vegetation. Otherwise, hauling 80 to 90 pounds of marmots home would have been a real challenge. I trekked on for quite some time. Finally, the sun climbed into the sky. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I didn't dare slow down. I unscrewed my water flask and took a big gulp of birch sap before striding southward again. Before long, I arrived at the spot where I'd spent the first night on this grassland. As I caught sight of that small grassy ditch, I couldn't help but think of the plump little pika I'd encountered there, a smile tugging at my lips. After a brief hesitation, I decided to take a detour to check on it. I still had half a piece of cornbread left in my bag after all. I set down the burlap sack, pulled out the bread, and quickly walked over. In the grassy ditch, that round pika was busy hauling a bundle of grass toward its burrow. As it waddled along, it suddenly bumped into something, stumbled, and toppled onto the grass. Scrambling back up, it stood upright, tilting its head back to let out indignant squeaks. Gigi, Gigi. Ha! You chunky little rascal. Don't go playing dead now. I laughed, unable to contain myself. This rotund creature, whatever was on its mind, had managed to bump straight into my shoe while carrying a bundle of grass. If it encountered a predator, it'd end up dinner without even knowing how it happened. Breaking off a small piece of the fatty cornbread, I crouched down and placed it in front of the pika. Little fatty, haven't seen you in a few days. Did you not eat well? You've gotten thinner. I reached out to rub its head, finding this odd. This pika had once been delightfully chubby, its round cheeks and big floppy ears making it irresistibly cute. But now, it had clearly slimmed down. Gigi. It rubbed its eyes with a furry little paw and lifted its nose to sniff vigorously. Gee. As soon as it caught the familiar scent, it grew visibly excited. Plopping down into the wildflowers it had been carrying, it grasped the piece of bread and chomped on it greedily. Poor little fellow, eat up now. Who knows when I'll be back next? I broke off another piece and placed it in front of it. Now I understood why it had slimmed down. It must have gotten a taste from my fatty cornbread and turned its nose up at grass. The thought made me chuckle. Don't eat it all at once. Save some for your nest, I advised, rubbing its head again as I broke off one last piece. In a rush to catch the train, I couldn't linger. Smiling, I turned to leave. Gigi, Gigi, mouth stuffed with cornbread, the chubby pika stared after me as I walked away, suddenly growing anxious. It quickly gobbled down what it was chewing. Watching me draw farther and farther away, it abandoned the bread entirely and bolted after me. Running a few steps, it glanced back at the remaining bread, reluctant to leave it behind. It doubled back, picked it up in its mouth, and struggled to follow me. But no matter how it tried, I was moving too quickly, the distance between us only growing. Gigi. Making up its mind, the pika finally let go of the bread and sprinted after me with all its might. Gigi, Gigi. Huh. I turned around to check. To my surprise, the little creature was desperately chasing after me, leaving me momentarily stunned. Hey, little fatty, what are you chasing after me for? A mouse shouldn't be so greedy. I left plenty of food back there. It squeaked anxiously, clambering up my pant leg. It struggled all the way to my chest, looking at me with a pitiful expression. I carefully held it in my hands. Are you saying you want to come with me? Chirp, chirp. It played the rascal, lying flat in my palm, wriggling its plump body, and looking up at me. You're serious? You really want to come with me? I couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. But, truth be told, this chubby little pika was actually kind of cute. Unable to resist, I scratched its chin. Little fatty, my home is far from here. It's not like this place at all. If you regret it later, there's no turning back. It closed its eyes and lay there comfortably, refusing to move. All right, this is your own decision. Don't blame me later. Normally, an adult pika weighs about 2 ounces, but this chubby fellow, so plump and round, must weigh at least 3. How about we call you Fatty from now on? Look at those cheeks of yours. You're like some mouse-pig hybrid. Fatty flipped over unhappily. Coming with me is fine, but no freeloading. You have to learn something useful and aim to become a treasure-hunting pika someday. I slid it into my pocket and grabbed my sack, continuing southward. As I walked, I pondered, was this creature really a mouse or maybe a rabbit? Before dawn broke, I was on the move again, not stopping even for a moment. By noon, the blazing sun overhead, I finally reached the train tracks to the south. The far-off sound of a train whistle echoed in the distance. I quickly untied the sack and tipped out the marmots inside. Before the train arrived, I gulped down a few sips of birch sap to restore my energy. Chirp, chirp. Fatty poked its head out from my pocket. I'm about to hop on the train. Hold tight to the pocket and don't stick your head out for anything, got it? I gently pushed it back inside. Before long, a coal-filled freight train rumbled its way toward us. I crouched low, waiting for the engine to pass, and then hastily began tossing the marmots onto the coal cars as they rolled by. It was a delicate skill. If I overshot, they'd end up on the tracks. Fortunately, my luck held today. All 8 marmots landed safely. As the last few cars passed, I sprinted alongside the train, leapt forward, and grabbed onto the edge of a car. My hands clung tightly to the frame, and with a deep breath, I mustered all my strength to haul myself onto the coal pile. Once up, I carefully worked my way across the carriages, picking up the marmots one by one. When I was done, I collapsed onto the coal heap, panting heavily. Chirp, chirp. Fatty curiously poked its head out. Listen, Fatty, we're leaving the Chilean mountains. I'll bring you back here someday. I took it out of my pocket and placed it on my chest. It stood upright, glancing around. It was probably its first time being up so high. Seeing the vast green grasslands stretching out in front of us, its mouth began to water. So much grass. How long would it take to eat through all of it? Just look at you. I held it by the scruff and lifted it higher so it could properly see the Chilean view. The wind gusted around us, and all too soon, Fatty couldn't take it anymore. It flailed its limbs in panic, letting out desperate squeals. Chirp, chirp. I was startled and quickly brought it back to my chest. All right, you coward. How are you going to help me hunt when you're this timid? I gave its chubby belly a little rub and looked toward the distant snowy mountains. This trip had been so rushed that I hadn't even gotten a chance to head up the mountains. Next time, I wasn't going to miss it. I'd go all the way to the peak to see the snow. I'd heard there were ibex up there. If I managed to catch one, I'd hit the jackpot. I thought suddenly of Kyojiawa. I wondered if anything had happened back in the village over these past few days. Oh, right. I'd been meaning to bring something local from Chilean back for Jiayunshio, but I'd completely forgotten. I glanced down at Fatty. Speaking of unique grassland souvenirs, pikas were certainly iconic. Maybe I could. Chirp, chirp. Fatty shivered, immediately jumping onto the sack and inching away from me. Its little nose twitched as it curiously sniffed around the sack's opening, clearly eager to dig inside. I couldn't help but laugh. For such a little guy, it sure had a keen instinct for danger, perfect material for a guard scout. When I went hunting next time, I'd bring it along. It could stand watch at night, so I wouldn't need to sleep with one eye open. Hey, you clueless thing, get back here. That sack's holding your distant relatives. Don't go giving yourself a scare. I grabbed it by the tail, pulled it out, and tucked it back into my pocket. Finding a safe spot on the coal heap, I decided to close my eyes for a bit. After traveling so far, I was utterly spent. Fatty snuck back out again, climbing onto my chest. It scanned the surroundings warily. Only after confirming there was no danger did it settle down, lying quietly in place. At the Liqiao commune, inside the courtyard of the Kyojiawa Brigade headquarters, Zhang Hushan clutched the little red book in his hands, lecturing the group of commune members on politics. The chairman teaches us that imperialists and reactionaries will never willingly admit defeat. They will make their last desperate struggle, so we must not let down our guard. Below, Jia Yunxiu listened intently, but her head kept turning toward the main road. Chaoyang had been gone for 3 days. How was he doing? Had he managed to catch anything? In her heart, she quietly prayed. So long as Chaoyang came back safe, that was all that mattered. Jia Yunxiu, we're in the middle of a lesson. Pay attention. On stage, Zhang Baoqing suddenly barked at her. He was dressed in a Zhongshan suit today, standing conspicuously close to Zhang Hushan, as if showing off, eager to restore some dignity after losing face before. I am paying attention. I could recite the quotations, so stop accusing me. Silence. What's all the noise about? Is there no sense of discipline here? Zhang Hushan cut her off sharply. Jia Yunxiu bit back her anger, simmering in silence. Thinking of the rumors Zhang Baocheng had been spreading lately made her even angrier. The scoundrel spent every day cursing Chaoyang, claiming that he would never make it back this time. If wolves or leopards didn't get him, some other accident would. Either way, he'd never return with prey. She shot him a fierce glare. TCH. Zhang Baoqing snorted disdainfully. For added measure, he pulled out a flashlight, flicked it on, and began illuminating the little red book for his father, ostentatiously showing off. By evening, the political lecture was finally over. As the commune members prepared to fold up their stools and head home, Zhang Hushan raised a hand to halt them. Nobody leave just yet. We'll have a quick meeting. Harvest season is almost here, the most important time of the year for us. I don't want anyone missing it. No absences, no excuses. If anyone slacks off or shirks their duty, I'll deduct their work points and double the penalty. We can't let a single person drag down Kyojiawa. Jia Yunshio listened, growing increasingly uneasy. This wasn't how things were usually handled. Harvest season was the prime time to earn work points. Who would dare be lazy? Even those too sick to join wouldn't get their points docked. Yet, the brigade leader's words seemed oddly targeted, like they were a warning aimed directly at Chaoyang. Similar whispers of unease spread through the group. Members exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, from the front row, Jia Yunfang picked up a stool and quietly moved closer to her younger sister. After glancing at her husband and father-in-law on the stage, she leaned in and said softly, "Yunshio, don't quarrel with your brother-in-law. We're all family. Don't let outsiders drive a wedge between us." Outsiders? Sister, how can you say that? Jia Yunshio looked at her incredulously. "Keep your voice down," Jia Yunfang murmured as she adjusted her hair. "Your brother-in-law and I are married now. We're family. You and Baoqing are family too. Stop quarreling." "I'm not quarreling, and I refuse to acknowledge him." "Sister, what I want to know is, are you calling Chuyang my outsider brother?" Jia Yunfang nodded calmly. "Compared to your brother-in-law, Chao Choyang is, of course, an outsider. But, sister, you and Chaoyang were so good together before. If it weren't for mother interfering, he'd have been my brother-in-law now. That was the past. Things are different now." Jia Yunfang's demeanor wavered for a moment, but soon returned to normal. She was right. It was all in the past. Now, she was part of the Zhang family, and she had to stand with them. Jia Yunshio's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe it. Not long ago, her sister had confided that she was forced by their mother and the Zhang family into this marriage. But now what was this transformation? On the stage, Zhang Hushan swept his gaze across the gathered crowd and spoke pointedly. "Some people, get a little clever and think they're almighty. They dash into starting side gigs and even clamor to be the deputy team leader of side gigs, without even checking if they have what it takes." "The captain, are you talking about Chao Chuyang?" "That's right. Word is, Choyang went hunting on the Western Plateau. Who knows when he'll be back?" The members of the commune below the stage burst into laughter. This past month, the village had only one hot topic, Chao Choyang. Everyone had mixed opinions about him, but almost all were curious if he would succeed in bringing back any game. "Captain, do you think he can catch anything? I heard there are snow pigs, wild donkeys, and mountain goats in the Western Highlands. When old San was still around, he'd go hunting every autumn. I've tasted the mountain goats he brought back. They were delicious." Amid the chatter, the villagers couldn't help but admire Chao Choyang's courage in venturing into the uninhabited wilderness alone, though they also thought it was reckless. There are not only wild donkeys and goats, but also man-eating wolves, bears, and leopards. Zhang Hushan lowered his voice, scanning the crowd. His words silenced them in an instant. "Instead of working properly, you're all dreaming of such nonsense. Do you think hunting is easy? If he manages to catch anything, I'll be shocked." "Exactly. Hunting my foot. He might end up being the prey himself. As for me, as the militia captain, I wouldn't dare go there. And he thinks he's so bold. He's probably in trouble already." Zhang Baoqing chimed in mockingly, as though eager to belittle Chao Choyang into nothingness. "You don't dare because you're a coward. My brother Chaoyang isn't like you." Jia Yunshio shouted angrily from below. "Yunshio, stop. Sister, don't bother with me. You're part of the Zhang family now. I'm still from the Jia family, and you can't tell me what to do." Jia Yunshio picked up her stool and moved farther away, sitting down again. Her sister was no longer the person she used to be, and she didn't want to become like her. Jia Yunfang sighed helplessly, thinking she'd have to ask their mother to speak to Yunshio again. "Zhang Baoqing, no matter what, Chao Chaoyang grew up in the same team as you. Do you really have to curse him like that?" In the crowd, Gao Yufan, frowning, finally spoke up, unable to listen any longer. "Always talking bad behind his back. Just wait until Chaoyang returns with his game. What will you say then? Such a coward, and you call yourself the militia captain. Who said that?" Zhang Hushan scowled at the crowd below. In the darkness, he couldn't pinpoint who had raised their voice. "Who's a coward? You're the one talking nonsense." Zhang Baoqing's face turned crimson, furious. When did Chao Chaoyang gain such supporters? How come so many were speaking up for him? In the crowd, Su Erluzi crouched down stealthily, scratching his head in feigned distraction. As an expert gossiper, his instinct was always to keep his identity hidden. "I spit. If Chao Chaoyang really brings back anything." Zhang Baoqing began to shout, pointing at everyone. "If he really brings back anything, I, Zhang Baoqing, will quit being militia CA." Meeting still on? At the brigade office's entrance, I walked in carrying a burlap sack covered in dust and dirt. I glanced at Zhang Baoqing on the stage, puzzled. "Zhang Baoqing, quit being what?" "Gah." Zhang Baoqing froze like a duck gripped by the throat, utterly shocked. How was I back here already? Not just him. The entire commune erupted in uproar. I was back, just like that. Zhang Baocheng, stunned on the stage, stammered. Chaoyang, why do you look like that? I looked down at myself, feeling equally helpless. Sleeping for 3 nights on the Chilean grasslands, with the sky as my blanket and the earth as my bed, followed by more time riding back in the coal car of a train, I was a mess. Covered in soot, I looked like a wandering drifter. I couldn't have looked more pitiful. Curious from the crowd, someone asked, Chaoyang, did you catch anything this time? Zhang Baocheng's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement. Yes. Did you fail to catch anything at all? Is that why you've come back in such a sorry state? That has to be it. He grew more animated as he spoke, switching his flashlight to its strongest mode and shining it directly at me. What's that? Squeak, squeak. A plump pika darted out from my shoulder, covering its eyes with its little paws. The flashlight's beam clearly annoyed it. It squeaked indignantly at Zhang Baocheng. Chubby boy, calm down. Don't waste energy on someone like him. I patted its furry little head, shielding my eyes from the harsh light. Annoyed, I shouted, Zhang Baocheng, are you trying to blind us? Turn that thing off already. The villagers forgot all about the meeting and crowded around me. Chaoyang, what is that creature? Look at those round ears. It's cute. It looks like a mouse, but also like a rabbit. Jia Yunxiu was utterly charmed by the puffed-up pika's grumpy expression. Brother Chaoyang, what is this? This is a pika, unique to the high plateau out west. The moment I arrived, it decided to stick to me. I've been raising it. I named it Chubby Boy. Grinning, I handed the creature to her. Jia Yunxiu carefully took it, her joy evident as she petted the meek little animal. The pika shot me a brief glare, but soon melted into relaxation under her touch. Move aside. Zhang Baocheng shoved his way to the front, scowling. He couldn't care less about a silly animal. All he wanted to know was whether I caught any real game. Chaoyang, answer the question. Did you come back empty-handed after all? Is that why you look like such a wreck? Everyone turned their gaze toward me. The focus shifted from the pika to me. Gao Yufan and Su Erliuzi displayed tense expressions, and even Jia Yunxiu looked at me with concern. I scanned the crowd and said with a smile, this trip to the Chilean grasslands proved fruitful enough. Zhang Baocheng, it seems you've miscalculated. Fruitful? Zhang Baocheng was skeptical. He noticed the tattered burlap sack behind me and hurriedly stepped forward to untie it. Don't think you can fool me. There's no way. Muttering, he opened the sack and shone a flashlight inside. This is ugh. The stench of blood and rot almost made him vomit. With a closer look, his face turned pale. It was a sack full of animal carcasses. Gasp. Are these snow pigs? A whole sack of snow pigs. Chaoyang really caught something. Accountant Chao craned his neck for a closer look and was visibly relieved. They really are snow pigs, identical to the ones my old man used to hunt. Chaoyang, well done. You didn't disgrace the Chao family. He even cast a deliberate glance at Zhang Baocheng. This can't be. Zhang Baocheng stammered, dumbfounded. I had only been gone for 3 or 4 days. How could I have returned with an entire sack of snow pigs? The villagers swarmed closer to see for themselves. Judging by the sack, it must have weighed at least 80 or 90 pounds. Clearly, I had hit the jackpot this time. Among the crowd, Jia Yunfang frowned deeply. Having grown up with me, she knew me better than anyone. Hunting wasn't something I knew how to do. I'd never learned it. There had to be more to this story. Biting her lip, she glanced worriedly at Zhang Baocheng. Zhang turned to glare at her, as if questioning her about something. She innocently shook her head. Humph. Zhang Baocheng spun around, ready to leave. He'd lost face today. Thankfully, I arrived before he could finish boasting. Zhang Baocheng, I called out, half smiling. Didn't you just say that if I managed to bring anything back, you'd step down as militia captain? Never. I didn't say that. Zhang Baocheng gritted his teeth, refusing to admit it. On the stage, Zhang Hushan frowned and interrupted. What's all this fuss about? We're still in a meeting. Does no one have any discipline? Everyone sit down. As a village leader for over a decade, Zhang Hushan still commanded respect. The villagers took a few last glances at the snow pigs before reluctantly returning to their seats. Zhang Baocheng, likewise, didn't dare stay and slinked away with his head down. I wasn't surprised. I hadn't expected him to keep his word in the first place. I looked up at Zhang Hushan and smiled. Captain, do the words you spoke earlier still hold? Words? What words? He feigned ignorance. You said that if I excelled in side jobs, you'd let me take charge of them. Everyone here heard it. The villagers nodded enthusiastically, eager to stir the pot. Zhang Hushan's face darkened. The success of your hunt this time can be chalked up to luck. That doesn't mean you excel at side jobs. Just luck, huh? I chuckled in disbelief. Finding a colony of pikas that quickly was indeed lucky. Fine, Captain. If that's how you see it, I'll let this time slide. I'm not in a rush. You can't keep blaming my success on luck forever. For now, keep that position. I'll continue working for the team in other ways. You're insufferable. Zhang Hushan pointed at me, trembling with anger. All his years as village leader, and no one had dared talk to him like this. He stared daggers at me. Enough. Meeting adjourned. Captain, I still need to process these snow pigs, so I'll head back first. I wasn't interested in listening to his bluster. Hoisting the sack onto my shoulder, I called out into the crowd. Su-er, Yunxiu, you two come with me to help. There's no way I can handle all these snow pigs alone. Coming. The two of them leapt to their feet. Ignoring Zhang Hushan's thunderous expression, they followed me eagerly. Oh, and Sister Yufan, can I borrow your big iron pot again? Of course. I'll bring it over right away. Gao Yufan was visibly happy for me. Grabbing her stool, she strode off, her steps confident. The remaining villagers buzzed with chatter. So much game, and in this heat, better not let any of it spoil. Quiet. The meeting's still in session, quiet. Zhang Hushan shouted a few more times, but the murmurs only grew louder. His face turned stormy. Quiet, or forget it. Meeting dismissed. Back in the mud brick courtyard of my home, I finally relaxed. Sleeping in the wild for 3 days had been rough. Home was incomparable. The chubby Pika perched in Jia Yunxiu's palm, curiously surveying its surroundings. Suddenly, it jumped to the ground and darted straight into the vegetable garden on the west side of the courtyard. Hey, fatty, don't wander around. Watch out for stray cats. Jia Yunxiu rushed over, only to find the little creature happily gnawing on a cucumber. Yunxiu let it be. It's smart enough to look after itself. I emptied the bag of pikas and called the 2 helpers over. As darkness settled, I asked Jia Yunxiu to fetch an oil lamp from the house for better light. Brother Chuyang, how did you capture all these pikas? Jia Yunxiu squatted nearby, astonished. Yeah, bringing back so many snow pigs. How'd you do it? Su Erliuzi joined in, equally curious. Simple. A rope snare does the trick. While skinning the pikas with a small hatchet, I recounted the events on the grasslands, hitching a train, venturing onto the plains, encountering the Pika colony. I spared no detail, even mentioning the mysterious creature in the dark. Whoa, Chayan, what do you think it was? Su Erliuzi felt a chill at the thought. Who knows? It looked like some sort of fox or badger. Next time I go, I'll make sure to catch it. I tugged hard, peeling off the skin of another Pika. Su Erliuzi rolled up his sleeves to help, unfazed by the bloody stench. He took over the skinned ones to rinse in a basin. All the Pikas I caught were plump and meaty. As Su handled them, his mouth started watering. He'd been stuck eating cow butter for days. It just wasn't satisfying. Chayan, these snow pigs are so fat, they're almost like actual piglets. Ahema, I haven't eaten dinner yet. I chuckled at his exaggerated hunger. Suer really didn't shoot high. Don't worry, you won't go hungry. Carve off some good chunks of fatty meat. Yunxiu, go grab some potatoes from my room to stew with the snow pig meat. We'll eat together later. On it, brother Chaoyang. Suer, cut out the glands and the hind legs. They'll ruin the meat's flavor. Also, take the innards out and bury them deep. They're not edible. Got it. Just then, Gao Yufan came in with the large iron pot. Chaoyang, where should I put this? Just set it down for now. I'll build a mud oven to use. It's too hot, so we'll have to render all this fat tonight. I gathered mud bricks from the yard and quickly built a small oven, resting the pot on top. Chaoyang, go handle something else. I'll render the snow pig fat for you. Yufan offered cheerfully. All right, thanks a lot, sister. I wiped the sweat off my face and got back to work without hesitation. More than half of it hadn't been handled yet. I needed to finish it quickly. In the courtyard, everyone was busy with their tasks, working relentlessly. Sister-in-law, here you go. Su-er Luzi approached nervously, his head lowered, placing a freshly cleaned marmot next to the pot. He was visibly uneasy in front of his sister-in-law. Gao Yufan glanced at him without saying a word, still angry about what happened last time. She crouched down, slicing off the fat from the marmot, preparing to render oil. A processed marmot would usually weigh about 7 to 8 pounds, and this season was its fattening period, with a high proportion of fat. Gao Yufan quickly stripped large chunks of fat, threw them into the pot, added water, fed the firewood, lit the fire, and continued cutting the meat. Amidst this bustle, a plump old lady barged through the courtyard gate, fuming with anger. Xiao? Jia Yunxiu, come out this instant. You can't even finish your own chores, yet you ran off to help others. Aunt Jia hadn't attended the meeting at the brigade that day. Instead, she had rushed over after receiving a letter from her eldest daughter. She noticed the people in the courtyard. It was either widows, loafers, or bachelors, not a single upright person among them. What a shame her daughter was muddling along with this group, so unambitious. Catching a glimpse of me, Aunt Jia seemed somewhat guilty but quickly regained her composure, standing tall. Aunt Jia knew exactly how my situation stood. I, Chao Choyang, was just a pauper who could barely eat meat a few times a year. If her daughter were to marry me, it would surely ruin her life. She had forced her daughter to end the engagement and believed she had done the right thing. That night, she blocked the gate to my yard. Jia Yunxiu, are you deaf? Get back home right now. Yunxiu stood at the doorway, glaring furiously at her mother. Mother, why are you shouting? Can't I do some work myself? What work? Does the Chao family's work require your help? What? Is Chao Chaoyang missing arms or legs? Mother, shut up already. I'm cooking meat for brother Chuyang. Cooking meat? Aunt Jia froze, her face full of disbelief. Meat? How could a poor soul like me have meat? Could it be that the brigade had lost another cow? Her vision wasn't great, and in the dusk, she couldn't make out what everyone in the courtyard was doing. But the mention of meat had her itching with curiosity. Yunxiu announced proudly, it's not from the brigade. My brother Chaoyang hunted it. 8 big snow pigs. Over 80 pounds of meat. 80 pounds. Aunt Jia's tongue was tied. 80 pounds of meat. How could anyone possibly finish eating that? During the new year, her family wouldn't even be allocated 8 pounds. That amount could pile up like a small mountain. She swallowed her saliva and turned to me in astonishment. This boy she'd watched grow up. Since when did he have such skills? Successfully hunting so many snow pigs. Impressive indeed. But then it hit her. Something didn't add up. How could 80 pounds of meat be possible? Was it just a stroke of dumb luck? Surely it couldn't compare to the privileges of the brigade leader's son. She wasn't wrong after all. Still consumed by envy and jealousy, she edged closer for a better look. I was expertly skinning a marmot with my cleaver, effortlessly yet surrounded by blood and entrails. Watching made her eyelids twitch. She quickly stepped back a few paces. At the large iron pot bubbling away, she sniffed the aromatic air, thick with the scent of fat rendering into oil. The pot was filled with glistening white chunks of fatty meat. So much fat. This smells incredible. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Yunxiu, embarrassed by her mother's behavior, chided, Mother, just go home. I'll head back once we're done here. You heartless girl, now you care about your mother? Bah, just carry on with your work. Suddenly rejuvenated, Aunt Jia wasn't in a hurry to leave anymore. With so much meat in sight, only a fool would walk away. Ahem, Chaoyang, looks like you all are overwhelmed here. Lucky for you. I've got nothing to do. I'll lend a hand. Folding up her sleeves, she pretended to dive into the work. I rejected her outright. No, Aunt Jia, that won't be necessary. There's no need for your help. I certainly don't have any extra meat for you either. I had long seen through Aunt Jia's intentions. The past incidents had severed any goodwill between us. I wasn't going to let her take advantage of me. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I say I wanted meat? Fine, I won't help. Who needs this, anyway? Her face flushed with embarrassment as she contemplated leaving, though her feet didn't move. She remained at the doorway, casting furtive glances into the yard. Yunxiu ignored her, returning inside to simmer the meat. The others in the courtyard didn't pay her any attention either, treating her like she didn't exist. That ungrateful girl. Aunt Jia fumbled awkwardly, unable to move forward or retreat. Thankfully, a few villagers strolled over, giving her an excuse to sit down and pretend she was merely enjoying the evening breeze. Oh my, what a tempting aroma. Hey Aunt Jia, is Choyang rendering fat over there? Ah, yeah, he's at it. Then why aren't you inside? It's cooler out here, I don't need to go in. She turned her head away, feigning indifference. Word had already spread around the village about me hauling back nearly 90 pounds of meat. After dinner, many villagers wandered over to watch the spectacle. That smell, it's like rendering lard during New Year's, isn't it? No doubt about it. I've had snow pig fat before. It's practically no different from fat from farm-raised pigs. Hearing this, Aunt Jia grew even more envious. Lard, a key ingredient for fragrant cooking, was priceless. In the past, I would have given her a portion without hesitation. But now, if the other villagers knew what she was thinking, they would have spat in disgust. Chaoyang brought back 80+ pounds. He's probably rendering around 20 pounds of snow pig oil, isn't he? That's about right. Snow pigs are nearly half fat. Didn't he also make a jar of beef tallow before? When's he going to finish it all? The villagers gasped in amazement. In cities, workers were issued less than 5 pounds of oil per year. What I was rendering now was equivalent to 4 years' worth. With so much oil, they worried it might spoil before it could all be consumed. Chaoyang is utterly rolling in fortune now. I think Chaoyang could make a fine secondary team leader for our village. He'd surely lead us to prosperity. If not that, he could at least take us hunting, couldn't he? The moment someone suggested this, everyone froze, the idea seeming increasingly plausible the more they thought about it. I think we should seriously consider it. Let's bring it up at the next meeting with the brigade leader. I support Chaoyang for the role. He's better than what we have now. The villagers exchanged glances, each struck with the same determination. Meanwhile, I finished skinning the last marmot and finally caught my breath. I handed the task of gutting and gland removal to Su-er Luzi. Su-er, Take this one to my third uncle once you're done. Let him render the fat. At the courtyard center, sister-in-law Yufin had already tossed all the fat into the pot. As I moved closer, the fat sizzled and released an even richer aroma into the air. Taking a deep breath, I savored the moment. Unless you lived in this era, you wouldn't understand the sheer longing for oil and fat. Sister-in-law Yufin, when you stoke the fire, pull out some ashes for me. I'll need them later. Got it, you carry on. Gao Yufin replied casually, holding a sharpened branch for. The branch stirred the fatty oil as I squatted down to add some dry firewood, then scooped out some plant ashes. I glanced at the lean meat left in the basin. There was more lean meat than fat, and it needed to be dealt with quickly, or it would spoil by morning. Yunxiu, there are a few pounds of salt in my military pack. Sprinkle it over the lean meat for curing. On it, Yunxiu quickly ran out and expertly started salting the meat. At the gate of the courtyard, Aunt Jia was glaring at this girl who seemed to be completely against her will, nearly fuming with rage. This girl hadn't inherited even a bit of her elder sister's skills. At that moment, Jia Yunfang arrived. Having finished her meal, she hurried over with a furrowed brow. Mother, didn't I tell you to have Xiu stay away from Chao Chuyang? Why won't you listen? This is bad for me and Baoqing. You know how your sister is. Even if I say something, she doesn't listen, Aunt Jia murmured guiltily. Jia Yunfang sighed, glanced into the courtyard, and couldn't help swallowing a bit. The aroma of the oil was tantalizing, even more fragrant than beef tallow. Nearby, some villagers were still full of excitement. With Chao Yang as the deputy lead of the sideline squad, there's hope for our team. Exactly, much better than the way things are now. Jia Yunfang froze, standing quietly and listening for a moment. Seeing the villagers expressing so much support for me, she was taken aback. With her brows tightening, she thought about rushing back to talk with her family. Before leaving, she turned back to her mother. You should head home. Don't linger here. I'll go back in a bit, Aunt Jia replied nonchalantly, sniffing the fragrant air intensely. She had no intention of leaving, relishing the smell of the oil for as long as possible. She might even take advantage of the situation. Jia Yunfang shook her head and gave me another look, appearing lost in thought. It had only been a few months since we last met, and yet she felt as if I had changed, so much so that I was almost unrecognizable. Inside the courtyard, I was carefully scraping the skin of a marmot with a knife, cleaning off scraps of fat before vigorously scrubbing it with ash. After shaking it out and leaving it to hang in a shaded spot, it would dry, and then I could sell it. Once that was done, I was left filthy. Realizing there wasn't anything else to do, I decided to wash up in the southern village river. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Letting Yunxiu and Sister Yufin know, I was just about to leave when I remembered the plump rabbit. The little fatty was dirty too, so I figured I'd take it for a wash. Hey little fatty, get over here. Let's get you cleaned up. A squeaky easy came from the cucumber vines as the chubby little rabbit emerged, clutching a chunk of cucumber in its mouth. Its belly was round, and its cheeks were bulging. It was ridiculously cute. You gluttonous little rascal, I said with a laugh, bending down to pick it up and placing it on my shoulder as I headed out. At the courtyard gate, a crowd of people was still enjoying the cool air. Chaoyang, you must take up the position of deputy head of the sideline squad. When will you talk to the team leader again? I've been waiting to work in your squad. Smiling, I shook my head. If the team leader refuses for now, there's nothing I can do. We'll see. Saying so with a chuckle, I headed west. Tonight, the moonlight was beautiful, filling the alleys with its glow. I walked briskly, spotting someone ahead using a flashlight to light their way. As I drew closer, Jia Yunfang. I was a bit surprised. Looking back briefly, I realized what was going on. This woman must have passed by my house, probably scouting things out on behalf of Zhang Baoqing. Jia Yunfang, did you ever think I'd bring back so much game? Her brows furrowed, and she quickened her pace, clearly uncomfortable. Jia Yunfang, you were wrong from the start. She stopped but didn't reply, her denial evident in her demeanor. Turning around, she spat. Chao Chuyang, stop making a scene. I laughed. When I went hunting, you said I was being overly clever and wouldn't catch anything. When I wanted to become deputy head of the sideline squad, you said I wasn't capable, even warning me not to harm myself. Now, you're telling me to stop making a scene. I stepped closer, towering over her. Jia Yunfang, you tell me, just what scene am I making? Her lips trembled as she lowered her head, avoiding my gaze. Pressed by my words, a sense of shame rose within her, followed by anger. In the past, I would never have been so direct with her. Chao Chaoyang, you know full well how you're stirring things up. Don't think your lucky streak will last forever. Reaching out, I gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. Chao Chuyang you. Jia Yunfang. I interrupted with a cold smile, enunciating every word. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My luck is destined to stay with me, and my life will only get better and better. Mark my words. Suddenly, the chubby rabbit perked up at the end of the alley, tapping my ear to get my attention. Ha! I laughed heartily, walking away with quick strides. Behind me, Jia Yunfang stood watching, her chest rising and falling heavily. By the southern village river, I stripped off my clothes and dove headfirst into the water, disappearing beneath the surface before resurfacing some time later. Ah, this feels amazing. Leaning against the bank, I couldn't help but chuckle as I remembered Jia Yunfang's expression just now. That woman had changed. But I wasn't the same as before, either. Like I told her, I'd make the most of my own life. No more bending over backward for others. There's no future in being a doormat for anyone. Zizi, come here, you little fatty. I beckoned to the rabbit. The chubby little creature eyed the water nervously. It's fine, come on. You're filthy. If you don't clean up, don't try climbing on me afterward. Zizi, with a determined squeak, it mustered its courage, letting out a loud call before rushing toward me. Look at you, scaredy cat. Scooping it up gently, I placed it in the water, slowly scrubbing its fur. The little thing flailed its paws in fright but eventually gave in, even appearing to enjoy itself in my hands. Well, aren't you solid? I muttered. This tiny glutton hadn't wasted a single bite of food. Its entire body was pure chubbiness. Even soaked, its shape barely changed, just pure meat underneath. Zizi. It let out a dissatisfied squeak before closing its eyes, indulging in the care. After scrubbing the little furball clean, I grabbed a handkerchief from my clothes on shore and carefully dried it off. Once it was taken care of, I bathed myself. Pulling my clothes into the river as well, I washed them briefly, wrung them out, and put them on. Draped in blackness, I headed back home. The hour was late. Ordinarily, the villagers would have been asleep by now, yet as I approached the gate to my yard, the crowd of people cooling off had only grown larger. Even a group of children ran and played near my doorway as though caught up in a festivity. Chaoyang's back. Chaoyang, that snow-white pork lard of yours must be done soon, right? I can smell how fragrant it is. Chaoyang. Facing this overly enthusiastic crowd, I plastered on a stiff smile and responded to them one by one. Zizi, perched impatiently on my shoulder, the little fatty rabbit squeaked, urging me to hurry inside. After exchanging a few more words, I finally stepped quickly into the courtyard. Wiping my face, I suddenly noticed an unfamiliar man in the yard. The Chuyang brothers are back. Su's big lout grinned widely. He grabbed his cane and hurriedly stood up. Well, you see, the three little girls were crying out for their mother, so I brought them over. I turned my head to look and saw Su's two daughters standing by the big iron pot, swallowing their saliva eagerly. The elder one was holding the littlest girl, the third daughter, in her arms. The 5 members of the Su family were all here. I sneered inwardly. In my last life, I lived with these people for 20 years. I knew exactly what they were up to. Meanwhile, Gao Yufeng blushed deeply, so embarrassed that she could hardly stand it. Chaoyang, the oil is almost ready. You can scoop out the residue in a bit. I'll take the kids and head back now. She grabbed her 2 daughters and motioned to Su's big lout to leave. I'm not leaving. Mom, I'm not leaving, not even if I die. Ugh, I want to eat meat. I want the oil residue. I want the fatty oil residue. Su's eldest and second daughters plopped down on the ground and refused to get up, throwing tantrums. Even the youngest, who was still nursing, wailed loudly in her sister's arms. Gao Yufeng stared at her daughters, dumbstruck. So young, and where did they learn such shameless and roguish behavior? Furious, she yanked her daughters up and smacked them hard on their bottoms. Get home right now. What's with all the drama? Have you no shame? Wah, I want fatty oil residue. I want some too. I'm not leaving. As Gao Yufeng raised her hand to continue disciplining them, Su's big lout leaned on his cane, gasping for breath, and rushed over to block her. Yufeng, stop hitting them. The kids just want to eat meat. It's not their fault. If there's blame, it's on me, the father who can't provide. Don't blame the children. Don't blame them. The more he spoke, the more pitiful he sounded. He lifted his arm and wiped the corner of his eye. Next to him, Jia Yunxiu watched, unable to bear it, tugging at my sleeve. Brother Chuyang, it's fine, I said, shaking my head at her. I knew Su's big lout all too well. Seeing him like this didn't stir a shred of sympathy in me. Instead, it made me want to laugh. And as for Su's little ungrateful brats, I had even less fondness for them. In my previous life, I toiled to raise these 3 girls, one by one, even preparing dowries for them. And what did I get in return? They teamed up with Su's big lout to kick me out of the house. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. If it weren't for my respect for sister-in-law Yufeng, I would have kicked these people out long ago. They dream of eating meat or oil residue. They can dream on. Ahem. Su's big lout coughed, propping himself up on his crutches, perplexed as he looked at me. Seeing I made no move, he wiped at the corner of his eye again, rubbing hard like he was trying to force out some tears. For a long moment, no one in the yard spoke. Everyone just stood there awkwardly. The tension was unbearable. Su's big lout, with his back to the crowd, stealthily lifted his crutch to nudge his eldest daughter. Wah! The eldest daughter plopped the youngest one down on the ground and began rolling around, wailing, "I want meat. I want the oil residue. Ugh, I'm starving to death." The second daughter, not one to be left behind, joined in on the crying and yelling. "Mom, I want meat too. I'm starving to death too." The courtyard erupted into noisy chaos. At the entrance, villagers who had been sitting outside cooling off got up one by one, craning their necks to watch. Oh dear, those little girls from the Su family. How pitiful. Yeah, such a shame they weren't born into a better family. Bah, what's so pitiful about it? Granny Jia, her eyes red, spat on the ground. I raised 2 daughters all by myself. Where was anyone's pity for me? She wrinkled her nose in disdain. Look at this, crying and begging for food in someone else's yard. Have they no decency? Crying for fatty oil residue, at that. Sure sounds like something they were taught by adults. Su's couple might look pitiful, but not a single one of them was any good. Granny Jia was sure of it. These 2 daughters were definitely spoiled rotten by their parents. Eldest daughter. Second daughter. Get up right now. Who taught you to act like this? Gao Yufeng looked at her 2 crying, whining children, on the verge of breaking down. Hearing the gossip from outside the yard, she bent down and yanked the eldest daughter to her feet. Wah! I want fatty oil residue. Mom, if you don't let me eat, I'll never leave, even if I die. The eldest daughter was mid-wail when her mother's hand swiped across her cheek. Slap. Will you leave or not? Gao Yufeng's chest heaved violently, her expression stern. Now the eldest daughter was genuinely crying. A bright red handprint stood out on her face as tears streamed down in rivers. The second daughter, seeing their mother truly angry, was frightened into tears as well. Yufeng, don't hit the kids. Su's big lout leaned on his crutch, spreading his arms to shield the children. Gasping for breath, his expression turned tragic. It's all my fault for being incapable. If you have to hit someone, hit me. Su Yukai, are you going against me today too? I work day and night on the farm. And look at what you've turned these 2 kids into. High emotions brought tears to Gao Yufeng's eyes as she pushed Su's big lout aside, picked up the youngest daughter, and pulled the other 2 along, storming towards the exit. Ugh, no, I want fatty oil residue. Mom, I don't want to go. Brother Choyong. Jia Yunxiu couldn't bear to watch anymore and tugged at my sleeve, looking up at me. Sister-in-law, wait a minute. I finally spoke up. Su's big lout's eyes lit up. The eldest and second daughters also turned back, full of anticipation, watching me. I ignored those little ingrates and looked towards Gao Yufeng. Then I asked, Yunxiu, is the meat you have cooking ready yet? It's ready, she nodded quickly. Then bring a bowl of it, and give it to sister-in-law Yufeng to take back. No need, Xiaoyang. There's really no need. Gao Yufeng quickly waved her hands, flustered, wiping her tear-streaked face, her eyes still red. Tonight, she had been completely worn down by her children and husband. Sister-in-law, this meat isn't for anyone else, it's for you. You helped me out tonight. You deserve it, and I need to thank you. Jia Yunxiu sped out with a bowl full of snow pork and stewed potatoes, handing it to me. I took it and walked to Gao Yufeng, offering it to her. Sister-in-law, don't hold back. Otherwise, I won't feel right about it. Please, take it. Looking at the meat in the bowl and then back at me, Gao Yufeng's eyes brimmed with tears once again. All right, I'll take it then. Thank you, Xiaoyang. With that, she held the youngest daughter, carried the meat, and left in shame. As for Su's big lout and the 2 daughters, she really couldn't and didn't want to bother with them anymore. Mom, oil residue, fatty oil residue. I still want fatty oil residue. The eldest daughter wiped her tears, frantic. She looked at her departing mother and then back at the fragrant, steaming big iron pot, at a loss. After a while, she turned to look at Su's big lout. Sigh, how did things end up like this? Su's big lout wiped his sweat, gasping, as if out of energy. With his hands leaning on his crutches, he slumped onto the large stone in the courtyard. Up. The 2 little girls took one look and immediately understood. They plopped down on the ground and started wailing again. I want crispy fat scraps. I want crispy fat scraps. Big ya, little ya, stop it already. Your Uncle Chaoyang has it tough too. What's with the crispy fat scraps? Quit making trouble. Suda Lingzi said feebly. The 2 girls, however, paid no mind and kept crying. Sigh, I really can't deal with you 2. I'll let your mother deal with you properly when we get home. Suda Lingzi's face was full of distress. Watching this scene unfold, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. That crappy acting. How did I fall for it in my past life? Brother Chiyong, maybe give the kids something to eat? Jia Yunxiu suggested, looking at them with pity. I turned to her, feeling a slight sense of comfort in my heart. Seems I wasn't the only fool here. Brother Chaoyang, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? She touched her pigtails and looked down at herself, finding nothing amiss. Ahem, it's nothing, I replied casually, brushing it off. It's just that lard-cooked fat scraps from snow pig aren't good for kids. They could end up obese. Huh? Obesity is a disease? I thought being a bit plump was a good thing. You're still young and don't understand. Don't worry about it. Go inside and bring me a bowl. I walked over to the large iron pot. Inside, bubbling golden lard glistened brilliantly. It was stunning to look at. The fat scraps were nearly done. I extinguished the firewood under the pot and fished out the crispy, golden fat scraps. Wow, I want the crispy fat scraps. The two little girls began wailing loudly again. I paid them no attention, acting as if they didn't even exist in the courtyard. Scooping out more than half a bowl of golden fat scraps, I carried it out. Passing by the two girls, I didn't even glance at them. Standing at the courtyard gate, the villagers who were sitting outside to cool down were still gathered there. Holding the bowl of fat scraps, I smiled and called out to everyone. Come, have a taste. These snow pig fat scraps are even better than pork. Oh no, we couldn't possibly. Chayoung, no need really. The adults were still being polite. But the children? They had no such reservations. They surged forward like a swarm, hands reaching out to grab. The fat scraps had just come out of the pot, crunchy, fragrant, and irresistible. Watching the kids relish every bite, the adults couldn't hold back either. They all reached forward to grab a piece, joining in. Back in the courtyard, Big Ya and Little Ya had forgotten to cry as they watched the scene unfold. Dad, Dad. Both of them ran to Su De-lungzi, looking up at him urgently. Don't worry, don't worry. When your Uncle Chayoung comes back, he'll definitely set aside a portion for you too. Su De-lungzi sounded quite confident. After all, if I was willing to share with strangers, how could I not give some to his children? But that half bowl of fat scraps was soon devoured by the villagers cooling off. Smacking their lips, they savored the lingering flavor, their faces brimming with satisfaction. After a whole evening of waiting, they'd finally gotten some oil to their mouths. Listening to their chatter about making dumplings with white flour, I felt a bit envious myself. But with not a speck of white flour at home, there was no point even dreaming about it. Meanwhile, Aunt Jia stood to the side, swallowing hard and feeling miserable. Earlier, she had squeezed into the crowd and managed to get a bit of oil scrap on her fingers. Just as she was starting to taste it, the bowl had been emptied in a flash. She was so exasperated she nearly fainted. Then her heart ached. What a wasteful brat. That massive bowl of fat scraps, gone just like that. No sense of frugality at all. Chayoung, stop scooping. Save me some for later, and let Shio bring it back for me. I shot her a glance, too uninterested to listen to her nonsense. With the empty bowl in hand, I turned back into the courtyard. The fire under the pot had gone out, and the remaining lard was beginning to cool. By morning, it would solidify into a beautiful, golden oil paste. In the center of the courtyard, Big Ya and Little Ya gazed at me with tearful eyes. Seeing no response from me, the two little girls ran up to the pot. Boo-hoo, Chow Chayoung, I want crispy fat scraps. Chow Chayoung, hurry up and scoop some for me. I'm starving. Su De-lungzi leaned on his crutch, struggling to stand up. Gasping for air, he quickly pleaded. Chayoung, these kids are spoiled by me. Don't give them any. Let them starve for a bit, so they'll learn their lesson. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Su. I readily agreed. Holding an enamel basin, I carefully scooped out the remaining fat scraps, and then headed back indoors. As for those two shameless kids calling me by name, I couldn't be bothered to even glance their way. Huh. Su De-lungzi froze, his jaw practically dropping. Wait, he was just being polite. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why was it turning out like this? Coming back out with an old bamboo cover in hand, I looked at the two little girls sitting by the pot on the verge of tears and pretended to be helpless. Big Ya, Little Ya, it's not that I don't want to give you any. It's your father who forbade it. I have to listen to your dad. All right, now it's getting late. You both should head home. With that, I placed the bamboo cover over the pot, keeping dirt and debris from falling into the oil. Glancing at the flabbergasted Su De-lungzi, I cheerfully walked back indoors. Wah, Dad, why wouldn't you let Chow Chayoung give us any? Yeah, why wouldn't you let him? The two girls cried their hearts out, running up to Su De-lungzi to demand answers. And no, that's not what I meant. Su De-lungzi waved his hands frantically, utterly at a loss for how to explain. Boo-hoo, didn't you say he'd definitely give us some? You lied to us. You're a liar. All right, stop it. I'll explain everything when we get home. Panicked, Su De-lungzi struggled forward, trying to grab them and stop them from spilling the beans. We're not listening. You're just a liar, Dad. I want crispy fat scraps. The two girls evaded him, bawling loudly in the courtyard. What's going on here? Su Liuzi walked in with half a bottle of liquor, face full of confusion. He'd just come back from delivering a marmot to Accountant Chow and now stumbled across this spectacle. Sai, these two girls are screaming for crispy fat scraps. No matter what I say, they won't listen. Suda Lungzi immediately began complaining, stealing a glance at me in the house. Help me talk to them. Chaoyang had a tough time hunting. How can we take his fat scraps? Before he could finish, I called out from inside. The meat stew is ready. Are you eating or not? If not, Xiao and I will finish it ourselves. Liuzi's eyes lit up. Of course I'll eat. Definitely eating. Brother, you handle the girls. I'm going in first. With food right in front of him, nothing else mattered. Clutching his liquor, he dashed into the house. Hey, Suda Lungzi was on the verge of a meltdown. He turned to glance towards the house, finally piecing it together. I was doing this on purpose, deliberately humiliating him. Ugh, heartless bastard. And to think I once wanted to bring him into the family. He spat on the ground in frustration, but had no other choice. Leaning on his crutches, he called out to his 2 daughters to head back. But I want crispy fat scraps. Eat my ass. If you won't give it, what can you do? Let's go home right now. Your mother brought back a bowl of meat. We're going home to eat that. We're not eating this miserable bit of leftover grease anymore. Suda Longzi's eyes widened with a glare, and the 2 young girls immediately grew fearful, wiping their tears as they trailed after him. On the way back, the 3 walked with drooping heads and sagging shoulders, like eggplants beaten by frost. When they reached home, the house was pitch dark. Suda Longzi called out for Deya to light the lamp, and then curiously ventured into the inner room. Yufin, already asleep so early? On the brick bed, Gao Yufin turned over, not bothering to respond to him. Papa, there's no meat. The bowl's empty. What do you mean, no meat? There's not even a scrap left. In the outer room, Deya and Arya stared at the empty bowl, tears welling up in panic. Stop looking. I ate it all, Gao Yufin said, closing her eyes. This meat was given to me by Chaoyang. If you didn't come back in time, then don't expect to eat any of it. After downing the entire bowl of hearty snow pork, Gao Yufin felt a cozy warmth spreading through her body and only wanted to sleep. Ever since marrying into the Su family, it was the first time she had eaten so much meat. Wah, Papa, it's all your fault. We didn't get the grease scraps, and now the fatty meat is gone too. It's all your fault. The 2 girls ran up to Suda Longzi, waving their arms furiously at him. Suda Longzi opened his mouth helplessly, almost on the verge of tears. Today had been a complete embarrassment. He hadn't managed to gain a single advantage. After a long moment, he could only mumble a few curses before sulkily consoling the 2 girls. Night fell, and the neighbors lounging around the courtyard gate had already dispersed, leaving just a few of us inside the house. After a busy evening, we could finally sit down and enjoy a proper meal. On the table sat an enamel basin brimming with fatty meat stewed with potatoes, while another basin held half a bowl of grease scraps. Chaoyang, this half bottle of sorghum wine is from Uncle Chao-san. I brought it for you, Liuzi said, rubbing his hands as he pushed the bottle toward me. About that, Chaoyang. He didn't need to finish for me to guess his intent. Shaking my head, I said, all right, open it. We'll each have a small cup. No one drinks too much. Got it, Liuzi responded excitedly, hastily pouring a glass for both of us. Nearby, Jia Yunxiu was already devouring the fatty meat with her chopsticks, paying no attention to us. Brother Chaoyang, this snow pork is absolutely delicious, she said between bites. I couldn't help but glance at her a couple of times. In the future era, most people wouldn't dare touch groundhog meat, especially not women. But in these lean times, with hunger looming large, nobody cared about those kinds of taboos. I sipped my sorghum liquor, picked up a piece of grease scrap, chewed for a long time, then swallowed it, exhaling deeply afterward. Delicious, truly delicious. These groundhogs are something else, I said, reaching for another piece. The grease scraps resembled pork scraps, though they were even greasier and more aromatic. Groundhogs accumulate a thick layer of fat to survive hibernation, and its richness made its taste incomparable. Across from me, Liuzi didn't have time for conversation. Chopsticks flying, he alternated between grease scraps and fatty meat, stuffing them non-stop into his mouth. Hey slow down. Leave some for brother Chaoyang and me. Jia Yunxiu scolded. No way. Look how thin I am. A gust of wind could knock me over. I need to replenish myself, he said, mouth half full of food, his words garbled. Jia Yunxiu rolled her eyes and hurriedly grabbed a few choice pieces of meat from the pot, placing them in front of us. Brother Chaoyang, that Suda Longzi is just despicable. How could he teach his kids to act pitiful and beg for food like that? He even tricked me. She had overheard the earlier complaints from Deya and Arya about Suda Longzi. Otherwise, she would still have been in the dark. My brother's just like that, thick-skinned and conniving. Liuzi interjected, looking up briefly. Who knew you were so perceptive? I chuckled. He wasn't wrong. Suda Longzi always played the pity card to his advantage. I'd fallen for his tricks more times than I could count in my past life. By the way, Su'er, find me 2 or 3 people for tomorrow. I want to build up the courtyard wall. It's no good having everyone able to peek in like tonight, I said, glancing outside. By the courtyard gate, a plump shadow darted past quickly. I frowned slightly. Without a proper wall to enclose the yard, everything we did was visible to others. It made me feel exposed and uneasy. Brother Choyong, laborers are hard to come by right now. Everyone's busy racking up work points. I can't pay in work points, but I have meat. Let them know. No slacking off, and I'll make sure they're well fed for lunch and dinner. Besides rendering the grease scraps, I had cured plenty of lean meat, enough to satisfy all of them. All right. Don't worry. I'll find you some people for sure. Su'er Liuzi's eyes lit up at the prospect. By the end of the meal, the once overflowing bowl of fatty meat was down to just potatoes, and the grease scraps had significantly diminished too. Satisfied and full, Su'er Liuzi and Jia Yunxiu prepared to leave. Not fully reassured, I decided to see them off. Chiang, you don't need to. I'll be fine on my own, Su'er Liuzi said, rubbing his rounded belly and letting out a contented burp. I rolled my eyes. Who'd been concerned about him? Him? If anything, I'd be more worried about him harassing someone else than the other way around. Scratching his head, Su'er Liuzi glanced at Jia Yunxiu and seemed to understand. Awkwardly burping again, he muttered something under his breath before shuffling off alone. Brother Chuyong, I'm fine too. You can head back now, Jia Yunxiu said. It's late. I'll walk you home. I shut the courtyard gate and followed her into the alley. Jia Yunxiu quickly caught up with me. Neither of us had flashlights, so we relied on the moonlight to navigate through the dark. Thankfully, Jia's house was at the northern end of the village, just a short walk away. Brother Chuyong, this is it. I'll go in now. Good night. She waved and slipped into her yard. Inside, a plump shadow had seemingly been waiting a long time. As soon as she returned, it rushed to meet her. After a quick look at her empty hands, however, it became agitated. Yunxiu, didn't you bring anything back? You didn't even get some food. What food? Jia Yunxiu blinked, confused. Meat? Grease scraps. Ah, you ungrateful child. Didn't bring me anything. Forgot about me entirely? I've been starving all evening, waiting patiently with an empty stomach. Aunt Jia clutched her grumbling belly, nearly beside herself with frustration. I did bring it. It's all in my stomach now. Mother, you're already so round. It's fine to skip a meal or two, maybe shed a little weight, Jia Yunxiu teased, flashing a cheeky grin as she darted past her mother into the house. Standing outside the courtyard, I couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. What a pair, mother and daughter with completely opposite personalities. Under the soft moonlight, I made my way back home. Lifting the lid off the giant pot, I saw that the rendered grease had begun to solidify. Come morning, it would be perfectly golden and set into a firm block. Looking around, I felt uneasy leaving the pot out in the courtyard. So much rendered fat. If someone stole it, it'd be a huge loss. Fatty? Little tubby. Squeak, squeak. From inside the house came the cry of the chubby marmot. Walking in, I was greeted with a curious sight. The little marmot had crafted a cozy nest out of my clothes and was lounging happily on the Kong bed. You cheeky little chunk. You've really learned how to live the good life, haven't you? I said with a laugh. He walked forward with a smile, ran his hand over its furry head, and said, Little fatty, stay alert tonight. If anything stirs in the courtyard, call me. Don't sleep like a log. From now on, you're the family's guard mouse. If something goes missing, I'll come after you. Squeak, squeak. It impatiently rolled over. After a moment, its 2 big round ears twitched, as if listening to the noises outside. By dawn the next day, squeak, 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 squeak. Chubby one, stop messing around. Yawning, I brushed away the plump rabbit-like mouse chirping by my ear, turned over, and intended to sleep a bit more. The recent hunting trip to the Chilean mountains was truly exhausting. Today, I planned to fix the courtyard walls instead of heading out to work, perfect for catching up on sleep. Squeak, squeak. The plump rabbit-like mouse panicked, darted close to my ear, and called out at the top of its voice. Sensing something unusual, I rubbed my eyes, got out of bed, slipped on my shoes, and walked to the doorway to take a look. In the courtyard, Su'er Liuzi had brought 2 men over and was busy digging in front of the wooden fence. Chuyong, you're awake, Su'er Liuzi greeted hastily, turning to point at the 2 men. I brought Daniu and Limin along to get started. You can sleep in a bit longer. You must be worn out from hunting all those snow pigs recently. With me here, no need to worry. He pounded his chest confidently, the sound resounding. Still savoring yesterday's fatty meat and pork scraps, he was already planning for another feast today. All right then, you guys go ahead, I said with a yawn, genuinely considering catching a little more sleep. Daniu, Limin, there'll be plenty of meat for lunch. Sounds good. Zhang Daniu and Yang Limin beamed, full of excitement. I nodded, turned back into the house. Chubby one, you did well this time. If anything happens in the future, just call me. I'll cut a bunch of tinder grass for you later as a reward. Squeak, squeak. The plump mouse rabbit reclined on my old clothes, stood up tall, and angrily waved its little front paws like it wasn't satisfied. All right. How about some cornbread? Squeak. Looking at its proud little attitude, I couldn't help laughing. Breaking off a piece of cornbread, I stuffed it into its paws and lay back down on the Kong bed. By the time I woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. My head felt groggy, and when I turned my head, I saw the plump mouse rabbit also sprawled on the old clothes, sound asleep. Smiling, I reached over and rubbed its round little belly. It batted my hand away, yawned, then shut its eyes again. You little fatty. All you do is eat and sleep. At this rate, you'll turn into a big fatty. I climbed off the Kong, stretched, and stepped outside. Sis-in-law, husband20years, and Yang Limin were working on the wall, stacking dirt bricks and applying mud. They worked fast. One whole section was already done. I walked over, inspected their work closely, and nodded in approval. Not bad. They actually showed some craftsmanship. Taking 2 empty wine bottles and a broken earthen pot from the house, I reluctantly smashed them on the stones in the courtyard. Suaire, collect the glass shards and tiles, and help me stick them on the wall top. The earthen wall was low. Glass shards could prevent people from climbing over. Later, when I had the time, I'd add some thorny wolf thorn branches for extra security. No one would dare scale it then. After giving instructions, I walked to the big iron pot in the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, I lifted the lid. Oh my, so much lard. Husband20years and Yang Limin crowded around, visibly shocked at the sight. This isn't just lard, it's snow pig fat. Sis-in-law boasted, acting like the snow pigs had been his own catch. Lard is pure white, but this has a yellowish tint. This is from the west, hunted by Chaoyang. It wasn't easy. I ignored them, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, dabbed a small glob of fat, and tasted it. Satisfied, I nodded. This nearly half pot of snow pig fat would last me a good while. From now on, no more water-boiled meals. I could afford to cook with as much oil as I wanted. Just as I considered tasting another bite, an irritating, labored panting reached my ears from outside. Cha, Chuyang brother. Su-de-lengzi hobbled in on crutches, struggling to move forward. Catching sight of the wall we'd been building, he froze for a moment, his gaze filled with envy. If only Chaoyang had decided to marry into his family and take the path involving millet, all of this could have been his. Blame it on his wife for being useless. He sighed heavily and, step by step, made his way over. When his eyes landed on the pot, his eyelid twitched, and his throat visibly dried. Chaoyang, you've rendered so much lard this time, huh? Surely. There's no way you can finish it all. I was in no mood to waste words with him, so I simply nodded, signaling for him to continue. Oh, if only I could still hunt. This half pot of fat could take care of major needs at my place. Too bad about my legs. I can't even leave the village anymore. He kept sighing, rambling aimlessly. Annoyed, I asked, Big brother Su, do you have a reason for coming by? Well, yes. He glanced around. Husband20years and Yang Limin, sensible as could be, kept their heads down and got on with their work. Suaire, you keep busy too. TCH, like I care to listen. Sis-in-law muttered before heading south to gather glass shards. Finally, it was just the two of us by the pot. Cough, cough. Su-de-lengzi stole a glance at the pot, let out a few feeble coughs, and said, Chaoyang, I feel like my days are numbered. Uffed. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. It was just too funny. This Su-de-lengzi had been acting like he was on the verge of dying for the first 20 years of his previous life, yet he miraculously survived those 2 decades. Not only that, but 20 years later, he didn't die. His legs even recovered. Recovered? Where's the logic in that? What are you laughing at? His face clearly showed displeasure. Nothing. Sorry about that. Just thought of something funny. I wiped the tears of laughter from my eyes, rubbed my face, and tried to compose myself. Well, he opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, perhaps sensing something off about the vibe. Cough, cough. Brother Chaoyang, I've been feeling so unwell these days. Feels like my time might be running out. Puffed. I failed to hold it in again. Seeing his face darken, I quickly waved my hands apologetically. Big brother Su, I truly apologize. I've just encountered too many funny things lately. Go on, don't mind me. Su-de-lengzi. Looking at my aggravating smirk, he suddenly felt like a complete fool being played with. This matter, the thing I can't let go most is Yufin and the 3 kids. I'm entrusting them to you. Treat them well, as if they were your own. I clutched my chest, overcome with a physical sense of disgust. I knew him too well. Just from those few sentences, I could already guess what kind of scheme he was plotting. Gao Yufin would bring the 3 kids to live here first. Once he made it through the year, he'd move in too, taking over the house. Everything would fall into place, and I'd end up supporting this entire family for free. As long as I dared to even remotely show any interest in Gao Yufan, the blame would land squarely on me. To rope me into his plan, this Su Delengzi really went through some trouble. Chaoyang, don't overthink it. I really just want to provide for their future. Seeing my darkened expression, he hurriedly explained, and you won't be left at a loss. Once I'm gone, everything I have will be yours. Heh. The mockery on my face deepened. What an enormous, almost perfectly round story to embellish. Brother Su, aren't you already drowning in debt? What could you possibly still own? Huh. He was caught off guard but quickly stammered. I do. Chaoyang, brother, don't let the debts fool you. I still have some stuff. Like my house. A crumbling mud hut. Worthless. I still have other things, like that large iron pot at home. It's valuable. And then there's. I interrupted him with a cold laugh. Brother Su, no matter how you slice it, your stuff isn't enough to pay off the village's debts. How about this? I'll offer you a suggestion. You and sister-in-law Yufan go to the commune and get a divorce. She can come live here with me, and you take the 3 kids. When you pass away, the village probably won't hold the kids accountable. Debts die with the person. What do you say, Brother Su? I looked at him with a faint smirk. Divorce. He seemed utterly unfamiliar with the term. In these parts, no one had ever heard of someone getting divorced. Yes, divorce. I nodded. Once you two are divorced, you'll have no connection anymore. Sister-in-law Yufan will no longer be a member of the Su family, and the government will even provide official documentation. How about that? Sounds good. Official documentation? This. His lips moved, but he couldn't form any words. From his perspective, wouldn't this just be gifting me his wife for nothing? If Yufan were to ever change her mind, he'd be at an immense loss. No, absolutely not. Unacceptable. Brother Su, don't you want to ensure sister-in-law Yufan and the kids are taken care of? Then what's there to hesitate about? Or, I rested both hands on his shoulders and feigned heartbreak. Or are you saying you don't trust me? I, Chao Chiryong, promise. When you die, I will see to your funeral arrangements properly. I'll make sure you're laid to rest in a sturdy coffin, and every year, I'll add a few extra shovelfuls of dirt to your grave. And every year, on the anniversary of your death, I'll even personally take sister-in-law Yufan to pay respects to you. Brother Su, now you can rest easy, right? I looked at him with feigned eagerness, like I couldn't wait for him to die sooner. Well, Chaoyang, brother, I still need to think this through. Think this through. Su Delengzi chickened out. He shrugged off the hands I'd laid on his shoulders and turned to limp away. Hey, Brother Su, don't chicken out. No, don't be scared. Based on my character, Chao Chaoyang, you can absolutely trust me. I shouted as I took a few steps after him. At the gate, Su Delengzi, propped up on his crutches, hobbled away as fast as he could. TCH, I scoffed with disdain. Still wanting to take advantage of me in this lifetime? Dream on. Chaoyang, was my brother here again about my sister-in-law? Su Lengzi sidled up, looking heartbroken. He had overheard a part of the earlier conversation and felt more bitter the longer he listened. His brother wasn't expected to make it through the year and still couldn't bear to entrust his sister-in-law's care to him. It bruised him deeply. What nonsense are you imagining this time? I stared at him in exasperation. This Su family really was a breeding ground for unique characters. I walked over and smacked the back of his head with my palm. No such good fortune for you. Your brother just came by looking to take advantage of me. Go get busy. Take advantage? If anyone's taking advantage of my sister-in-law, it's probably him. Su Lengzi was still muttering under his breath when his older brother returned on his crutches. I blinked. Brother Su, have you made up your mind? No. I still need to think it through. He gasped for air, waving his hand hastily. By the way, Chaoyang, brother, you've been using that big iron pot of mine for several days now. I was thinking, maybe you should pay a usage fee. Like they say, you settle accounts even among siblings. What? A usage fee? I chuckled. This man never fails to amaze me. Still the same shameless and stingy Su Delengzi as ever. Brother Su, didn't I give sister-in-law Yufan a bowl of lard last night? Can't that count as the usage fee? He plastered on a sheepish smile, looking a little embarrassed. That was Yufan's wages for last night's work, wasn't it? Brother Su, now that's unfair of you. What family offers a whole bowl of lard as payment just for helping out with some work boiling down fat? I chuckled and shook my head. Exactly. Brother, don't disgrace the Su family like this. Who borrows a pot and then demands a usage fee? Go home already. Su Lengzi, standing nearby, couldn't bear to listen any further. This was coming from someone who prided himself on being a layabout. Scram, what does this have to do with you? Su Lengzi turned and spat at him, then looked at me with a pleading expression. Chaoyang, brother, anyway, you've got so much lard that you won't be able to finish it. Just give me a little, won't you? Brother Su, forget about the usage fee. I glanced at the iron pot, contemplating. The pot was in decent shape, not much rust on it. and I could definitely make use of it in the future. In these times, everything was scarce. Even buying things was tough. Here's the deal. You're already burdened with debts, so keeping this pot won't do you much good. Why not trade it to me? I can give you some lard in exchange. Trade. He froze and then hesitated again, his face betraying reluctance. This pot was part of Yufin's dowry. I really don't want to part with it. Seeing my impatience, he hurriedly added, but if Chaoyang, brother, you want it, I can't say no. How about this? We'll trade, but you have to give me half of what's in the pot. Half? I laughed. Brother Su, just wait here. I'll take the lard out right now, and you can get started taking the pot home. Don't leave it lying around at my place anymore. I turned and went into the house. With nowhere to store so much lard at the moment, I decided to empty a basin filled with scrappy remnants, brought out an enamel bowl, and began scooping the congealed lard bit by bit. After a night of resting, the consistency was just perfect, with an appealing color. Seeing how quickly I worked, Su Delingzi started panicking. Hey, no. Chaoyang, brother, let's reconsider. Let's discuss this again. I responded nonchalantly as I continued scooping. 1 pot for 1 full jar of lard. Take it or leave it. 1 jar? That's too little. It was part of Yufin's dowry, after all. Makeup. He grabbed a few strands of hair on his bald forehead, looking distressed. Add more. I shook my head without speaking, my hands moving even faster. Filling up a basin, I carried it into the room, then fetched another jar to continue filling. Watching as the grease in the pot dwindled rapidly, Su Daluo's forehead was drenched in sweat. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer. He grabbed my hand abruptly. Enough. Let's switch. Stop already. Brother, don't feel shortchanged. For anyone else, trading a jar of oil for an iron pot would be out of the question. Only Chaoyang, with his abundance of oil, would agree to such a trade. Su Erluo chimed in again. You good for nothing. Are you even part of the Su family? Su Daluo glared at his younger brother in fury, his pain evident. They believed not gaining something extra in a deal was equal to suffering a great loss. Brother Chaoyang, don't touch the remaining oil. I'll head back now to bring Yufin over. With that, he leaned on his crutch and left with a series of sighs.